Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-started human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI explanation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter become the key to destroy Voldemort's entire empire? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Betrayed, broken, and turned into Voldemort's perfect weapon, Harry escapes his torment, only to uncover a terrifying truth about his existence. As the key to Voldemort's empire, his freedom doesn't save the world, it begins its collapse. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry had to confess, watching Tom Marvolo Riddle was not the greatest way to cultivate a healthy self-confidence. The future Dark Lord had a tendency to make others suddenly develop inferiority complexes. Even with that thought in mind, he could not tear his eyes off the Slytherin heir as he, with elegance in his step that resembled that of a swan, breezed towards Daphne Greengrass with the look of a young man who was free from all the cares in the world. From where Harry stood, it appeared as if the very aura of Riddle was overpowering and godlike, if the reactions of Daphne were anything to go by. She seemed to sense his presence when he was roughly 10 meters away. The snap of her neck and the manner in which her eyes gravitated toward Tom like iron shavings to magnet was truly magic, in Harry's humble opinion. Miss Greengrass and Miss Greengrass, Tom acknowledged, inclining his head towards both pureblood sisters, I trust you are in excellent moods tonight. The saccharine lilt in the voice, the radiance in the blue irises, and the tilt of the cerise lips were pulled off impressively. Oh! Daphne exclaimed, letting out an amazed gasp that could simply not have been more fake. I didn't see you there. Harry marveled at Riddle's play-acting skills as the older Slytherin merely arched a suggestive brow and smiled. That is a pity. I was hoping you would notice me determinedly seeking you when there is a hall of delights to savor. Stop, she said. You are making me blush. Red goes well with your cheeks. It was sickening, but remarkable. If Tom Riddle happened to enter the acting industry, he'd first take the world by storm and then put all his competition out of business. He was a wonderful actor. Oh, Tom. Daphne tsked, taking a swipe jokingly at the stiff arm. This is improper talk, especially in front of my little sister. Harry stared. Evidently she had no idea who she was dealing with if she dared to touch Tom so casually. For a fleeting moment, Tom narrowed his eyes at the nerve before resuming as if nothing had happened a moment later. Excuse me, I am not normally so rude, he turned to the younger sibling. To whom do I have the honor of meeting? Astoria. The answer was brief, curt, and Harry saw the young girl scan Riddle from head to toe, assessing him. Enchanté, Tom replied smoothly. Good evening. I feel ashamed, really, for interrupting this sisterly bonding, he said, voice dripping with feigned regret. But the music is lovely. Yes, it is, Astoria deadpanned flatly. Harry could have burst out laughing. Tom looked as though he was suppressing a truly priceless expression at the brusqueness. Daphne shot her sister a stern stare. Yes, indeed it is, Tom said. May I have the gratification of a dance from one of you? Daphne's reaction was faster than greased lightning. Astoria, were you not telling me just a moment ago how you had your eye on the boy over there? She said, gesturing in a random direction at a blonde teen. Astoria Greengrass, blinking dumbly in incredulity, asked, Draco Malfoy. He's in my house and I've never licked. Yes, I'm quite certain you have a crush on him, Daphne cut in. Why don't you go and accompany him to a dance? You know how graceful you are on the dance floor. Okay. Wait, Daphne. Tom and I will be waiting. For you too. Daphne waved. Snatch Mr. Malfoy up before someone else does. I'll see you later. With something that sounded horrifyingly like a nervous giggle to Harry's ears, Daphne allowed Tom to take her delicately by the hand and guide her to the sparkling dance floor where dresses twirled like multicolored Japanese fans. Look, Tom, I really appreciate this, Daphne said eagerly, her nose oddly close to the Slytherin heir's pale neck. Harry grimaced. Absolutely revolting. Perhaps she was sniffing the subtle peppermint fragrance of Tom's preferred aftershave. Ooh, smell that minty goodness, he thought sarcastically. Either Tom was pretending to be oblivious or he was actually unaware of the distance, or lack thereof. Somehow, Harry doubted it was the latter. Riddle was too observant for his own good, perceptive to every bloody thing around him. As do I. As soon as the slow waltz music came on, Daphne's glowing face split into a blazing smile. She looked happy, from the bottom of her heart. Tom Riddle also looked happy, but his was a heavy charm, drenched to the skin with sweet falseness and effectively concealed repugnance. So, he started, would you prefer to stick to the open position or are you comfortable enough for the closed? You are the gentleman, Daphne murmured, her chest heaving with delight. You decide. Very well. Tom rested his hand firmly on her waist and with a small intake of breath, Daphne leant forward and placed her hand on his right shoulder. Their spare hands clasped together. I do hope you will not think me bold, but... Tom took a graceful step back, in time with the music, and Daphne followed. Her eyes were bright like one of those stars that illuminated the skies at night. You are exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Your compliments are too kind. The melody struck a high chord and Tom spun his partner out, so that her arm snaked around his collar for support. The platinum bee-owned curls flew out like golden buds from the refined bun. You are kind. Daphne gazed unblinkingly at him, as if fearing the moment would vanish the minute her eyelashes fluttered close. Am I? Tom purred. I must warn you, Greengrass, I live up to my name. I am not as kind as I seem. Daphne threw her head back as she whirled. Maybe not to some people. She spoke confidently, almost like she was assured she would not be included in her statement as, some people. You seem to have come to a solid conclusion about who I am and what my character happens to be, Tom noted softly. Daphne laughed, a silvery laugh. I would not dare to attempt and unravel the enigma, after all, that would be messing with perfection. I like you just the way you are. As a riddle. It's a very strong tribute to pay. They sped up with the music, moving and weaving like the quickened heartbeats that throbbed agonizingly against Daphne's upper body. You deserve it. She pirouetted out of Tom's grasp and twisted herself back into the dancer's embrace. To slip beside the firm chest that belonged to one of the most striking males she had ever had the pleasure of meeting. I am having the time of my life, Daphne whispered, her breath tinkling. Her arm entwined abruptly around his. Dancing Queen, Riddle replied, the ghost of a smile gracing his features. When Tom had the chance, he glanced over the shoulder of Daphne and his stare resolutely landed on Harry, who was propping against a wall in the shadows, viewing them as though watching a show. Harry knew Tom was vexed that he had not made his move. It was rather obvious from the scowl and the meaningful glare in the direction of Astoria Greengrass that he expected Harry to go through with what they had previously talked about. His current predicament was problematic to say the least. For one thing, he did not want to invite Daphne's sister. The truth was very embarrassing. Through the years he had lived with Tom, he had soaked up pureblood etiquette and the dark arts like a sponge, but he had never learned how to dance. Well, of course he knew how to dance. He had seen Dudley wriggling his rear end and flapping his chubby hands and lifting his shirt up to display his ugly belly button countless times. Dudley had called it dancing. Although Harry was sure he would be fully capable of doing the same thing, he had a gut feeling that if he started dancing Dudley style in the middle of the ballroom, Tom would drop dead with humiliation. As would Voldemort. And, you know, they always say it's rude to kill your host. On the other hand, Astoria, to a certain extent, made a sad picture as she poured herself drink after drink, attention never wandering far from her older sister and the strange boy Daphne seemed to be obsessed with. Harry had given up on his days of Gryffindor chivalry when he would not hesitate to swoop in and rescue the young lady from her isolation. Still, she was the depiction of loneliness. And Tom would murder him if he left the young Dark Lord alone to an evening of boredom and bad company. Mind made up, Harry clutched at what courage he had and strutted towards the younger Greengrass sister. Hello, he said softly, as he closed in. Astoria, isn't it? The girl glanced up. Who are you? Then, her eyes flickered in recognition. Harry Potter. The Dark Lord's new apprentice. I know you were in my year at Hogwarts. Yeah, would you like to join me for a dance? I know you had your eye on Malfoy Jr., but maybe. Of course. Astoria jumped up. I really don't care much for the Malfoy heir. Took stuck up, you know, and too blonde, she said matter-of-factly. Harry eyed Astoria's own hair skeptically. You also have. I know, exactly. He looks like he could be my brother, it sets a weird image, you see. Common. She grabbed him by the hand, and pulled him in the direction where Tom was dancing with Daphne like a pair of butterflies. Just letting you know, I like the open position better than the closed. Otherwise it gets too unpleasant and sweaty. Harry flushed. Alright, but what is it exactly? I don't know ballroom dancing. He expected a gape or an open mouth, but the mini Daphne seemed unperturbed. Open position refers to positions in which partners are connected primarily at the hands as opposed to closer body contact, as in closed position. Okay, I can lead, if you want. The males normally do that, but seeing as you don't know how to, you can just follow. Sure. Harry didn't know what to make of the teen. Astoria was nothing like Daphne. She was too lively for that. Nor did she seem like the daughter of a pureblood family, too blunt, too feisty, too innocent. He watched in amusement as the girl flounced ahead. His cheeks were on fire. They had to be. They were radiating heat like a blast furnace. His hands felt sweaty, and his grip was tight. He was surprised that Astoria Greengrass had not yet made a sardonic comment on perspiration. It was unnerving. He still felt extraordinarily self-conscious despite knowing that not many people were paying attention to him. Nevertheless, he could sense the swelling amusement as the Slytherin heir subtly observed him out of the corner of his eye. Damn Riddle. Forgive me, he kept repeating to his partner. I'm no good at this, absolutely hopeless, I'm never going to do this again. Do not speak like a pessimist, I did not take you for one, Astoria returned, with composure. There has to be a first time for everything, don't you think? I have a friend, her name's Luna. I have a feeling she'd want me to say that the Nargles are making your head go fuzzy and that you are a perfectly fine dancer. Harry flushed. What is a Nargle? Oh, I have no idea, Astoria replied airily. Luna says they live in mistletoe and are mischievous thieves. Apparently they stole her shoes and socks. Astounding. It is. Astoria nodded fervently. But not nearly as astounding as what I've noticed about that gentleman my sister's dancing with. The strong and silent type, right? He looks like a twisted version of Prince Charming. I suppose, Harry agreed humorously. Though he's more of an, I'm really sorry you have to die, type of person, you know, like, a perfectly delightful guy with psychopathic tendencies. He had been half joking, but the Greengrass sibling seemed to take him a bit too seriously. I know, she said. I must be mad or something, but do you ever get the feeling he looks like the Dark Lord? Harry was taken aback. Oh, no, definitely not, I don't think so. I'm not the only person who finds the resemblance creepy. Daphne thinks as I do, and so do a lot of others, except nobody ever voice it out loud. There's a slight possibility that he's, like, a son to the Dark Lord or something, Astoria said secretively. Why else would he be so favored? I really dunno, but maybe there's a reason people do not say it aloud. Image the Dark Lord's rage if he catches wind of it. Harry sighed with relief when Astoria took the hint and fell quiet. Really, the youngest Greengrass daughter was too open for her own good. Perhaps her habits were largely due to that she had all but spent her teenagehood at Hogwarts, away from her pureblood family. Of course, there's always the probability that Riddle and the Dark Lord coincidentally have similar facial features. Harry trailed off. He had snagged onto the conversation Tom was holding with Daphne. I like you, Tom, Daphne was saying nervously. Many people do, Riddle teased, a mocking smile plucking at the edges of his lips. There is nothing not to like about me, I'm clever, powerful, a good friend. You know, I dare say Harry likes me too. Daphne turned a distasteful red color. Rather like an overripe tomato. But do you like him? Harry, I mean. Tom arched an eyebrow, and proceeded to toy with his prey. There is nothing unlikable about him, Daphne. That is not what I meant. Oh. Tom leant forward to whisper in her ear. Then, I'm afraid, I do not understand. Please elaborate, Miss Greengrass. What precisely do you mean? Nothing, Daphne blinked seductively at Tom. Do you like me in a romantic way? Harry curbed a smirk. She fell hard for Tom. There was no more going back. Crushing on a young Dark Lord had its consequences. He knew Daphne thought Tom was a beautiful snake. But he thought a smart girl like her would have realized that the most beautiful, the most exotic, snakes on Earth were also the most venomous. One bite, one flash of fang, could bring down a much larger animal. Do I? Tom twirled Daphne smartly by the wrist. You answer for me. Tom. Daphne looked almost helpless, dangling off his arm. Give me a straight reply. Her hopes began rise to a crescendo. Slytherins do not do that. Well then, will you at least tell me what you see when you look at me? Daphne tilted her head attractively, her lips parting. She gave Harry the impression that she wished to crawl inside Tom's skin and hug each of his organs individually. Let us put it this way, Tom whispered. You are a human interpretation of beauty. Pretty as a painting, I'd love to hang you. Daphne did not comprehend the insult, but Harry certainly did. This time, he did let out a bark of laughter involuntarily. Immediately, he found himself pinned by an odd look from Astoria, who seemed as if she was tempted to click her fingers under his nose. Earth to Harry, she said. Care to share what you were concentrating on? They say it's bad manners to ignore your feminine partner. Nothing. Step forward, step back, step forward and, ouch. Dear Merlin, I'm so sorry. Harry apologized, with a stumble. It seemed he really needed to keep his head from drifting into the clouds. That must have hurt, me trotting on you like that. Oh, God. Oi. Astoria gave his sleeves a sharp pull. Don't make a big fuss, I'm all right, and look, you've drawn attention. Tom had shot them yet another entertained expression that made Harry grit his teeth. Daphne, however, was looking furious. Astoria, she hissed lowly, why are you dancing with him? I thought I told you to find Mr. Malfoy. I happen to like him perfectly fine, Astoria retorted. Much better than Malfoy, at least. The senior Greengrass sister glanced worriedly at Tom, hoping he had not heard Astoria's statement at odds with her own when she suggested that Astoria fancied Draco. However, Tom looked like he could not care less about who was keen on whom. What is wrong with him? He asked silkily, albeit dangerously. Surely he doesn't have, like, some kind of disease. Daphne opened her mouth as if about to say something but closed it again and relented. Of course not, she said. Come along, Tom, let us grab some drinks. She tugged the Slytherin air away, but not before Harry caught a glimpse of his murderous expression. Before he had time to mull over it, Astoria turned to face him. Do you hate Daphne as much as she hates you? Harry spluttered at the straightforwardness. We do not hate each other. Don't kid yourself, Astoria muttered. Her favorite hobby is hurling verbal abuse at the insufferable whelp behind his back. The girl was honestly too candid. Well, I can't help it if she loathes me, but what on earth makes you believe I return her lovely sentiments? Daphne assigns herself a personal mission of making the life of whomever she hates hell, Astoria chirped. So, naturally, I thought you would not be her #1 fan. Hate her as much as you want. She placed her hands on her hips. Just as word of warning though, don't you dare use tonight's duel as a chance to hurt her or I'll become your worst nightmare. Harry was not daunted in the least by the threat, but he found her attempts at protecting her sister rather sweet. Reducto. Harry ducked for cover, knees instinctively bending as he crouched inwards upon himself. His eyes widened. The sheer force whipped his hair into his face as the spell sailed neatly over his head, and in the next second, a shield had been weaved around him, wrapping him tightly in a cocoon as the spell blasted into the wall behind him. Daphne was uncommonly vicious this evening, and that was saying something. Chunks of wood, splinters, concrete and who knows what else flew towards him, bouncing harmlessly off his protection. Vivi, he hissed, and the fragments lifted from the ground as if they had lives of their own. Apunair. Under the control of his spell, the debris took wing and raced at Daphne, shards of wood angling like needles at her skin. Scuto. A globe of light flickered in front of the witch. Harry smirked in triumph as Greengrass made her first mistake. The fragments from the explosion tore past her shield as if it did not exist. It was not until a few slivers had plunged themselves into her flesh, eagerly drawing blood, that she realized her armor, effective as it was against spells, was useless countering physical objects. Moritor. Daphne shrieked. The wreckage sank to the floor again, completely void of the life Harry had given them. But the damage had been done, and Daphne was a pitiful sight to behold. Her silken own hair was matted with dirt and little chips of wood. Her soft face, aside from the savage snarl, had a bloody scratch starting from her cheek to her jaw. Harry cracked a taunting grin. Look what the cat dragged in. A tightening of the jaw. A thinning of the rosy lips. The woman looked like she had half a mind to discard her wand and lurch on top of Harry to take him apart like a broken clock with her bare hands. Tragically, that was not an option with the intense audience that the Dark Lord and his followers made. Harry could sense the pressure of the countless gazes pressing down on him as the Death Eaters viewed the duel. He could feel himself being picked apart and assessed and judged on his worth. The ravenous hunger, the bloodthirst and the immediate condemnation of the weaker apprentice was manifesting in the atmosphere. If he lost the duel, he could anticipate numerous hexes coming his way in the following weeks. However, this was his chance. He could prove himself. He could end the duel in the most humiliating way for Daphne. Imperio, Daphne shouted. A deft sidestep on his part was enough to shirk the basic unforgivable. The aim was exceptional and it burned into the ground where he once stood, but Harry was a moving target, not an immobile one, and he moved with practiced ease. Crucio. It appeared Daphne was learning. This time, the curse was trained slightly to the right of where Harry stood. The witch expected Harry to step directly into the line of the speeding spell. Instead, he moved to his left. From the corner of his eye, he saw the ghost of a smile on Lord Voldemort's face and a more blatant one pasted on Tom's. The two versions of the Dark Lord were sitting side by side, murmuring quietly to each other. Harry wondered if they weren't betting on the results of the duel, but as far as he was concerned, there was only one possibility of the finish. And the loser wasn't going to be him. With a flick of the wrist, he lazily directed a furnunculus hex at the female, watching as she deflected it. Pity it would have made for a hilarious picture if boils erupted across her arms. Oh well, he had plenty of time and he already knew how he wanted Daphne to go down. Petrificus totalis, he drawled. She dodged that one too. Expelliarmus. He was going easy on her, had been since the start of their duel, and she knew it. The schoolboy jinxes were a terrible insult. Have you only learnt these in the last 5 years? Daphne sneered, sending a dirty look at him. Disappointing. I was hoping for more. Of course she was, and he was going to give it to her, but as Tom said, good things came to those who wait. I fear you will faint if I do unleash everything, Harry returned smoothly. And you know how much I savor dueling with you. I want to make this last, make it memorable. Her expression was fully capable of souring fresh milk. If you say so, Potter. He did say so. He was more powerful than her and all he needed was to prove it. He hadn't lied when he said he wished to make the duel last. It was truly delicious, seeing Daphne's desperate attempts to stand her ground, seeing her struggles to keep the prospect of victory in her sight. He was the one in control. He could pause in the midst of a shower of hexes to give his opponent a rest, or he could continue until the opposition cracked. So far, he had chosen the former, but everything was under control. Now he understood why Tom took so much pleasure from playing with his meal before he ate it. Adstrangulo, ungaze, crucio. A whirlstorm of curses tore at him, closing in from all directions, flaunting their dangerous intents. Harry decided that this was where he would end this. After today, there would be no more useless, traitor-apprentice nonsense. He mustered all his energy, every single drop, and marshaled it into a tight ball at the bottom of his stomach. And expended it on one of the most elaborate, more complex, patterns of magic he had ever done. To Daphne's eyes, her curses shattered in Harry's face and the last Cruciatus curse shot point blank into his chest. The fabric covering his chest ripped, bursting from the utter ferocity of the blow. A look of agony was etched across his face and he screamed. The piercing noise echoed through the ballroom, a long and empty exclamation of pain. Tom had promptly leant forward, a motionless mask gone and face decorated in disbelief. As for the Dark Lord, he wore a small knowing smile as he perched calmly in his seat. Accompanied by the triumphant simper adorning Daphne's lips, Harry seemed to tip forward, headfirst, in a curled-up ball of shivers and whimpers. He crumpled like a dry leaf on the platform, body convulsing as the Cruciatus continued to slash within him. Daphne stepped towards the twitching form that writhed and thrashed on the floor until she loomed right above him, blotting out the lights. He lay at her feet, clearly unable to fend for himself, but her wand was still trained unyieldingly upon him. Her hatred, flaring hatred, inspired the Cruciatus to maintain its excellent work. Famished eyes from the Death Eater crowd, keen to see blood spilt, egged her on. Harry felt a sting of anger as he watched from his hidden position. Clearly, Greengrass needed to be taught a lesson on recognizing when enough was enough. He clicked his fingers idly. With a startled gasp, Daphne forgot about the broken figure whose face was pressed helplessly on the floor, and twisted to face him. She saw a pair of frosty blue eyes glaring at her. The pale, alluring face, with the prominent nose and the gorgeous mouth, of the boy she had danced all evening was there, in front of her. "Tom," she said, seeming to be short of breath. "Why are you here? You should be there." She trailed off as she glanced towards where her lord was sitting. Tom Riddle was where he should be, sitting next to the Dark Lord. He bore a cunning smirk that hinted at something Daphne did not understand. But if Tom Riddle was there, where he should be, then the Tom Riddle in front of her was a. Harry scoffed as the female finally caught on. It was too late. He whipped out his wand. Stupefy. Daphne Greengrass dropped like a stone. His facial features, charmed to look like Tom's, morphed back into his own, and he gave the stunned audience a mock bow before striding off. The crumpled form of Harry Potter, the duplicate that had been tortured mercilessly, withered away in a gust of black smoke. The face of the real Harry tightened. Greengrass deserved everything she got. The Cruciatus curse she had cast on his replacement assured him that if it really had been him, he would have suffered afterwards from the prolonged exposure to the second unforgivable. As he looked upon the disarray of the previously glamorous ballroom, he felt no regrets. Silken black hair like feathers on the neck of a raven. Skin as pale as the snowflakes that whirl from the sky on a winter night. Lips that resemble petals tainted by blood. Eyes, a startling blue, and yet as cold as cubes of ice. He was truly a predator, a monster, a beast who feasted on others. He was a psychopath. A sadistic psychopath with a demonic bloodlust and an unhealthy appetite for suffering. Charm, confidence, ruthlessness, coolness under pressure, Tom Riddle had plenty of everything. Well, not everything. Tom was fully aware he did not have a conscience, none at all, no feelings of guilt or remorse no matter what he did, no limiting sense of concern for the welfare of strangers, friends, followers or even family members. He had murdered Tom Riddle Sr. in cold blood. He had no struggles with shame, not when he had committed selfish, lazy, harmful, immoral crimes against anything, anyone. The concept of responsibility was unknown to him, except as a burden that others seemed to accept without question, like gullible fools. He would not take the trouble of managing a sense of duty like the rest of the mindless society. If anyone could read his mind, they would call him a freak of nature, but nature needed him and others of his kind. The world, lovely as it was when full of kind and loving people, could only operate when there were creatures like him pulling the strings. In order for civilization to move forward, to progress, there had to be pitiless humans who would be ready to do anything. Those psychopaths who became serial killers and ended up rotting behind bars were idiots. They had fallen prey to their own impulsiveness and violent character. They did not know how to use the gifts they had been blessed with. The successful psychopaths, on the other hand, were a different matter altogether. They grew up to become influential politicians, businessmen, lawyers, judges, presidents. Tom Riddle liked to think of himself as the latter type rather than buffoons like Ted Bundy who made a laughingstock out of psychopaths. One only had to take a good long look at the media to see that the image of the rare psychological issue had been twisted into something ridiculously disgusting. Hannibal the Cannibal, Norman Bates and so forth. In his opinion, the written history of mankind had proven the point that power came with harshness, time and time again. There had to be manipulators behind the curtains. Adolf Hitler, despite his atrocity, had led Germany to the top, if only for a short while. Mao Zedong, or Chairman Mao, had been a Chinese communist revolutionary and had seen his fair share of victories, but he had indirectly killed more people than Hitler. Napoleon Bonaparte, a respected man who was accountable for the advancement of the world, had been the first man to ask himself rationally the question how to eliminate, in as short a time as possible, and with a minimum of cost and personnel, a maximum of people. Anyone who had read books on Napoleon's conquests, or the conquests of any great conqueror, would find numerous tales of bloodletting. To be fair, not all of the leaders had been psychopaths, but it had demonstrated that success came with tuppety. It was inevitable. To most people, Tom Riddle's condition was a strange fantasy, but to him, it was reality. He had developed the ability to conceal that his very core was radically different from the rest of the population. Since everyone simply assumed that conscience was universal among human beings, hiding the fact that he was apathetic was nearly effortless. He was not held back from any of his desires by worldly traits such as contriteness, and he was never confronted by others for his cruelty. The ice water in his veins was so bizarre, so completely outside of their personal experience, that they seldom even guessed at his condition. In other words, he was completely free of internal restraints, and his unhampered liberty to do just as his please, with no pangs of conscience, was conveniently invisible to the world. Tom could do anything at all. He had a secret advantage, and coupled with the matching handicap of other people, morality, he was fated for success. He owned the heart of the devil and the face of an angel. His heart, his crux, had become solid ice. As his age increased, it made him stronger. His psychopathic disorder gave him perfection, and despite what psychiatrists would say, Tom needed no curing. There was only one other who understood him, the Dark Lord, who technically was a twisted version of himself. Tom Riddle had been content with his ice crux. He did not want to be anything else. He was callous and stony and nothing more. But when Harry Potter entered the picture, everything changed. All that Tom recognized, including himself, was torn apart by the teenager and rearranged. In those 5 years that Harry had lived with him, Tom had exerted himself to molding the younger boy into a darker figure. It had worked. He had got Harry to abandon his light principles. Except his approach practically backfired and became a hopeless situation. In the process of shaping Harry, he had been changed too. It was a heavy price to pay. Tom doubted that Harry had deliberately changed him, but Tom could not have stopped it either way. Per se, Tom had no intentions of turning into a nicer person, but Potter's personality had rubbed off a little on him. Not the sympathy or the compassion or the saving people thing, thank Merlin, otherwise Tom might have fainted at the horror, but he had acquired a minor fondness for Harry. The first minor fondness he had felt for anyone in his life. If anyone asked, he would have promptly yanked his wand out and cursed them to oblivion, but no matter how much he wanted to deny it, he did care for Harry's well-being. Not only was it a rather embarrassing thing for a future Dark Lord to have attachments, but it was also against the very temperament of a psychopath. It was a weakness. And if he was completely honest, Tom was feeling lost about what he should do. At first, 5 years ago, Harry had been little more than a pawn to him, and Tom had anticipated the day when Harry could become a black queen on the chessboard. If the boy got wiped out, so be it, no biggie. Unfortunately, somewhere, at some place, something went wrong. Tom loathed putting it like that. He was a mastermind. He was not designed to ever slip up, and his plans had never gone awry as preposterously as this. It was just so damn confusing. When had things ever gotten so complex for him before? He usually relied on his genius mind, which had always managed to lay things out like a clear, unfolded map before him, but his intellect seemed to have been reduced to a soft mass of goo by Harry aggravating Potter. It offered him no help. He sounded like a bloody ninny of a girl. He had no friends, only allies, end of subject. Maddeningly, it wasn't the end of the matter. Harry Potter was a chink in his armor, a narrow crack. Tom Marvolo Riddle was beyond frustrated. He was trapped between some pitiful hybrid of frustration and unease. It was pathetic. He knew this soft spot had not sprung up on him in one night. After all, Rome wasn't built in a day. He had spent too many years in denial, hiding from himself the fact that he took an interest in the health of someone else. Recently, it became too difficult to continue his denial. He had bargained with Voldemort for Harry, and protected the boy, to a great extent, from all potential damage. It seemed almost as if there wasn't anything he wouldn't do to ensure the brat's safety. And now, he had to put up with the various teething troubles that came with genuine care. If he had less self-preservation and more masochism, he might have been tempted to punch his fist into a wall. As it was, the only thing he had been tempted to punch was Daphne Greengrass as she hurled one unforgivable after the other at Harry while the two ducked and weaved and exchanged blows. His one and only consolation had been that he would have shattered her heart and slashed her limbs from her body if she maimed the teenage Horcrux. It had been a shock, a bolt from the blue, when a cruciatus plunged into Harry's chest. Tom had heard the loud rip of fabric, heard the scream, the exclamation of pain. He had seen the boy writhing, thrashing defenselessly. Emotionlessness had been forgotten in the apprehension of the moment. Tom's heart, frozen against anything and everything, had betrayed him in the worst possible way. The triumphant simper adorning Daphne's lips seared his mind, and he wished nothing more than to kill her, right then and there. Harry had tipped forward, headfirst, in a ball, crumpling like a dead leaf, convulsing desperately. Then it turned out that the Harry being tortured was a replica, and all was actually going flawlessly for the real Harry. It was too much for him. Tom Riddle had always been an extremist. When he hated to the extreme. No target could ever escape his wrath. But when he loved, say, the dark arts, well, he did that to the extreme too. He pressed his fingers to his temples. He could think up a long list of major negatives to being an extremist. Dear Merlin. He was a psychopath, he was sure, but who'd ever heard of a caring psychopath? Ridiculous circumstances he had gotten himself into. Granted, he only cared about one person, but one was a lot. How Voldemort would laugh if he knew. Oh, fantastic, Tom had a pounding headache now. He pushed himself to his feet and headed for the door that Harry had exited sometime in the last 30 minutes. He'd deal his little problem with it later. As he walked, Tom saw Daphne crawling onto her knees in defeat, features twisted into a wretched expression of incredulity. He gave her the most menacing look he could summon, promising her a bloody fate, and her face crumpled miserably when she saw him. Served her right. Later, he would ensure that she received what she deserved. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Harry, truthfully, could not agree with the saying more. Having lived for 16 years, he had seen his fair share of appealing meals and sugary treats, but he didn't think he had ever tasted anything sweeter than newly extracted vengeance after a series of scheming. Naturally, there were those rare species of people who proclaimed that revenge left a nasty, corrosive aftertaste like one of those cheap Russian wines that placed a lingering flavor of pureed asparagus, sea slug and mouse fur in the mouth. Harry winced at the thought. For him, the triumph of a one duel and the satisfaction of finally getting back at Daphne Greengrass overrode everything. Especially each time he thought of how she had mercilessly tortured his counterpart. As soon as the duel had been concluded, he had excused himself and left, to the sound of applause from the audience. He'd headed straight to his bedroom, eager to get there before the tiredness had fully seeped into his bones. The aftermaths of the sorcery he had performed took its toll on him, draining his energy quicker than fire devoured wood. It had been extremely advanced magic, to duplicate a carbon copy of himself that possessed no real life of its own and yet behaved as he would, let alone adapting the facial features of Tom Riddle. Harry was not a real metamorphagus, therefore, the intricacy of the human transfiguration spell sapped at his power like mad. The Dark Lord must have been impressed. Harry sensed the predatory eyes plowing into his back, tracking him even as he exited the wreck of a ballroom. To be honest, the intense, penetrating stares that appraised him were really unnerving. It was as though Harry was a piece of meat and the Dark Lord was asking himself where to put Harry in the fridge, or maybe whether to cook him with carrots or just to throw him into a bowl of soup. He shrugged inwardly. He couldn't care less. He was already the apprentice of the Dark Lord and it was rather noticeable that Voldemort was attentive where his magical progresses were involved. Harry was used to it now. Even if it was blatantly annoying, and he thought Voldemort should just go and read a book on basic human courtesy and hopefully, the book would clearly state that unwelcome staring is a sign of rudeness. Anyhow, Harry was struck by the appeal of clambering into bed, beneath the sheets, and simply being dead to the world for 10 or so hours. He would honestly trade anything for a little bit of restful sleep. Every step, every raise of the foot, cost him effort and he literally felt like a dead corpse walking. All he needed, at the moment, was a snooze. But he couldn't. He was covered in bits and pieces of filth and rubble. If his assumption was correct, splinters of wood had found his tangled hair a suitable nesting home. And, above all, he had to clean his cuts and scrapes. He had to bath first. How inconvenient. Dragging his feet across the floor, he, with a deadbeat sigh, made the long and painful journey to the ensuite. The minute he reached his destination, he turned all the hot water taps on full and drowsily tipped more or less half a bottle of shampoo and rose-fragranced body wash into the bathtub. Large, soapy bubbles were immediately produced. He stifled a yawn with a hand and grabbed a couple of towels from the closet, dumping them on the floor before undressing. The cold instantaneously smacked him in the chest. Shivering, he was driven to swiftly submerging in the bath. The bubbles came up to the underside of his chin. His nose twitched at the powerful scent drifting from the surrounding water. Roses. Dear Merlin, he would smell like he'd been rolling in the petals by the time he was finished with the bath. Oh, well, he could not bring himself to mind just at the moment. And oh, the warmth, the lovely high temperature. Harry nearly crooned in relaxation. His stiff muscles, which had been straining in protest a minute ago, loosened comfortably. It felt deliciously good, to have the water rippling over his body, washing away the tension. Reaching over, he turned off the taps, leaving only one running. The hot liquid tricked over his neck, his shoulders. It felt so lovely that Harry never wanted to move. He laid his head down on the edge of the tub and stayed there. His eyelids grew rapidly heavier and finally, he stopped struggling to lift them. His breaths evened out and he was just simply drifting in the water. One of the taps continued running. Harry jolted awake, wide green eyes shooting open. Darkness. Darkness gathered all around him, and he had no idea where he was. He flailed, arms lashing out, and water splashed everywhere. The bathtub. He was the bathtub. Oh, right, he had been taking a bath when he berated himself furiously for falling asleep while taking a bath. It was pathetic. The water was cold now, and he might narrowly avoid getting a cold if he got out quickly enough. His hand slipped out of the tub to reach for the towels he had thrown on the floor earlier only to grasp water. The liquid slipped through his outstretched fingertips and made an empty plopping sound as it landed back. Shivering from the cold, Harry stood up in the tub and looked over. Dear Merlin. It was a gigantic mess. He could not believe he had been so careless as to leave a tap running while he took his nap. The room had been just about flooded. The blasted water literally was all over the place, high and low, leaving the formerly orderly room in disarray. The mats were entirely submerged, engulfed, by the knee-high tap water. Harry cursed, using some of the most obscene language he knew, under his breath. He suspected his wand was underwater too, and it would take forever to find damn it. Sheer foolishness. He could hardly believe. Brisk knocks rained down on his bathroom door, prompting a yelp of surprise from his throat. He ducked back into the tub, aware he had absolutely nothing to cover himself with. Harry. The knocker, who sounded rather like Tom, shouted. Are you in there? There is a lock on the door. I'm in here. Open the door. Can't at the moment, sorry, he replied loudly. The room in practically underwater and Alohomora. The door burst open with a snap, slamming against the wall, as the silhouette of Tom Riddle stalked in, face taut with irritation. If it was humanly possible, the frustrated expression pasted on the face of the Slytherin heir turned downright livid when he realized the bottom half of his trousers were drenched with the water that swamped the room. Potter, he snarled, what the hell is the meaning of this? Inwardly, Harry heaved a heavy sigh. It was the most embarrassing situation he had gotten trapped in, recently. Tempers were running short. Just get rid of it, he snapped. Even in the darkness, Harry could catch a glimpse of the narrowing blue eyes. You have certainly done a wonderful job, Tom sneered, brandishing his wand. No need to be sarcastic, Harry bit. Evanesco. Every sprinkle of water vanished within the fraction of a second, including those in the bathtub. With an alarmed squeak, Harry cowered in upon himself. He counted his lucky stars that the annoying Slytherin heir was not close enough to see him. Get out, he muttered. And hurl me a towel. Perhaps it was the harsh tone, or maybe the ingratitude, but something in that comment caused the leftover patience to shatter. Tom Riddle all but exploded in a bout of fury. Ordering me around now, Harry? He inquired pitilessly. You can go and get your towels yourself if you want them so much. With that, he turned on his heels and marched out, without as much as a backward glance at the seething teen behind him. Fine, Harry retorted, in a mutter to himself, and he grabbed his wand that now lay on the dry bathroom floor. Harry stepped out from the ensuite, fully dressed in pristine pajamas and displaying a towel around his neck that dripped water like a wet scarf. Smiling at the inviting thought that the bed was awaiting his arrival, he moved from the tiles onto carpet. Only to freeze in shock at the astonishing picture of the two Dark Lords sitting nonchalantly on his bed, engaged in a lively conversation. The Slytherin heir stiffened like a wooden plank and sent a glare in Harry's direction the second he caught sight of him. For his part, Harry ignored the undeserved gesture of hostility and said bluntly, I was going to sleep, except I do not find the idea of you guys watching me do so very appealing. Is that another way of asking us to clear out? Tom challenged, acerbically. Harry feigned thoughtfulness. Yeah, I suppose it is, he replied sarcastically, determinedly taking no notice of the darkening expression on Riddle's face. It's just a more courteous method than directly demanding you get out of my room. Well, forgive me for saying so, the Dark Lord interrupted his younger version silkily, but Harry, you do not appear to me like you are lacking any naps. Rather expected, Tom returned, with a barbed tongue flicking infuriatingly at Harry, especially when one considers that he chose to slumber while taking a bath. Excuse me, I did not choose. Harry made it to the middle of his sentence before he was also cut off by the Dark Lord. In that case, Voldemort continued softly, paying no attention to him, Harry, you may as well indulge us. He sighed heavily in exasperation. Are you requesting me to give up my own health in order to give you entertainment? Does not sound like a fair bargain to me. Whoever said I was fair? Harry snorted rather derisively. Well, don't look at me. Still, I'd prefer you think of my hour, Voldemort added as an afterthought after a glance at Tom. Company is a rare opportunity you ought to embrace than reject. If you enormously wish for us to disappear, we will. At those words, Harry fidgeted with his hair awkwardly. It is unbefitting for one to force their company on another. Voldemort cleared his throat pointedly. And as a Dark Lord, I have numerous subjects who would be keen to gift me their grandmothers for a minute of my time. Harry flapped a hand dismissively, no longer bothering to waste energy on deterring the two wizards. Oh, well, I guess an hour will not hurt, at least not as much as giving you my grandmother. I knew you would come to your right mind. The Dark Lord smiled sharply. Harry uttered a low growl at the back of his throat. Are you going to tell me what you want to do or not? I thought we could play some chess. Voldemort nodded almost imperceptibly at the bed cover beside him. Harry noticed for the first time since he had emerged from the bathroom that there was a chess set on it. Instinctively, his gaze landed on one of the broad shelves which should have held the set that had been collecting dust from the time when he had initially commenced in a chess game with the Dark Wizard. The shelf was now empty. He looked back at the set clasped in between Voldemort's pale fingers. A sense of familiarity hit him. Last time he had been creamed so ridiculously by his former guardian that he was too embarrassed to show his face after 3 rounds in a row of losing. The Dark Lord was a master of chess. It did not look good for Harry. Okay, he agreed. He could not believe he was doing this, assenting to this. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Tom with an arched eyebrow. You know you will lose no matter what. Harry jerked back at the comment, glowering at Riddle. Thanks for the encouragement, he drawled, but it's really not necessary or welcome, for that matter. I'll let you go first, you can be white, Voldemort said, already positioning the pieces on the board. Chess is not only simply a game but also training for the mind. It weaves around strategy and manipulation. One has to learn when to sacrifice a pawn for the greater gain. With that said, I doubt you can win him, Tom commented, refusing to shut up. Harry steadfastly disregarded the scathing remarks. Pawn to g4. His chess piece immediately put up a heated argument, shaking its white head in aggravation. Stupid boy, it was saying. Appalling move. Be quiet. I mean it, little boy, you are going to fail us. Tom stifled a snicker of laughter and Voldemort, too, appeared like he was biting the insides of his lips in amusement. Hold your tongue, will you? He ordered the piece. I do not have a tongue. Arg, Harry hissed. You will listen to me, you are only a pawn. There was an audible sigh, and the wayward thing shuffled forward onto its new position. Pawn to e5, Voldemort countered. Knight to f3. Bishop to b4. In 2 moves, the Dark Lord closed in on the game board. Pawn to a3. Harry knew the bishop could not eat his pawn because it would get devoured by his defenses. Voldemort moved his bishop away onto square a5. After 20 minutes of tussling between the chess pieces, Harry realized he had improved majorly, but he feared he would lose the game nonetheless. When the Dark Wizard flashed him a triumphant smile and wiped out his white queen. One more move and I will be able to check you, Voldemort said gently. Merlin, Harry groaned. You are going to win. He was caught by surprise when Tom Riddle, who had been sneering repeatedly at his moves in the last minutes, claimed, not so fast, my lord. The Slytherin heir leant over Harry, frowning in consideration, and ordered the rook to move forward by 2 squares. The rook was instantly devoured by Voldemort's pawn, and Harry scowled in irritation at the obvious failure of a move. A moment later, his scowl turned to a small grin when Tom nudged a solitary knight to consume the pawn. He was now in a position to both check the king and capture the queen. Harry gazed in wonder as Voldemort was forced to sacrifice the queen in order to quickly shift the king. With a brandished sword, the knight shattered the queen. Good move, Harry murmured. Tom's lips twitched. Voldemort is not the only genius in the room. Following such a declaration was a battle of cunning and different lines of attack that set Harry's heart racing as he watched the intense exchange. Suddenly, it was not him against Voldemort anymore. Tom was versing the Dark Lord. The chess game played late into the night, lasting over 2 hours. Riddle and Voldemort both suffered losses and successes, and the two indirectly mocked each other with neat conversations. It was rather exciting for Harry to view. It went far past the time Harry planned to go to bed at, but none of them found it within themselves to quit. In the end, it had been brought to a stalemate. Tom only had his king left, alone on the board, without any protection. Voldemort had nothing but his king and a bishop. Neither was able to checkmate the other. It had been a good evening. Harry hid a yawn behind his hand as the two versions of the Dark Lord bid him goodnight and left. 1 month later. Regrettably, he was not in his office. The Dark Lord is gone. The team came to a dead halt, striking green eyes widening in a hybrid of astonishment and rage. Dark brows furrowed automatically at the claim uttered flatly in a deadpan tone. Gone, Harry echoed, with a dash of anger. Do you mean, gone, as disappeared without a trace, or, gone, as in dead? He stared intently at the man who was imperturbably stirring his potion with his wand, greasy strands of black hair almost an inch from dipping into the concoction. The potion master barely had the courtesy to spare him a sideways glance. No need to be so melodramatic, Potter, Snape retorted witheringly. The Dark Lord merely has business in the world outside to tend. Scoffing dryly in response, Harry paced back and forth in front of his old professor, fists clenched. That liar, he always does this, he muttered. He still hasn't arranged even one of those flying lessons he promised me a month ago. Yes, Potter, Snape said sarcastically, still messing with the potion. The Dark Lord has nothing better to do than indulge you after all. The whole world revolves around you, your radiance is brighter than the sun itself. Harry growled softly in reply. The Dark Lord's timetable has been particularly full of activity in the last month or so, Snape continued, with details regarding a potential partnership and affairs that stretch beyond your comprehension. Oh, Harry challenged. Try me. Dealings of the Dark Lord do not concern you. Says the greasy bat that lurks in his workroom all day long. Severus Snape snapped his hand down on the wooden table sharply, and twisted round to glare his old student in the eye, piercingly. Curiosity killed the cat, Mr. Potter, he said slickly, a corner of the lip curling upwards. I am looking after your best interests. Smirking, Harry pulled an arrogant expression that was more for show than anything else. Good thing I'm not a cat then, isn't it? I think you'll find that the saying applies to many more animals than just felines. Perhaps you're right. I am more than right, Potter, Snape remarked, adding a last sprinkle of cockroach dust to the bubbling brew. It turned a rather shocking shade of neon pink. In fact, Harry interrupted, cutting across his speech, when in Merlin's bloody beard did Voldemort go anyway? Profanity is not tolerated in my presence, Snape commented deprecatingly. If you prefer getting kicked out of my workroom, then, by all means, go ahead. Fine, sorry, Harry said, flicking a wrist in dismissal. However, Snape seemed resolute to finish what words he started. Otherwise, clean your mouth before you open it again. Okay, Harry stressed the term. So how come he left without leaving any sort of message for me or Tom? Again, I am forced to repeat, Potter, that the world does not revolve around you, Snape said. The Dark Lord must have had his reasons, or lack thereof, for writing a sentimental letter of farewell to you. Harry sighed and marched across the room, focusing on the swirly patterns that decorated the wall. Are you trying to wear a hole through my carpet? Snape asked. No. He stopped his pacing. Or I'd simply take out my wand and blast it to smithereens. The potion's master glowered fiercely at him. I'd like to see if you dare, Potter. But why should I explode your carpet? That would be pointless, it doesn't solve anything. Harry rolled his eyes. Hey, are you sure you cannot tell me where he went? Truth be told, I need to know. Your determined pursuit for answers is inane and I have no time for it, Snape said cuttingly. It is not a secret that the Dark Lord is hoping to recruit vampire covens to enlarge his forces against Dumbledore. Ears perking up in fascination, Harry echoed, vampires. I thought they were independent creatures, I didn't know they still assembled in covens. Apparently, they do. I did not quite catch the part about why Voldemort disappeared so urgently to rejoice with blood as King Leeches. Mind your tongue, Potter, Snape said. The leeches are a vital factor determining whether it will be our Lord's victory or downfall. He scowled grimly at Harry. Now that I have told you what you wanted to know, can you leave me in peace? Taking a spoon, Snape ladled a generous amount of the slimy liquid in the cauldron into a polished glass flask. My next potion requires the utmost care and concentration, neither of which is possible while you are here. I'll go immediately. Oh, and thank you for your information. Harry moved towards the exit of the room, pausing hesitantly at the door as if remembering something. When will the Dark Lord come back? I have no idea. Harry skirted out with a wave of goodbye, letting the door slide close behind him. Au revoir, Professor. Harry sauntered from the gloom of the potions workroom, up the grand staircases and past the egotistic, gold-framed portraits, many of whom glared down their noses at him, as if offended by his smell. The Dark Lord must have left in the early hours of dawn, probably before the first rays of light even struck the sky. Or Harry would have bumped into him. Harry himself was an early riser, and he tended to dine on whatever scrumptious breakfast the elves scrambled to prepare ahead of everybody else. After all, the early bird caught the worm. Plus, he rather relished the tranquil, undisturbed privacy that the empty kitchen provided him. That type of serene stillness was very hard to come by during these days of constant chaos and dark magic and war. Once he'd finished his routine breakfast, Harry had disappeared to find the Dark Lord. The damned man was exceedingly busy in those recent weeks, time and time again failing to make an appearance at dinner. Harry had thought a reminder regarding his flying lessons was in order, lest the wizard forget. The attempt to seek Voldemort out, Harry realized, soon proved to be a grave mistake. It was a worthless waste of time. Having literally searched high and low for the Dark Lord, scanning room to room starting with his neat office, Harry had finally gone to Snape, and it turned out the entire bloody search had been for nothing. By that time, the morning had slipped by, unnoticed, and it was late noon. His stomach rumbled unceremoniously, and almost subconsciously, Harry made his way to the kitchens. Unfortunately, Harry was sorry to say, it turned out to be an inopportune moment to order a filling lunch. The slender, graceful back of Daphne Greengrass, hunched over what seemed to be a teapot, brought a displeased frown to Harry's face. She was literally the very last person he wished to see. Planning on quietly walking out and coming back later when the hag was gone, Harry turned. In perfect unison, the floor let out a deafening creak. Daphne leapt up, a strangely panicked expression passing fleetingly over her sharp features before she gained enough composure to conceal her shock at being intruded upon. Her hands fumbled, twitching, and Harry noted that she had been pouring an attractive flask of colorless liquid into the teapot. Daphne tossed the flask aside, and he saw that it was empty of its contents. Curiosity probed at him, but he steeled himself resolutely against it. It was none of his business anyway. Feeling tense, are you? Pleasant manners and pureblood etiquettes blowing away like an elegant wisp of disbanding mist, Daphne sneered at him, red lips twisting cruelly in irascibility. What are you doing here, Potter? She spat out his last name as if it had a bitter edge to it. For the same reason you are here, Harry replied coolly. Of course. Daphne appeared marginally taken aback, blanching a shade paler. Drop your games, she hissed ominously. I have no time for them. Do not fret, your ladyship, Harry said sarcastically, raising his mockingly in a faint gesture of appeasement. I have no time for you either. Her smooth face, which otherwise may genuinely have looked incredibly beautiful, contorted into a warped expression of menacing hostility. If I were you, Harry, I would be extremely careful where I tread. Harry arched a questioning eyebrow. And why is that? Have you not heard? Her voice grew ever softer. The Dark Lord will be gone for a week or so, and within that time range, you cannot hide using him as your safeguard. Green eyes narrowed dangerously. Is this a threat? No, it is simply a fact I am kindly sharing with you. I am grateful towards you, Harry said, but your facts are not necessary, I can take care of myself well enough. And yet you require the Dark Lord to mollycoddle you. Are you a wizard who is nearly of age or a toddler, I wonder? The remark was accompanied by a shrill, disdainful laugh. I doubt the Dark Lord makes a habit out of selecting toddlers for apprentices. Daphne unleashed a smirk, like a cat that got the cream. Harry knew, however, that beneath the smug facade was a storm of negative emotions. Hatred, rage, envy, spite. They all targeted him, each and every single one of them. I assume you are a special case. Yes, well, at least special cases are interesting enough to capture your lord's attention, Harry countered quietly. We wouldn't want to be boring, would we? Definitely not. Only dead fish. Swim with the stream all the time, Harry murmured. The quickest method to bleed someone's interest is to act dull. Daphne nodded warily, aware that she was being baited. And, oh, you know, Harry drummed his slim fingers on the table in neat rhythms. Tom is not well known for playing with dreary toys that have all the entertainment drained out of them. He tilted his head diplomatically. Just a word of warning from a fellow apprentice. Greengrass, face darkened from the paleness rivaling a snowflake, to the dark red of a rotting tomato left in the sun for too long. Harry barely suppressed an explosion of laughter. They both knew his words were not a prior warning as much as the current predicament. Tom was ignoring Daphne. Snubbing her downright. Had been at it since the duel. He disparaged her attempts at flirtation with either contempt or indifference. Daphne, the poor, silly girl, could not seem to comprehend that her Prince Charming had transformed into a lethal viper. It was evident from the grimace that Tom Riddle was a sore spot for her, but then again, Harry found rubbing salt into her wounds utterly irresistible. Revenge was sweet. While Harry successfully controlled his laughter, Daphne did not manage to rein in her temper. King in a sharp breath, the Ice Queen exploded, not in laughter but anger. Is this supposed to mean something? She snapped, nostrils flaring. Her eyelids were opening and closing violently fast, as though she was delirious in her fury. Figuratively speaking, she was frothing at the mouth like a rabid dog. Harry shrugged delicately. Does it mean anything to you? His voice rung coldly, crystal clear. It contrasted sharply with his gentle enquiry. Stay out of my love life, Daphne snarled, savagely with the refinement of a caveman. She appeared like she could hardly restrain herself from slapping him across the face, having deserted all her decorum. He tsked, quietly. That is rather an ill choice of terms. Love life suggests your relationship with your lover. Except Tom is not your sweetheart, is he? Silence grew like a heavy storm cloud of his declaration as Daphne refused to answer. I mean, he may be the love of your life, Harry added a deliberate pause, for dramatic effect. I apologize for putting it like this, but this infatuation may not be mutual. Of course, I do not mean you are arm candy or anything, it's just that this love may be one-sided. Her features twisted horribly at arm candy. Harry doubted she appreciated the name, especially because it referred to an attractive companion who accompanied one at social events but held not real worth. Perhaps that is why Tom is, you know, turning his back on you. Harry cleared his throat as if to say, ahem, this is awkward. Greengrass bared her teeth, and Harry found himself wondering, in amusement, if she was secretly picturing tearing him apart with her teeth. Perhaps he thinks you are envisioning a bond that never existed. Riddle is a thoughtful boy at heart. I am guessing he simply doesn't want to lead you on. Pa, this is hilarious. He was struggling hard not to chuckle at his own sentences. Riddle, a thoughtful boy at heart. More like a flourishing sadist. Nothing he said had ever been richer. Her jaws clenched tighter and Harry swore he could hear a grinding noise. A short, humorless laugh emerged from her lips. You sounded almost like you cared for a second. I do care. He arranged his expression into an anxious, innocent one and pulled a sincere smile at his female nemesis. Daphne's fingers twitched in the general direction of her sleeve, where her wand lay within. I'd bet you do. She eyed him viciously. What bad, terrible things have you told Tom about me to keep him away? I didn't have to say anything. She scoffed. And so he left of his own accord. Without any persuasion. I might actually believe you if I'm not convinced it was your doing, Potter. Sure. He looked like he could not care less. Believe whatever makes you sleep at night. Nothing I claim will change your view. You know what they say, the eyes are useless if the mind is blind. My mind is not blind. Daphne hissed venomously, malice lacing her every syllable. You have to learn to respect your superiors, Potter. In a cavalier manner, Harry flapped his hand in indifference. What superiors? I see none around. I'm sick of you, your presence, and your very existence. Daphne spat out, impaling the teen with a lethal glare. If looks could kill, he would be dead 10 times over. Strutting around as if you own the place, stealing the Dark Lord's attention after you betrayed him, tainting the very name of the dark arts with your filthy blood. Daphne did not even pause for breath. You seem to be incapable of getting into your mind the fact that you are substandard, not worthy of being in my, or Tom's, company. Yet the lowly half-blood can crush your dignity and best you in all areas of magic. Daphne Greengrass barely looked human anymore. Her twisted red lips, coated with a surface shine, seemed to mirror the bloodlust on her mind. Her eyebrows, hunched low from the menacing frown, almost touched her eyelashes. She was the least beautiful person Harry had ever seen in his life. If he did not know better, he would have assumed she had undergone plastic surgery and displayed her ugly heart on her face for all to see. Wait and see, Potter, I will ruin your wretched, worthless little life until you beg for death, Daphne promised lowly, her voice brushing silkily over him. The tone was deadly serious, grave. It was a vow more than anything else. Just wait. I'll see to it personally that you are broken. You look so arrogant now, but when the time comes, and it'll come soon, I guarantee you that, I'll take pleasure in watching you crumple. Harry felt marginally unnerved by the solemnity. I'll turn the person you love against you. You will pay for the misfortunes you have caused me, there is a price for crossing me, for my lost favor with the Dark Lord. Daphne marched across the room, pausing at the door. When you fall, I will be there. Not to catch you, to destroy you. And then, to Harry's surprise, she opened the door and was gone. It was a swift exit, and he was left to ponder on the meaning behind her last words of vengeance. She had indicated a painful experience, if not death for him, and she showed all the alarming signs of going through with her plans. Harry knew a bluff when he saw one, especially a death threat, and honestly, Daphne's warning was ridiculous enough to be purely for intimidation purposes. Except he couldn't shake off the sincerity of Daphne's expression. Oh well, he would just have to be extra cautious while he went about his daily tasks. No biggie. Clicking his fingers, he summoned a pair of elves to prepare his luncheon. When it was ready with hot steam arising from it, he took the tray graciously and disappeared to dine in the preferable privacy of his bedroom. Late afternoon light flooded in through the window, lighting the room up with an enchanted ambience. It felt like nothing could possibly go wrong. High over the horizon was the ball of fire that began the time-consuming task of drifting its way down to the bottom of the sky. The sky was painted with golden, peachy orange-colored strokes of the brush, with clouds scattered throughout like wind-blown candy floss. It was a genuinely picturesque sight to behold. But not for Harry, who was already getting up from his sitting position at the desk that overlooked the wide windows. Spending a couple of hours with only the company of pretty landscapes was like watching grass grow. Pleasant at first, but an activity that ensured terminal boredom. Perhaps he could go to the kitchens to order another snack or... With that in mind, he headed for the kitchens again. It honestly was maddeningly inconvenient when one took into account the sheer multitude of stairs there were in Voldemort's manor. He did not care much for climbing up and down the things, but until this day, his opinion about them had largely been indifferent. Sadly, that soon changed. Too much time had been wasted. If only he had got there a minute earlier. The picture that greeted him once he arrived in the kitchens was deceptively innocent at first glance, but it set his heart racing once his mind registered the peril. Tom Blasted Riddle was sitting calmly at a table, and directly in front of his was a steaming cup of jasmine tea, poured from a seemingly ordinary teapot. Of course, it all could have been nothing, but the familiarity of the teapot jogged his memory. Daphne Greengrass had been messing with it a few hours ago, tossing a small flask of something into the liquid. Oh, great. Horror set in at the likelihood of a poison of some kind sitting at the bottom of Tom's cup, just eagerly waiting to be drunk, to kick in. Harry's reflexes spontaneously launched into action, arm outstretched to knock the cup aside. He was only a few meters from the Slytherin heir, and pulling out a wand would have been too late. Stop, he called. Drop it. Tom had already lifted it to his lips. He shot Harry a blank look of surprise. Apparently, the warning shout had been too vague. The cup tilted downwards and the drink surged forward onto Riddle's lips, keen to embrace the soft skin. Harry was upon the older Slytherin. He reached out, with the quickness of lightning. Tom took a sip. With a hasty swipe, Harry knocked the cup and its contents flew onto the floor. But it was too late. The young Dark Lord had taken a sip, and the tea or potion or whatever had gotten into his system. Harry watched helplessly as his eyes glazed over. Tom, he ventured, hardly daring to pray. Are you? As soon as it appeared, the glazed look was gone. Tom straightened up and sent Harry a stare of utter disapproval. "Why did you throw a cup of perfectly good tea?" he said wryly. "T.S. King. The elves will have one additional task." Harry almost sighed in relief, but the unease was not wholly gone. "Did you taste anything strange in the tea?" "Strange?" Tom arched a brow. "No. Did you plant a toad in there?" "No." Harry burst into Professor Snape's workroom, expecting to find the wizard stiffly stirring one brew or another. He expected the reprimanding slap on the wrist about the importance of knocking on doors and not intruding on a private moment. However, he did not find any of those. The workroom was dark, silent, and worse of all, completely deserted. All hopes of immediately finding an answer to what the potion that Tom had drunk was vanished. For all it seemed, Tom was unharmed and the substance in the flask had been completely meaningless, resulting in nothing but a second of glazed eyes. Except Harry was not happy with the apparent worry over nothing. He'd rather have an idea of what it was supposed to do than be sorry after something happened to Riddle. All potions had purposes. Each master brewer and potion master invented concoctions with certain desires in mind. As far as Harry knew, glazed eyes had never been on the list of desired effects. It was more likely to be a side effect of something that would set in later. Biting the insides of his mouth, Harry wrote a message on a spare bit of parchment he found on a desk. "Professor, I'm scared Tom's been poisoned. For all we know, it could very well be nothing. But I'd feel safer if you can come as soon as possible and check on him." Daphne slipped something in his tea. His drink had been spiked, either deliberately or accidentally. "I hope Tom hasn't drunk what was meant for me. The only information I can provide you right now is that it's tasteless," Tom said so. "But it might also be colorless, I do not know. Otherwise, Tom surely would have noticed. Get back to me, Harry." A mile from satisfaction, all he could do was hold his fire and wait for Snape to reply. In the meantime, he might as well be beside Tom in the case that something did happen. A million thoughts flooding his clogged mind, Harry made his way out of the room. He dearly hoped that the tea had not been meant for him. Or else the results could be fatal if Daphne's death threats were to be taken seriously. Not to mention, now that he thought about it, Daphne had been so jumpy, so apprehensive, when Harry found her previously. But surely, Daphne would not be so foolish as to think that he would drink the tea after he had seen the poison being snuck into it. Harry came to a dead halt as he rounded an empty corridor. Daphne Greengrass had clearly been lying in wait for him to stumble across her. "Well, alone in a corridor and utterly defenseless, are we?" Daphne whispered, triumph lacing her girlish voice. She took a menacing step forward, wand raised in the trademark signal of an upcoming duel. "Sure you want to duel?" Harry challenged, bluntly. "Last time, if I recall correctly, you made a fool of yourself. Since I too have a wand, I would not exactly call myself defenseless." He made no move to retrieve it, calm with the fact that he could best her in any condition. "Tragically, for you, it will be different this time," Daphne told him. As if on cue, a movement in the darkness caught Harry's eye. Like leaving behind the fog that once shrouded around him like a shawl, the figure stepped forward imperiously. Harry's breath hitched as he drank in the familiar, and yet utterly cold, blue orbs. It was contradictory, he knew, but he could not think of any other ways to describe it except to say that it was both familiar and alien simultaneously. He felt like the figure in front of him was a stranger. The equally cruel, sadistic twist of the lips that triggered goosebumps across his arms had never once been directed at him until now. Never before had he felt so scared of the young wizard. He had never been made to feel like cornered prey by the figure. Of course, he knew the tough measures that the young wizard was capable of, but he had never been the target. This time, he had no doubts about who was the predator and who was the prey. Harry had been confident, but the sureness fell, leaking away like water droplets between desperate fingers, when the dureness of the situation hit him. Almost stumbling backwards, Harry seized his wand from his sleeve and stood his ground, shaking like a leaf in shock. If it was purely him against Daphne, Harry had no misgivings. He would win, easy as pie. He could bring her down without breaking a sweat if she had been alone, and even if she did somehow find a random ally, it still would have been effortless work. Except the circumstances caught him entirely by surprise. Greengrass was right. Things would be different. This wasn't good. Wasn't good at all. Not for him. He jerked his wand at Daphne's companion. What have you done to him? He snarled, revealing teeth and all. I swear if you've poisoned him, while an intense sensation of unease had gripped his heart in a death hold. You will do what? Daphne inquired, sweetly. The sickly sugary tone hurt his eardrums. I will reward you with the slowest, most painful death you have ever imagined, Harry growled. You can get a personal dose of the special Cruciatus curse. Course, I've never had a taste for such inhumane tasks, but my pity is only reserved for those who are human. Indeed, Harry felt ice freeze in his veins. The question had not been asked by Daphne but Tom. Oh, Tom, oh Merlin. The tone was velvety, playful, charismatic, every quality desirable. It was the kind that Tom frequently employed for prey. For those helpless little creatures that he intended to rip into pieces. Either mentally or physically or both. Riddle, Harry muttered, through gritted teeth. To his relief, none of the concern or panic showed. Get over here before I come and get you myself. He had hoped with all his will, that the words would have at least some sort of effect on Tom. But they didn't. Tom's frontier remained as icy as ever, eyes sparkling with bloodlust and marginally narrowed by the insolence of the command. Truthfully, he looked just like one of those statues that had all the glory and beauty of the century carved on their faces, but actually was made entirely out of stone. I was about to say that myself, Tom mused, pitch as light as ever, somehow contrasting sharply with the grimness of Harry's position. What is that supposed to mean? Harry glanced around, noting the silence of the corridors and the muting charms in place, and decided he had a pretty good idea himself of what they meant. You see, Harry, Daphne would like to take you someplace else. Then, Harry whipped his wand in front of him with force, just in time to protect himself. All hell broke loose. He jerked his wand at Daphne's companion. What have you done to him? He snarled, revealing teeth and all. I swear if you've poisoned him, while an intense sensation of unease had gripped his heart in a death hold. You will do what? Daphne inquired sweetly. The sickly sugary tone hurt his eardrums. I will reward you with the slowest, most painful death you have ever imagined, Harry growled. You can get a personal dose of the special Cruciatus curse. Course, I've never had a taste for such inhumane tasks, but my pity is only reserved for those who are human. Indeed, Harry felt ice freeze in his veins. The question had not been asked by Daphne but Tom. Oh, Tom, oh Merlin. The tone was velvety, playful, charismatic, every quality desirable. It was the kind that Tom frequently employed for prey. For those helpless little creatures that he intended to rip into pieces. Either mentally or physically or both. Riddle, Harry muttered, through gritted teeth. To his relief, none of the concern or panic showed. Get over here before I come and get you myself. He had hoped with all his will, that the words would have at least some sort of effect on Tom. But they didn't. Tom's frontier remained as icy as ever, eyes sparkling with bloodlust and marginally narrowed by the insolence of the command. Truthfully, he looked just like one of those statues that had all the glory and beauty of the century carved on their faces, but actually was made entirely out of stone. I was about to say that myself, Tom mused, pitch as light as ever, somehow contrasting sharply with the grimness of Harry's position. What is that supposed to mean? Harry glanced around, noting the silence of the corridors and the muting charms in place, and decided he had a pretty good idea himself of what they meant. You see, Harry, Daphne would like to take you someplace else. Then, Harry whipped his wand in front of him with force, just in time to protect himself. All hell broke loose. A stream of venomous vipers plunged at Harry, gliding through the air like silver wisps of smoke from the wand tip, mouths widening to reveal horrifying sets of fangs. Deadly but beautiful, they shot like arrows towards him. Instinctively, his wand sprung up in his palm and flashed upwards, slicing through the first wave of serpents. They crumpled in mid-air, one by one, and withered like dry flowers. It was wraith-like, ethereal. Truly an incredible manipulation of magic. But more for show than anything else. That was how Harry realized Tom was toying with him, not focused on bringing him down as swiftly as possible, but determined to savor the moment through unhurried means, inflicting small wounds. If it had been anyone else, anyone but a version of the Dark Lord, Harry would have appreciated the fact. It would have provided him with more time to hinder and overwhelm the opponent. Except, in this instant, he never entertained the thought of holding up long in the duel. The odds were not in his favor. For Merlin's sake, it was Tom. Tom Riddle. Most competent sorcerer of his time and mastermind of the latest century. Notoriously powerful. Famous for his sadism. Known for executing his tasks with panache, without missing a beat. As far as Harry knew, there had been no trace of a case in history where the young Slytherin heir had failed to destroy an adversary he set his mind to. Perhaps it was unfair to plaintively say Harry had given up. He hadn't yet surrendered himself to the likelihood of losing. Not at all. Just because he stood little to no chance when facing Riddle head-on did not mean he could not take the alternate of fleeing. Turning tail and fleeing. It was what he intended to do as soon as he was shown the sliver of a chance. There was no wiser option. It would be suicidal, figuratively, of course, to barge eagerly into a painful, drawn-out struggle with the future Dark Lord. All he had to do was try keep up with the curses speeding his way and prevail until a diversion could be created. Harry leapt to the side in an attempt to evade a curse, simultaneously murmuring a charm so that a shield launched up like armor around him, effectively coating him in a globe of glowing blue light. For now, exchanging a few blows with Riddle was better than being captured and held vulnerable against the cruel nature of whatever rubbish Daphne's mind could conjure up. Stupefy, Harry shouted, as several more spells exploded across his shield, sending up great ripples of stray magic. Reducto. He watched with narrowed eyes as his retaliation, somewhat mild compared to those fired by the Slytherin heir, fell uselessly to the ground before they even approached within 1 meter of the man. Harry, Tom tutted, face morphed into a compassionate expression, surely you cannot be going easy on me. Do honor me with proper enchantments outside the pathetic things they teach at Hogwarts, will you? Fine, if Tom was asking for it, then he would be a fool to deny him. Harry directed an eruption at the wall behind Tom, barely blinking as stones were blasted out, creating a wide dent. The large chunks of plaster and concrete sailed through the air, gorging deep gashes in the wooden floor where they landed. The tremendous force blew all his hair back, and he was vaguely surprised to see Tom standing, unaffected, in the midst of all the unleashed chaos. Very admirable. His head jerked up in hatred at the source of the feminine voice. He had all but forgotten Greengrass, with the imminent danger of Tom looming in the distance, not far off. Daphne approached him, repeating, very, very admirable. Yes, Harry replied, with an impressively realistic hint of impatience in his tone. You've already said that. Yes, but your performance pales in comparison to Tom's. Daphne smirked triumphantly, looking about as smug as the Cheshire Cat. Harry was suddenly hit with the urge to wipe off her smile, with more extreme methods than those he usually applied. The female demon he had never wished death upon anyone before, but she was his first. If he could get out of this sticky situation and return Tom to normal, he would drag Daphne down a flight of stairs by the hair and use a knife to permanently scar her pretty face. She never failed to appall him with her spiteful streak. And yet my performance bests yours any day, Harry quipped lightly. The blossoming smile faltered at his mere words. Careful, Daphne snarled, full of malice. Careful with that mouth. Heed your current position, Potter, you are at my mercy. And I assure you, I have none for you. He scoffed scornfully. I think a little respect for your superiors is in order. Harry stared at her with feigned confusion. Superiors? He inquired, voice dripping with sardonic sweetness. He pretended to scan the corridor, searchingly. I don't see any here, I see only inferiors. Shut it, Daphne hissed, savagely. Or I'll slice off your tongue and put it on display in my bedroom. He doubted she would make good on her threat, and opened his mouth to say so, but closed it again purely on instinct when the features of the young Dark Lord darkened like the clouds patterning the sky on a night of a brewing storm. Harry, Tom murmured, lowly, fluid voice cocooning his body like silk. Must I remind you that you are overstepping your boundaries? The eerie resemblance the words held to that of one of their banters amazed Harry. It was exactly the sort of thing Tom said mockingly. The only real difference was that it was uttered with a deadly seriousness this time. And who marks out my boundaries? Harry said defiantly. You. For some strange reason, he felt almost like he was dealing with a provoked Voldemort on one of his bad days. Tom's eyes pierced him like pinpricks of glacial ice on the middle of Antarctica. The attractively chiseled lips distorted into a destructive expression Harry had only seen directed at Dumbledore on the rare occasions the Slytherin met the old man. Your audacity is becoming taxing. Ah, but it never seemed to bother you before. A look, an odd twin of amusement, danced across the psychopath's features, entwining flawlessly with the smell of danger. It could easily have been mistakenly interpreted as amusement, but Harry realized a gathering tempest of wrath lurked behind the harmless facade. "You know," Tom said softly, enticingly, "Harry, previously when Daphne explained to me the depth of your insolence, I overlooked it. She asked me to teach you a memorable lesson, I refused." Harry remained motionless, wand tense in his hand and at the ready for an attack. "Alas, now that I have witnessed the full extent of your insolence, I feel obliged to bestow you the necessary discipline." A sinister smile pirouetted on Tom's lips, silent as a ghost. Against Harry's will, a shiver crept down his spine at the sentences that were disconcertingly reminiscent to those that spilled out the mouth of Lord Voldemort when he had discovered the escape of Dumbledore 5 years ago. "Dear Merlin." A sensation of choking betrayal arose in his throat. Although he knew it wasn't really Tom who was talking, he could not help but feel let down. It was ridiculously childish, he knew. Tom didn't mean it. Tom would never mean it. Harry grasped his wand tighter and without hesitation, lifted it and pointed it straight at the chest of the Slytherin heir. "Tom," he uttered. The taste of the name on his tongue was familiar, it came out as a harsh whisper. "Tom," he repeated, firmly. "Look at me. You don't mean it, you don't mean anything." He said what was on his mind. "Look beside you. It's Daphne Greengrass. You cannot trust her, Tom, she poisoned you. Throw off the potion effects, throw it off." Harry ordered abruptly, his voice rising. "Do it." Tom Riddle chuckled. Rich laughter, bouncing emptily off the walls. Rich, musical and cold. He was entertained by Harry's ludicrous demands, emotions, and the sheer urgency in his tone. If Harry had been hoping for any personality changes, he could not be more wide of the mark. "Damn it, Riddle," he growled. "You are supposed to be powerful. There's no better time to demonstrate your power than the present. How can you let a wretched drop of potion control you, huh?" Tom heaved a gusty sigh of exasperation as he traded a glance with Daphne. The boy is in one of his overly sentimental moods. Hurt, disappointment, frustration, pain, intense loathing, daze. Harry bottled all of the emotions, restraining them to the bottom of his stomach and locking them there. He forced himself into a calm frame of mind, or the closest he could achieve. Meditating on the callous, impersonal responses of the older Slytherin did not help anything. But he felt so disillusioned, disheartened by Riddle. The bloody genius was rumored to be invincible, not destined to be conquered by some hideous excuse of a potion. It was an unwritten rule between the two of them to cover each other's backs. It had always been that way. Tom had always taken responsibility for his safety, especially when Dumbledore was concerned. Until now. Despite Harry's efforts of blanking his mind, disappointment lingered like a bittersweet fragrance. The Slytherin heir was going to hand him over to Daphne. Unwittingly, under the influence of the potion, of course. God help him. Tom had gotten himself into one heck of a mess, thus dragging Harry down with him. Harry gritted his teeth, stilled his hand, which held the wand, from the trembles of frustration, and said to Tom, clearly as ever, "Step back." Riddle arched an eyebrow. "Put down the wand, Harry," he said tenderly, tone soothing. Harry's hand did not waver. If anything, he jabbed it bitterly in the general direction of the young Dark Lord. "Drop my wand, so that you can haul me off to wherever you want me." "Fat chance. It'll make it easier on all of us," Tom said quietly. "Your fate is inevitable. Why not do yourself a favor and spare yourself some grief? You know as well as I do that I can crush you in a duel." Harry laughed in reply, hysterically. He couldn't control it. "Come with me," Tom said, "and I'll make sure Daphne doesn't hurt you too much." Finally, that sentence was what snapped Harry's muddled mind back into focus. Without wasting any more of his breath, he broke into action. In quick succession, he cast all the curses that came to mind. Sectum Sempra, Eviscero, Lanza, none of the attacks connected with the target. Tom was whirling with a precise, inhuman grace that twirled like a miniature tornado amidst the turmoil, deflecting spell after spell, devoid of any signs of tiredness. Tom's dark finesse rung in Harry's ears as retaliating curses encircled him, closing in on his shield like a pack of brutish wolves. He had little more than 1 second to brace himself before the blows crashed full steam into his protection. Such strength. Harry gasped involuntarily. A thin fracture, the size of a snaking line, became visible. A chink in his armor. A weakness that could be exploited. Riddle seemed to be thinking along the same lines, because in the next instant, ever more curses were raining down on him like jagged forks of lightning. Subsisto, Harry murmured, eyes fixed intensely ahead. He was hoping his spell could ram into Tom's and block it. And then he fortified the shield a millisecond before the opposing might collided into his spell. Never had he predicted a time like this could come, when he would be frantically attempting to preserve himself against the brunt of Tom's magic. Harry versus Tom. The irony of it was laughable. Their spells plowed into each other in mid-air, and molded together, releasing fizzing gold and green sparks. Much to Harry's shock, the combined spells did not set off an explosion, they changed course and raced towards him as one. If the force of both curses touched his shield, Harry knew the shield would disintegrate. It would not last past the impact. It could not endure it. His eyes narrowed calculatingly as he started timing. 1, 2, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. When the spells were almost atop him, he dove straight for the ground, curling his knees inwards and letting his momentum carry him. He rolled over and onto his feet, just in time to see his shield exploding into non-existence. The force of the eruption was massive, throwing him on his back. The breath was knocked out of him upon connecting with the floor with his shoulder blades. He saw stars. He did nothing but pant and struggle for air for some time before heaving his body, once again, on his unsteady legs. He didn't even want to think the possible consequences if he had not left his shield behind. A gentle chuckle alerted him of the pleasure Riddle got at his expense. Harry felt a rush of resentment at the quirk of the lips that took his welfare as a joke. Damn Tom Riddle to hell. He muttered profanity under his breath, and prepared for another round of dueling. Rage prowled within him, clawing at him. He wished he could even the score. For all he knew, he could have been maimed in the explosion, and Tom could not have cared less. Riddle could go to hell. Raw power vibrated off his robes, fueled by his anger. And suddenly, he was whirling, eyes flashing. He thrust, swished and flicked his wand effortlessly, driving a dangerous rich variety of spells at Tom, wielding the stick as if it was an extension of his arm. Ignis. The carpet behind Tom burst into vivid flames, licking hungrily at his shoes. Forma Serpentis. Following the command, the fire rearranged itself into the shape of a snake, and lunged for Tom. Fangs glistened, visible even in the inferno. The serpent coiled around his leg, and Harry swore he was rewarded with a wince from Tom. The narrow snout crashed downwards, eager to plunge the fiery fangs into the contrasting pale skin of the older Slytherin. Dissipo, Tom said. The snake was immediately destroyed, dissipating as a waft of gray smoke. Confringo, Harry snapped at Riddle. Colored streaks of lights flew furious from his wand, arm blurring with the speed and fluidity of his movements. However, Tom would not be caught by surprise again. The spell was repelled without difficulty. The same fate met the rest of the spells that Harry sent his way. A minute slipped past with the pair trading spells while Daphne stood on the sidelines with a fascinated expression. No doubt pleased with herself for spiking the tea. 2 minutes and 3 minutes soon followed. 5 minutes. 6 minutes. When the duel reached 10 minutes, Harry was decelerating in his movements from exhaustion. Beads of sweat patterned his forehead, and he was questioning himself on how much longer he could continue. A simple cutting hex spun towards him, and he barely managed to dodge it. Dueling with the Dark Lord, even a younger version, was draining work and he could feel himself weighed down with fatigue. The next bombardment, a pack of 3 cutting hexes forced Harry into a position of sidestepping the first 2 and taking the third with his body. He grimaced as it slashed into his lower thigh. He was slowing against his own will. Expelliarmus. The incantation, coming from Tom, was cool, calm and collected. The Slytherin was pristine in terms of appearance, not a hair out of place nor an upturned collar. It was said with minimal effort, and yet meant the end for Harry. His wand flew from his hand and went skidding across the floor before hovering again, only to land in Tom's palm. All of a sudden, he felt BPD, exposed, without any weaponry. Harry, Tom said, you are as good as defeated, why not come with me and accept what is coming to you? He laid delicate stress on the word. Harry didn't know what to do but his natural instincts, his weariness, his blind anger, the surge of repulsion at Greengrass, his fear, his pent-up emotions, all spilled over, and he attacked like a cornered animal, somehow evading Tom's quick curse. His target wasn't Tom, of course. He wanted to kill the root of the problem. Daphne Greengrass. Even the sight of her repugnantly smooth face made him gag back vomit. One way or another, he managed to bolt forward and hurl himself at the girl, clawing and hissing. All Harry could see was a red-hot fury, pulsing through his veins, intent on destroying her by ripping her apart for her appalling deeds. He grasped her robes and tore at it, moving in frenzy. His hands found themselves on her pale neck, squeezing. A pitiful wheezing sound rewarded him. He pressed harder, meaning only on letting go when the life was one step from being strangled out of her. Gouging, pulling, kicking, punching. The next second, Harry felt something hard slam into the side of his face. He was sent to the ground, the world above him a painfully bright blur. Dazed, he looked up and saw a figure looming threateningly over him. Stupefy. When he woke, the objects in the room were fuzzy, and it took him almost a minute before he could blink the effects of the stunning curse away. It took him another minute to adjust his eyes to the current location. The room was dark, very dim, and lit only by a swinging lamp hanging fragilely from the old ceiling. The unsteady light threw the items lining the walls into view. Shocking, revolting, indescribable. Harry's first thought, when he took in the hideous sight, was that he was dreaming. Except all of it seemed so much more real when he recalled the events that had taken place before he had been stupefied. Wretched potion. Pathetic, love-struck Daphne Greengrass. And a changed Tom. A variety of diverse devices covered the peeling walls in an eerily orderly pattern. The devices all seemed to be sorted into categories and systematically arranged from the biggest to the smallest. Along the right side of the wall was a coiled black whip that had to be twice the length of Harry. Next to it were blandly colored canes, crops and beating implements of a disturbingly wide genre. Harry had a sinking feeling in his stomach. It grew greater as he glanced around. Somewhere in the middle was a gadget that had the appearance of an oversized pair of metal scissors. He recognized it from Muggle books. Tongue Terror, they called it. It was an instrument designed in the medieval times for the beaked sense of creativity in torture, something spawned by the human mind. The mouth would be forced open with a device called a mouth opener, and then the iron tongue terror would uncomfortably twitch the tongue with its grippers. Once a firm hold was maintained, the screw would be securely tightened and the victim's tongue would be roughly yanked out. In a grim bout of humor, he pondered whether Daphne was truly intending to tear his tongue out. He doubted she would be able to hide it from Voldemort, and he also doubted the Dark Lord would be particularly pleased to find his Horcrux mute for life. It appeared that Voldemort was quite the collector of ancient torture devices. Additionally, the room Harry presently inhabited could only be dubbed the name of torture chamber. Letting a groan escape from his cracked lips, Harry stumbled to his feet from the ground and lurched like a drunkard towards the door of the room. Why Tom and Daphne left him unguarded, he did not understand. However, his own question was answered a moment later when the door was wrenched open of its own accord, and Riddle stalked in with Daphne trailing triumphantly behind him. Harry struggled to control a cringe as the icy blue eyes pinned him like a butterfly. He wasn't afraid of Tom, not really, but the dire situation in the torture chamber was kind of getting on his nerves. Harry. He stared up defiantly at his name, making a brave attempt to ignore the sorry picture he must make. Dark hair mussed and the fine strands flopping over his forehead in disarray and the smudges of dirt on his cheeks. Did I ask you to attack Daphne? Harry snorted. No. Then, it does make me wonder, why you did. He shrugged in an expression of nonchalance. Call it pleasure purposes. Maybe I relish the bulge of her eyes when she chokes like a female dog under my grip, or maybe revenge is irresistible for me. Crucio. Roaring agony rushed through his ears, a shroud of fire enveloping him. Smoldering, searing, scorching, sweltering, roasting him alive. His nerves were aflame, stinging like every patch of skin, every limb. Harry collapsed on the ground, spine arching in pain, jaws tightly clenched to stop the screams from pushing out of his throat. It was nothing short of excruciating. Merlin, help. Tom watched him writhe in anguish dispassionately, seemingly dissatisfied with the result he got. His pale lips unexpectedly quirked upwards, as if he had come to a decision about something, and he turned on the pain to full volume. Crucio. Harry tried to dig his nails into the floor. Damn Tom and his thirst for shed blood. His head was bursting. Tom remotely faced him. Scream. No, he knew it was more of an order than anything else, but he would not obey. Perhaps a scream from a raw throat could make the eternal torment end. But, no. He could not lose the battle of wills to Tom, who was under the effects of the potion. His pride and dignity hung in the balance. He would not scream. No. Tom raised an eyebrow. You are making it worse for yourself. So be it, Harry rasped out, forcing down the silent cries long enough to utter the one sentence. So be it. So be it. The words echoed in his ears long after they left his mouth. It was practically like a condemnation. The Cruciatus curse continued. After what seemed like a century, or 10 centuries to be exact, Tom halted the spell with a calm flick of the wrist. Harry rolled over, with hacking coughs, onto his back, and he pressed his burning cheek into the coolness of the stone floor. Through a daze of remaining pain, he faintly heard the light laughter of Daphne. Triumphant laughter. Harry didn't know which one was worse, the absolute agony coursing through in his body, or Daphne Greengrass triumphing, or the fact that he had just been tortured by Tom Riddle. Gasping for air between the hoarse coughs, Harry lay in the uncomfortable position, momentarily stunned by the events that had taken place. He struggled to control the quivers that surged through his body in a wild dance. An aftereffect of prolonged exposure to the Cruciatus curse. It was as though the lingering agony burrowed its way down into his bones. Sure, the torture was over, at least for now, but Harry felt like he had been trampled by a herd of galloping hippogriffs. God, even his fingers hurt from scratching the floor. His throat felt raw, as dry as sandpaper, not from screaming but from devouring his screams. And his head throbbed like there was no tomorrow. If he didn't know better, he would say Tom bashed him over the skull with a baton. Everything ached like mad. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Daphne Greengrass staring at him with undisguised delight, appearing as though Christmas had arrived early. Her lips were stretched widely in an ecstatic beam. It was the first time she had ever displayed happiness in front of him. The sight of her nemesis recoiled on the ground, shoulders trembling from fatigue, must please her so. Was he twisted for imagining her gloriously gruesome death in such detailed pictures within the walls of his mind? Yes, he must be. Tom was offhandedly observing his movements in a careless manner, blue orbs narrowed in mild amusement at Harry's efforts of shifting his incooperative body into a kneeling or crouching position. Harry's traitorous heart curled upon itself sorely at Tom's apparent lack of concern to whether he lived or died. And he inwardly admonished himself vehemently. You idiot, that bastard standing there is not Tom Riddle. He will not respond to you while he remains under the effects of the potion. And until he snaps out of it, you'll just have to endure the pain. Deal with it. Harry stopped in the middle of his thoughts, startled by the viciousness. What on earth happened to thinking positively about rainbows and unicorns? Still, it was difficult not to become a pessimist overnight when one's closest companion turned on them with knives at the ready and an unhealthy appetite for fresh blood. Harry, Tom said gently, irises flickering with mirth. Tell me, did it hurt? What is he supposed to say? I feel like a fur ball you vomited up, thank you for your concern. Or something more along the lines of, nothing hurts more than your ugly face in my line of sight. The first was not fitting and the second would not go down well with Tom, so Harry snapped out, what do you think? The ghost of a smile graced his features, and Riddle smirked in a satisfied manner at the reply he received. So it did affect you. I feared for a minute that my talent for the Cruciatus dramatically decreased, but then again, you've never been much of a screamer. There was again, the casual recount of Harry's torture and humiliation, brandished about so carelessly. Did Tom not see that it hurt him? Did he not sense each syllable stabbing at where it hurt most? Oh, of course Tom knew. How could he not? Tom was a sadist, someone who thrived on other people's angst. Like a shark, he was always the first to know when a prey was wounded, when the scent of blood was released into the water. The Slytherin air circled him calmly, pale neck craned in a gesture of curiosity as he stepped back to admire his own handiwork, sweeping his eyes over the signs of weariness, the scratches on Harry's skin, the occasional twitches that still seized his body. Harry shuddered involuntarily. He had never considered himself prey, but Tom, who was at the top of the food chain, would. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up when Riddle threw a playful smile in Daphne's general direction, as if encouraging her to put in a few words for Harry. Daphne eagerly obliged. So stubborn, she reprimanded mockingly, glee manifesting in her soft voice. If you wanted Tom to stop, you ought to have simply asked. The delicate stress laid on the word implied that Daphne actually meant, begged. We all know you are no coward, Daphne continued smugly, but you really should swallow some of your Gryffindor pride. By now, Harry had gotten into a kneeling position. You speak of it as though Slytherins have no pride. But then again, I suppose that is true for a few individuals. He felt a sense of vicious achievement when jaws tightened in response to his jibe. He was gratified that he could boast of the talent of annoying Daphne even if she went to the ends of the earth to ignore him. You think you're so intelligent, don't you, Potter? Daphne asked. A cut above the rest of us, no. A sneer was brought forth to his lips by that comment. Actually, he dryly corrected, I'm not as arrogant as you believe. I think of my intelligence as that of the average person's. It's simply that your intelligence, in my opinion, is not up to scratch. A pleasing sound of grinding teeth greeted his ears. I'll have you know, Potter, I'll have you know, he remarked quietly, you are dazzlingly unintelligent, not to mention cowardly, for a girl the Dark Lord chose as his apprentice. It's magical, really. Harry barely registered the expression of fury flitting over her face. He only realized the proximity between him and Daphne when. Crack! The force of the slap threw his head to the side and rocked his balance, and a burning sting immediately blossomed across his cheek in the mark of an angry handprint. He gaped at her in, not thunderstruck disbelief exactly, but something akin to righteous anger. Daphne had never reacted as violently as this to his snide taunts before, but on the other hand, she was always forced to keep her temper on a tight rein when he was concerned. Now that she had the chance, Harry knew she would embrace it for all she was worth. Really, he should have seen it coming, but even then, he would have been taken aback by the sheer strength packed in one blow. She must have been craving for the opportunity to slap him for ages. As it was, he regained his composure swiftly and arched an eyebrow. What would your mother say if she sees you now? He inquired sweetly. Your behavior is rather unladylike, unbefitting for the heiress of a prized bloodline. She would encourage me, Daphne spat. I doubt it, Harry replied. Your assault of me can be counted as treason against the Dark Lord. Sounds so much grimmer when you put it that way, doesn't it? He laughed humorlessly. If she has any care for her daughter's welfare, she would drag her away. He winced as sharp nails dug into his scalp. His head was forced in an unnatural angle and Daphne leaned ever closer, amber eyes fixed intently on his own. Is this a threat? She whispered, her breath nauseatingly warm on his neck. Her fingers thumbed his hair almost tenderly. You're not exactly in the perfect position to threaten me, oh dear. Harry was making a great effort not to betray his disgust at the contact. He wished nothing more than to thrash her hand away, but, well, the issue of a nearby Tom Riddle had to be taken into account. Call it an educated guess. The fingers jerked back harshly, yanking on his hair so hard that a few strands parted with his scalp forever. His mop of hair was tangled and matted beyond what could be tidied with a comb. Harry growled softly at the back of his throat. You think of yourself too highly, Daphne said, stepping away from him again. Pride is a vice and humility is a virtue. Oh, yes, Harry said acerbically. Where did you read that? In the Bible. The puzzled furrow of the brows was absolutely priceless. Too bad I'm an atheist. Daphne seemed reluctant to surround herself with alien words to do with Muggle religion, and she instantly backed out of the unfamiliar territory by changing the subject. What makes you so sure that the Dark Lord will worry himself over a boy as unworthy as your ungrateful self? Because while his other apprentice happens to disappoint him, his mouth of knives did not even have to hesitate before delivering the most suitable retort. Daphne appeared furious at his retort, biting her lips in anger. Tom, she said, seeming to address something lurking behind Harry. It must have been a demand for his sharp tongue to be punished, because before he knew it, a leg lashed out and clipped his shoulder punitively, pummeling him back onto the floor. He uttered a short yelp of pain as he was flipped over on his back. A shoe promptly jammed his windpipe, as he gazed into the emotionless eyes of Tom Riddle. The Slytherin air seemed to loom like a mountain over him, trapping him underneath. Watch your lip. The tone implied there would be a hell to pay if he didn't. I cannot, Harry muttered, albeit huskily thanks to the foot on his neck. In case you haven't noticed. The foot pressed harder, applying further pressure to cut off his air supply. You can shut up now, Harry, Tom murmured darkly. I will ask you when I want your opinion. Begrudgingly, Harry did as he was told, as so to earn back his precious oxygen before it ran out and he was left gasping like a fish out of water. "Thank you, Tom," Daphne crooned. "You're awfully sweet." Ironically, Harry failed to comprehend why Tom was praised of sweetness when all he had done was driving a close acquaintance to the ground. "I hope your dentist warned you that he's terrible for your teeth," he muttered under his breath. "As I was saying before," Daphne resumed, shooting Harry a glare, "the Dark Lord will most likely not concern himself over what happens to you as long as you're still breathing by the end of it." Harry returned the dirty look with triple the force. "Either way, the Dark Lord cannot protect his feeble little apprentice while he is 2,000 miles away, consulting and drinking with vampire royalty." Her voice was saturated with keen malice, a sickening saccharine whisper. "So you are deliberately flouting the rules of the Dark Lord, treading all over his desires like they are worth no more than codswallop." Harry deadpanned. "You do know the consequences, don't you?" "Ha!" Daphne let out a mild titter of laughter. "Of course I do." "Good. Just checking." He nodded with a mockingly knowing tilt in the brows. "So you have a death wish. No one who crosses the Dark Lord lives to tell the tale." "Not necessarily." Daphne sounded so victorious, so delighted with herself, that Harry was struck by a sensation of curiosity. A question must have been printed on his face, because Daphne swiftly picked up her explanation. "I have already successfully obliviated you once. So surely it can be done again. A swish of the wand to obliterate all traces of your grief, easy as pie. Tom can heal nearly as effectively as he can hurt. You will look as good as new on the surface." Harry felt hotness pitch through his body, followed by freezing coldness. Anxiety brimmed and spilled over. Apprehension was awakened in the pits of his stomach. It deepened to become a tingling sense of fresh fear. The previous assurance that Daphne dared not damage him to the extreme was reduced to dust sprinkles. He had initially taken for granted that the prospect of suffering the Dark Lord's displeasure would keep the savage beast within Greengrass at bay. Voldemort had been like a East plate for him, a protective covering, as much as Harry loathed admitting it. The wizard, who was a truly terrifying sight to behold, with redness leaking into his cold eyes when he was angry, had been the only thing standing between him and Daphne. That protection had just been speared into fragments by Daphne's urgent, insane need for vengeance. It was clear in his mind that Voldemort would eventually discover the horrid truth, no matter to what lengths Daphne attempted to disguise it. But it wouldn't do any good for him now. Daphne was blind to her rage. Illogical. Frantic. She would pay the price for harming him, of course, but it would be too late to undo whatever she did to him. Harry wished she would come to her senses. Stupid people were a danger to both themselves and others. With Tom under her control, she could inflict enough distress to make him slip into insanity, he was ready to bet. The question at hand now was how long he could last. And whether it would be long enough for rescue to arrive. Harry abruptly realized that Daphne had darted towards the torture instruments and was fingering the blades that lined the walls. A smile played on her lips, as though she was daydreaming about running it through him. Her hand had started to tenderly stroke the leather strands on a peculiar thing with 9 thongs of plaited rawhide, known for inflicting parallel wounds. Cat o' nine tails. He inwardly gulped under Tom's shoe. "Earth to Daphne," he said coolly, taking care to feign a bored front. "If you are missing human contact, maybe using belts and crops is not a good alternative." "Tom," Daphne looked beseechingly at the Slytherin heir, fluttering her dark eyelashes which resembled black butterfly wings. "Harry is being rude." She pouted in a childish manner, one which repulsed Harry, but Tom seemed only to register her discontentment. Riddle's blue eyes iced over. And immediately, the atmosphere in the chamber dropped a couple of degrees. "Perhaps he has yet to learn his lesson." He sent a reassuring, sincerely charismatic smile towards Daphne. "I want you to chasten him," Daphne said, her voice rising in pitch at the request. "Please, Tom, do it for me. I cannot bear his insults." She threw her arms in emphasis. "It is such a pity to let this room go unused. Look at the whips. They seem so fitting." Tom nodded agreeably. "Which one catches your attention, darling?" Harry gagged in alarm at the endearment, and he tried to wrap his mind around the fact that Tom had directed it at Greengrass. "Tom. Daphne. Tom. Daphne. Darling. Maybe Sugarplum will be next." Then he got it. Love potion. It was so obvious. How he could have been so foolish as to not realize, he did not know. Everything matched up. Tom uncharacteristically trying to amuse Daphne, the torture, the intolerance for rudeness directed at Daphne. Dear God. His mind spun wildly. What love potion was strong enough to conquer Tom? Not any normal concoction, surely. Riddle, a heartless psychopath, would never bend to any random brew. It had to be something powerful, stronger than anything else. Amortentia. It was the most powerful love potion in the world, inducing a great infatuation or obsession in the drinker. Harry doubted anything less could capture Tom Riddle. But then again, it had a distinctive mother-of-pearl sheen, and steam was said to rise from it in distinctive spirals. There was no possible way that Amortentia could have been undiscovered. Besides, it had a different aroma for everyone who smelled it, reminding each person of the things they found most attractive. It was simply impossible that Tom would fall for it. His flood of whirling thoughts was put to a sudden halt when Daphne reached for a heavy rattan cane, yanked it from the wall, and offered it eagerly to Tom, who took it up in one hand and swung it to familiarize himself with the weight. Harry's heart sank to the depth of his stomach. Perhaps he could stall for time, but a few minutes was not going to make much of a difference if Daphne intended to have him clinging onto life. By a thread. His eyes scanned the wall and a dreadful variety of possibilities greeted him. If Daphne was as creative as she appeared, then he was in trouble. Come here, Harry, Tom purred silkily, giving the cane another test swish. We'll have a smashing good time, literally, I promise. It won't hurt much. Come on, get up on those legs and come here. Instead, he opted to make another effort at shaking Tom out from under the effects. Tom, you are not in your right mind, he said, sounding as reasonable as he could. Put down the cane and just listen to me. The cane remained in Tom's hand, lifted as high as ever, like a sentence about to come plummeting. Giving a light sigh, Harry continued without waiting for a response, what you do today, I won't count against you, since you're not yourself, but you will regret it. Look at her, Tom, no, she's not the love of your life. Truly look. The Slytherin's face had lost its good humor and was steeled in a cold mask. I've been lenient with you, perhaps too lenient, in the past. But it has come to my attention that you are abusing my lenience. Please, Tom, remove your robes and place your palms against this wall, Tom said, in a soft feigned voice of concern. Come, Harry, quickly, or else I will be forced to dole out additional lashes. None of us wish to see that happen. Come along. The kindly tone that the young Dark Lord had taken when he was preparing to slice open his flesh inspired Harry to break into a furious outburst. Listen carefully, you irritating snake. I will count to 3, and if you do not start moving by 3, I will make you wish you have never been born. Harry writhed under that damned spell which held him in place, in that vulnerable prostrate position, where he was terribly exposed to each cutting stroke. Through a haze of pain and unstoppable tears that stung his eyes, he glared balefully up at the figure of Tom Riddle. He felt the gentle touch of the cane, followed by a swish, and then the harsh moment of contact. Thwack! He gave a sharp intake of breath, and bit down on his lip so hard that blood flowed freely into his mouth. He spat it out weakly at Tom's shoes. Thwack! The Slytherin heir allowed the pain time to arise before distributing the next lash. A deliberate pause, calculated for the ache to take effect. It mounted up with each hit. His dirtied robes were discarded on the floor, on the same spot where Tom had dumped them after practically ripping them from his frame. He had tried to fight, he did, with wandless magic before Tom leashed him to the table. Tragically, all his spells had been rebuffed. Thwack! A small hiss escaped his throat. His fingers grappled desperately at the wooden table on which he lay flat. It was fortunate, perhaps, that Tom had decided it was easier to retrain him on a table than for him to stand on his own feet. Otherwise Harry would likely have collapsed half an hour ago. It would have been beyond embarrassing. Thwack! He managed to grit out a mocking smile through the stress, directing it at Tom. Are you tired yet, from swinging that thing with such force? He inquired, inserting as much humor in his drained voice as he could. You've been at it for more than 2 hours. Oh, never mind me, Tom replied dispassionately, taking aim again, eyes narrowed in concentration. Thwack! I've had rests. That much was true. The caning meted out was taking longer than Harry could ever have imagined, but there were short breaks in between each 20 minutes or so. While it was a relief to lay his face on the cool wood, it seemed all the more awful when Tom picked up where he had left off. Unhurried and measured torture, drawn out over a lengthy period of time. Exactly what Daphne wanted. Daphne Greengrass. Harry repressed a flush at the humiliation of her witnessing his weakness. When he got out of this, he was going to hunt her down and murder her. Her amber eyes, brimming with delight, never left his body. Her lips quirked up as soon as the cane connected with him with a particularly loud crack. She wore an expression that normal people wore when they were watching an amusing comedy unfold. One time, Tom had actually dropped the cane and suggested that Daphne joined him for a short meal in the kitchens before returning. Greengrass had implied heavily that she would much rather stay and observe his flesh slashed into ribbons. Seriously, though, Harry did not know how much longer he could take this until he slipped into unconsciousness. He felt faint, and the world was tilting dangerously under his nose. Thwack thwack. His body convulsed. He could stand it for 1 hour, but 2 hours of being thrashed was a little too much. Not to mention the cruciatous curses that Daphne occasionally tossed at him while he was busy controlling his screams. She was bored with his silence. She craved excitement, namely, him howling for her godly mercy. The second hour, in a way, was marginally better than the first. For one, the pain was numbed in areas where the nerves had been attacked too much, unlike the agony that had rushed through him at the very first stroke. He did not even have to look back to know that his shirt and pants, which had initially been white and black, were soaked to the last thread with his blood. Beneath the fabric, there was bound to be crisscrossing, bruising patterns of deep crimson welts that had no right to be as severe as they were. If left untreated, they would be infected. Swallowing his pride, he turned his neck, cringing from the strain it put on his wounds, to face Tom. "Please," he croaked. "Seriously. Stop it." An immensely strange look flittered across Riddle's expression at the appeal, his unreadable poker face crumpling for a brief while. Harry could not catch the meaning. A second later, it was gone. "Beg," Tom stated mercilessly, cold exterior back in place. Instead, Harry attempted every other method he had in his sleeve, reasoning, explaining, shouting with what little energy he had left. Nothing worked. Finally, he begged. It was an act of self-preservation, a stall for time before he fell unconscious, more than anything else. He choked down the words of anger which clogged his throat, and forced up the bile-like pleads. "Leave me alone, Tom, just for a while." Riddle smirked at Daphne. "Happy?" he asked, tone becoming swiftly charismatic. "I got him to grovel at last. Who knew it could be so difficult?" Daphne laughed, an empty sound echoing off the walls, in response. She pulled out her wand and pointed it at Harry. "Tom told you to beg, but he never said he'd listen." A glint of pleasure in her eye. Crucio. Harry could only gulp one last breath of air before darkness shrouded him and blankness enclosed upon everything. Timeless eternity. Precious hours must have stolen by, ticking gently like his rapid heartbeats, thrumming against his chest in smooth rhythms. It felt as if he was underwater, his limbs disobedient to his commands. Drifting on the crest of the deep blue currents, swimming with it, spiraling under it. The world surrounding him rocked and twirled, making him feel as though he was riding in one of those spinning teacups in an amusement park. He was rendered lightheaded and dazed. At times, he would abruptly be yanked from the velvety embrace of the waves to be hurled ashore at the feet of two figures, Tom and Daphne. That was the worst part. He'd gasp for breath like a fish out of water. Then the agony would come, sheer, excruciating pain, racking through his body. He would writhe beneath the force for a while, before he was dragged back amongst the peaceful azure waters again for a small moment of relief. The sorrowful emotions and the hurt would be blasted back, washed from his frame by the spray of the waters. The process repeated itself, over and over again, until he thought his head would bleed. His mind was conjuring up illusions to protect him from the reality. Could this be the beginning of insanity? How much would it take for him to cross the boundaries between sanity and insanity? Surely he could not be going mad. Relief, pain, relief, pain, relief, pain. "Tom, he looks far too comfortable," Daphne remarked, in the revoltingly feminine voice. There came the rustling of robes, and Harry could sense the female closing in, even with his eyelids firmly closed. Really? It was Tom. His tone could nearly be considered sarcastic. Harry could just envision the arch of both dark eyebrows accompanying his word. "Look at him," Daphne said. "He looks half asleep, in that position." There was a moment of silence. And Harry sensed the cold eyes probing him, examining the cuts carved into his skin, calculating the severity of his injuries. All of this was done merely by observing. Finally, Tom corrected, "No. He looks half dead. That is not much of a shame, I have to say." "Perhaps not," Riddle responded. "It is a pity I never got to witness him bawling his eyes out," Daphne continued, with a longing sigh. "But at least I have seen the great spectacle of Potter at the weakest moment of his sorry little life." The Slytherin heir did not answer, but his jaws tightened marginally. "Oh, how the mighty have fallen." Daphne laughed. It was a hysterical sound, echoing emptily off the walls. "Serves him right, the insufferable twit." Riddle chuckled mockingly. "Tom, you have no idea how thankful I am towards you," Daphne said. "You have this aura that nobody else does. It's breathtakingly amazing. I feel special around you. I mean, I am special, but you make me more conscious of it." "And I will always be beside you to make you feel special," Tom interrupted smoothly. "I will watch over you, save you from harm, for as long as you live." Her face glowed. "Promise," she breathed. "Of course," Daphne crooned in delight. "I'm touched, Tom." She slipped her hand in his keenly. Then, leaning mischievously against his shoulder, she whispered into his ear, "Let's break Harry's arms before the Dark Lord comes back." She winked. For the first time, Tom hesitated, a dark cloud drifting over his features. It would be best not to overdo it at once, Daphne. He had tucked his wand away under his sleeve, signaling the finish. "You've had hours of fun with him, today. It doesn't do to damage your toys too much in one go." Daphne pouted. "Please, Tom," she pleaded. "It's not as if we are busy with anything else. You can continue tomorrow. It is unlikely the Dark Lord will be back within this week at all. You have plenty of time." "Tom, you do not understand how long I have waited for this opportunity," Daphne answered resolutely. "I must make the most of it, savor every minute like it's the last. I may not get this chance again, ever. I must do some permanent damage, you know, as a souvenir." "Oxio!" Her ringing cry pierced Harry's skull. Harry's eyes flew open to reveal haunted green orbs. The spell, leaving a silvery trail in its wake, sped towards him like a shooting star. Suddenly, Tom snapped his wand out too, as fast as lightning, a spell automatically springing to his lips, and Harry thought that the older Slytherin would curse him, but the incantation seemed to die on his lips. Harry could not heave himself from the line of fire in time. It only took 1 second for his kneecap to shatter. He knew it was fractured as soon as his nerves registered the pain. The kneecap was smashed completely, and suddenly, his leg was useless. A hollow scream, rasped out from a throat as dry as the Sahara Desert. Oxio! His fingers, the bones beneath the skin, broke immediately following the incantation. His mouth widened unnaturally in an "oh," and another scream escaped, long and withdrawn and utterly devoid of hope. Tom's eyes glowed an electric blue, displaying an unreadable, raw emotion, and oddly, he stiffened. Out of the blue, a suffocating, stiflingly powerful fragrance wafted into the atmosphere, a characteristic combination of dark magic and undiluted rage. It peeled from the walls and from the ceiling, and within a few seconds, the entire chamber was gripped in the tentacles of an unknown force. So dark, strong, omnipotent and vibrant. And incensed. Instinctively, Daphne lowered her wand, and she turned helplessly to Tom, who stood rigid as a plank, face wiped of emotions. "What is it?" she whispered, fear imprinted on every feature at the Slytherin's lack of response. "He's here." All it required was 2 words for the message to be driven home. Daphne flinched, and all of a sudden, the severity of her actions seemed to dawn upon her. Everything stopped. Even the walls appeared to be holding their breaths in unison. All came to an end. The one thing that lasted unrelentingly through the silent pandemonium was the frantic heartbeats. "Tom," Daphne spoke softly, urgently, "we can hide the evidence, hide Harry, clean the blood, and restore the chamber to its previous." "It's too late now," Tom said shortly, frostily. "But the Dark Lord is not here yet." Her voice rose higher in her nervousness. "He'll be here any minute, and he'll see Potter's sculpted carcass." "The Dark Lord already knows," Tom said. "And Harry is not dead. Pray that the fact he is alive will work to your favor." The tantalizing darkness vibrated through the air, striking what might have been a haunting tune on the strings of an invisible harp. Deadly, venomous, cold as stone. The metal door to the torture chamber flew off its hinges, forcing Daphne to dart out of its way as it crashed soundly into the opposite wall, sending fragments of plaster into the air. In strode Voldemort, wand brandished and eyes glistening with full-strength danger, leashed rage flitting around him like a whip. His narrowed pupils widened in mild surprise at the nauseatingly strong odor of blood. His head twisted in a 90 degrees angle and he buried his gaze in his disgraced female apprentice, who fell to her knees in a series of begging for mercy and forgiveness. Behind the Dark Lord, another person was approaching, stalking out of the gloom, black robes billowing like bat wings. Severus Snape. Severus Snape was beyond concerned as he hurried after the fluttering cloak of the Dark Lord. As if he had not been troubled enough when he first uncovered the message Potter had left in his workroom. As soon as he read it, he had developed suspicions of what had been planted in the tea of the newly recruited Death Eater, Riddle. After all, he had been the one to design it upon the insistent orders of the Dark Lord. The concoction itself was plain, simple and relatively harmless, brewed at the cost of the least expensive ingredients in the storage room. But, Merlin, it was effective. It was a dulling beverage. As far as he knew, it worked every time, no matter what the purpose of the potion was straightforward and uncomplicated. When matched with another potion, the dulling beverage was capable of dulling the taste, color and scent of the other concoction so that it became harder to detect, losing some of its characteristic physical signs. The dulling beverage could be lethal if used to disguise the telltale hints of a poison. That was the reason he had been so anxious to discover supplies of dulling beverage and Immortentia simultaneously missing from his storage. And then to read Potter's worrying message. If added correctly, the dulling beverage could manipulate the properties of Immortentia, thus creating the one flawless weapon that played the area of the brain which controlled sentiments. The dulled Immortentia would dissolve into the drink like a chameleon, tasteless, colorless, and devoid of its distinctive spirals. An admirable trait. In the past, targets of Immortentia had stood a chance of evading it by reading the indicative traits, but the love potion was unstoppable without a counter potion once it reached the nerve system, acting quickly to modify the target's feelings. Snape doubted that Riddle would discover it in his drink, but on the other hand, the dulling beverage was true to its name: it dulled things, not vanished them. Still, the fact that no one with the exception of him, the Dark Lord, and the most trusted Death Eaters knew of its existence only worked to the advantage of the deadly talent of concealing it had. Despite his initial shock, he had done nothing rash, intending to inform Potter when the teen went to dinner. Since when did a love potion fiasco involving love-struck teenagers ever turn out to be anything more than a disaster of broken hearts and wasted time? It was only when Potter never appeared to dinner that a sensation of unease began prickling at him. Yet what could he do? Grab his wand and search the estate grounds for Potter in case the boy was hiding up a tree? Send the Death Eaters on a search party? Noting the Dark Lord of such an insignificant matter while he was discussing important politics with vampires was out of the question. Snape retired to his office. 1 or 2 hours later, when he was in the middle of a tome, to his astonishment, rapid knocks rained demandingly down on his door, with the implication that the door would be blown off its hinges if he did not get it in time. He was tempted to scoff and order the late visitor away and turn back to his book, but fortunately, a tingling little instinct stopped him in his tracks. It was lucky. The Dark Lord, of all people, loomed forebodingly in the doorway, radiating danger with the intensity that rolled off his posture. A small frown had buried itself between the man's eyebrows, and he appeared more urgent than Snape had ever seen him, the notorious wand grasped firmly in one pale hand. "Tell me, Severus, how long has Harry been missing?" Snape kept his distance. The fury was vibrating from the Dark Lord in powerful waves, threatening to drown any who dared to block his path. His face, stretched tightly, was an impassive mask. All the more frightening when one envisioned the toiling emotions behind it. Severus watched in silent awe, and undeniable anxiety, as Lord Voldemort flung the chamber door toughly aside, hardly batting an eyelid when his female apprentice ducked for cover. As he, too, followed the Dark Lord into the torture chamber, a sinisterly overpowering stench of blood smacked him in the face. His heart beat faster, thrashing fiercely against his chest so that he could barely make out Voldemort's movements. "Dear Merlin." Potter. Potter's wrists were bound to a post, which perched in the middle of the chamber. His robes had been cast aside, discarded, on the floor in a corner. His shirt had been torn away, and what was left had bloody handprints patterning it. He slumped unconscious on his knees, held up only by the robes at his wrists. What used to be his back was now a raw, blood-spattered slab of meat. Impossible. Nearly a few hours had passed since Snape had last spotted the teen, and all of a sudden he had been manhandled, attacked and mauled until he was almost a mangled, disfigured heap. Merlin, it just was not feasible. How on earth could Potter have made so many enemies? The Dark Lord, in contrast, seemed to take the scene before him effortlessly into stride, albeit not extremely happily. In a deadly calm tone, he addressed Daphne, "If I may be so bold to ask, what have you been up to in these past hours? Explain yourself, Daphne, if you are capable, that is. I would love to hear your perspective in this grave matter." Snape caught on. His own eyes narrowed. Greengrass was responsible for Potter's current state. It was clear, from the manner which her worthless body trembled like a leaf under the glare. Severus had always known the female was trouble, rotten to the core with obsession over power and a spiteful streak that constantly desired for revenge. "My lord, please forgive me, I can explain." The yew wand in his palm gleamed as it shifted and light bounced off the surface. "Then please do. Explain. Justify yourself. Enlighten me." A humorless, merciless smile with a flash of teeth. "Make it hasty, Daphne, before I lose my temper." The Dark Lord gestured at Harry. "I find this picture quite unsettling and it does little to quell my displeasure." "Potter was insolent, my lord," Daphne blurted, highly. "He threatened me repeatedly, really. I swear I had no intention of causing permanent damage. Tom just helped me teach him a minor lesson." "Minor?" Voldemort echoed softly. "You call this minor?" "No, my lord, sorry. It was the wrong wording." The Dark Lord motioned Snape towards Harry quietly, though the indication was pointed. "Get him out of here, Severus. Quickly, to your office. I will be there with you when this set of unfortunate events blows over." Swiftly, Snape obeyed without a second word or glance. Making his way to the passed-out boy, he magically sliced the ropes and gracefully caught Harry as he pitched forward like a ragdoll. A soft groan of pain left his parted lips, and Snape's jaws clenched. "He is in grave condition, my lord, and requires immediate medical aid," Snape informed. "Then see to it," Voldemort responded sharply. "Do not disappoint me, Severus, or it will be your life that is on the line. I want to see him restored to health as soon as possible. If your skills are not sufficient, I will get rid of you." "Yes, my lord." Snape knelt and hoisted the teenager into his arms bridal style, and strode for the door, moving as fast as the circumstances allowed him. As he walked past the Dark Lord, Snape glimpsed a brief look of concern ghosting over his Arctic features, somewhat out of place amidst the harshness. He never once suspected the man whom he served could spare any emotion for anyone besides wrath. It seemed there was a first time for everything. Riddle, on the other hand, carried a genuinely strange expression that even Snape was incapable of reading. It was complex, like a web, with contrasting reactions running through. It sent shivers down his spine. And Greengrass, in stark contrast to her master, was the human depiction of a kicked dog, with her tail tucked between her legs and awaiting punishment. With one last backwards glance, Snape exited the chamber with Harry in his arms, gliding away from the madness. He left the Dark Lord alone with Riddle and Greengrass. There had been too much excitement for him that night, but now, he only had one purpose: heal Potter. "Tom, you did a rather poor job of looking after your friend," Voldemort murmured sinisterly. "I confess myself saddened by your behavior. I thought I left you careful instructions as to how to protect him. Did you think it appropriate to ignore them without my permission?" Riddle inclined his head mockingly. "Obviously, my lord. I had powerful charms placed on Harry that would alert me the moment he is hurt. I once told you about them. It is fortunate that you conveniently forgot, otherwise Harry would be worse off and you, I am afraid, would be in an exceedingly uncomfortable position. Do you comprehend half the consequences your actions brought about?" "I dare say I do." "Stand down, you insolent. Make me." Tom Riddle had set his features in the characteristic portrayal of defiance, tilting his chin until he was somehow staring disdainfully down at the Dark Lord despite being a head shorter. "Do not wrap yourself in the false belief that I will not curse you, Tom. Do not provoke me." A scoff escaped the lips of the Slytherin heir. "That is rich, my lord, the sheer concept of you cursing me. I did not take you for a masochist." Daphne looked like she was struggling with a hybrid of bewilderment and fear. "Let us put it this way, Tom," Voldemort said. "Desperate times call for desperate measures. I assumed that you, of all people, would agree with the saying." He extracted a glass flask from his robes. "Severus gave me the counter potion to your current predicament, and I find talking to you while you are under the effects of a love brew rather taxing. I do believe it is high time you drank this." Instantaneously, a wand had leapt into Tom's palm, and he shifted elegantly into a dueling position. "Surely you did not expect me to comply quietly, my lord." "Tom, please put that away." Daphne all but shrieked. She sounded terrified, at the idea that her master and her crush would come to blows. Things were whirling out of her control. "For me, Tom, for me, drink it. Listen to the Dark Lord." Perhaps she thought she would be spared for cooperating. Tom seemed to be debating over his options. However, after a length minute, he heeded Daphne's requests and cautiously accepted the flask, tipping the contents warily down his throat. The droplets were barely swallowed before his hand loosened, and the flask shattered upon meeting the floor with a crack. Tom glanced up, blue orbs widening in a look that appeared to be realization mingled with dismay and shock. He stared incredulously at the Dark Lord and his mouth parted unnaturally slowly as he attempted to get out the words that clogged his throat. "Do not tell me that I have actually." He was cut off in mid-sentence, the letters were scarcely out of his mouth, before he seemed to be capable of processing the information. The Dark Lord's hand flew from nowhere, striking viciously across his cheek. There was an audible snap as his neck twisted forcefully in the other direction. "You were not in control of your actions, but you are partially to blame," Voldemort hissed. "You ought to have spared your drink half a glance before you drank a Mortentia. Harry is suffering due to your idiocy." Tom did not raise his wand to retaliate. The Slytherin ring, perched imperiously on Voldemort's middle finger, had slashed deeply into his skin. Daphne was staring with disbelieving eyes at what must have been a blackening bruise blossoming next to his jaws. "May I see Harry?" he asked quietly. "Not before he wakes. You have not earned yourself the privilege," the Dark Lord answered pitilessly. "In the meantime, I will give you the honor of dealing with your girlfriend until you feel bored enough to join me in the hall. Leave her breathing. I intend to punish her myself after you are finished." "You don't need Harry," Daphne cut in. "He's nothing to you. You have what you want. You have me. You disgust me, you. And your procedures," Tom said starkly. "Are you really so delusional that you hope I would ever burden myself with love for you? You are nothing to me, not even worthwhile for my anger. You might have had the chance to spare yourself, made me overlook you, but it's too late for that now. You've touched and injured my things." "Your things, Harry. I only did what I thought was best for us," Daphne insisted, desperation evident on her expression. "Please don't speak to me like this, Tom. I will speak to you how I like." The hatred was pouring like venom out of him. It was in his eyes, tainting the light blue with an ominous shade of black. It was in his tone. The Slytherin air was consumed by it. "Please," she trailed off. "You promised me you would always protect me." "Oh," he inquired sweetly. "And when, Daphne, did I make such a promise? Answer me." She cringed away from him. "Was it when I was busy going through your delicate suggestions while trying to please you?" Tom sneered, savagely. "Was it when I was unwittingly torturing your enemy, when Harry was writhing under the tip of my own wand?" "It never occurred to me. Harry tried to tell me that I was not in my right mind," Tom said. "Not only did I pay no heed but I also cursed him." In an act of courage, Daphne raised her head and tentatively held his burning gaze. "The boy never does anything considerate for you, Tom. I was merely helping you teach him a lesson on remembering his place. Tell me, sweetheart, was it worth it?" Tom inquired cruelly. "Casually slipping a love potion into my drink simply to successfully seduce me, and then taking advantage of my temporary lack of control over my mind to force me afflict pain upon Harry." "Tom, I never meant to hurt you," Daphne cried. "You agreed he needed to be taught respect for his superiors." "I agreed under a Mortentia," he hissed. "You are a fool, you never gave a thought for the price of your actions. But alas, the Dark Lord and I will make you pay." "I am sorry, I truly am, Tom, you have to believe me," Daphne said with a pleading note in her voice. "Oh, I believe you," Tom said coolly. "I believe you are feeling sorry for yourself. You have not a single shred of remorse for the result of your deeds, You even think of them as accomplishments, do you not? Do you feel triumphant at the fact that Harry is currently unconscious in bed and tended by Snape? I don't. You lie. I beg you, Tom, ask the Dark Lord to forgive me, Daphne beseeched. I cannot persuade him. You are a servant who has been indulged and given a little power in return of her service, but you have abused the privilege. Tom narrowed his eyes. And even if I could, do you think I would? She was pinned to the spot. I am tempted to tear you apart in the most excruciating possible manner, Tom said, and I would do so if I did not know the Dark Lord has something worse in mind for you. You are ripping me in half, Tom, Daphne said. On the inside, Tom Riddle gave a bitter smile. Despite my happiness to hear that, I think you deserve far more. Not only do I wish to break your heart, I wish to break all that is precious to you, perhaps starting from your bones. You naively assume that purely because you come from a long line of pureblood witches and wizards, you are naturally of exclusive breeding. He sneered. I know otherwise. His yew wand was being nonchalantly twirled between his slender fingers. It was like the calm before the storm. You bring shame upon your family, you lamentable excuse of a witch. It was uttered nonchalantly, but judging by Daphne's expression, it had left her defenses in tatters. I can see straight into your mind, he went on. He had folded his arms gracefully across his chest and, although he was only a head taller than Daphne, he seemed to tower over her like a great force, staring directly into her amber eyes. I have read every dirty secret of your life. I know what you think when you get up in the morning and I know what you dream when you go to bed. But more than that, I can control you. I was always able to do that, to push people and make them do what I desired, make them fight to do my bidding. I killed my own father. I can do the same to you. Now, stop, please stop. Daphne attempted to shut out his words, in vain. It is enough. I do not think it is enough, Daphne. I think it is time you learnt who I am and what I can do. I know you like breaking fingers. That is what happened to Harry, so why don't you find out what it feels like? Why don't you break one of your own? What? You heard me. You are not serious, Tom. I am. Daphne was staring at him with an open expression of disbelief. It was as though she really thought he did not have the heart to impose such a thing upon her. Silly girl. She was wrong, and Tom could not let her run around with the wrong conclusion about him. He lifted his wand. It was as if Daphne had been electrocuted. Her whole body shook, her arms jerking as she fought to keep them still. Tom, she managed to whisper. You ought to have applied that supposedly clever mind of yours before you touched my friend. He wasn't your friend. Daphne gasped out the sentence, her eyes bulging, her face contorted. Her entire body was fighting against itself, and as she stood there she looked as if she was about to topple over. Tom was still gazing at her, and without wanting to, Daphne took hold of the index finger on her right hand. All the muscles in her arms and shoulders were shuddering from the strain. Please, she whimpered. There were beads of sweat on her forehead. The large expanse of her face was twisted in anticipation of the pain that was to come, and tears leaked out of the corners of her eyes. She was clutching the finger in her right hand, almost like she was clinging onto dear life, and bent it away from the others. Tom, she tried, one last time. I won't do it again, never again. I promise. Break it. The command came quick and clear. Daphne could not stop herself. She had no control. She screamed, highly, as the finger broke, and at once, it was as though she had been released from the spell Tom had cast on her. She pitched forward, falling to her knees, convulsing on the ground. Huge tears rolled down her chin and dropped on the carpet. She was cradling her hand, endeavoring to protect it from any more pain. Tom stepped over her. Did it feel good? He asked tenderly, voice deceptively gentle. It felt wonderful, did it not, to do things against your will? Greengrass had the nerve to glare balefully at him through her worthless waterworks. Now, that was only a practice, he said, relishing the look of dread the female sent in his direction. How about 2 more fingers, one for each major crime you committed? No, she Ned. No, too late now. I implore you, for the sake of our mutual devotion, do not do this, she pleaded. I'll never displease you again. You are displeasing me right now, Tom said icily. Mutual devotion. What part do you not comprehend when I say that I would rather look upon the face of a cockroach than you, and that I do not love you? I will never do it again. I know you will not. Then please don't. I can talk you through your misconducts if you want, since you adore my voice so much. Tom Riddle paced the room. When I denied the existence of any love your imagination conjured up, you sneaked the most powerful dose of love potion in the universe into my tea. It is to my presumption that Harry tried to stop me a second too late. On purpose, you forced me to submit to a sentiment I did not previously feel for you. That is your first crime. You do feel affection for me, I know it. His emotionless expression did not alter at the outburst. I manipulated you for the sake of my enjoyment, and Harry's. It worked too effectively for my liking. Daphne looked betrayed. How can you not be attracted to me? You are not irresistible as you arrogantly think. Tom inhaled deeply. Your second offense is when you directed me to curse Harry. Go ahead, pluck those fingers out. I can give you the luxury of taking your pick. Imperio. There was another round of fruitless resistance as Daphne struggled against the power of the dark magic to no avail. Two sickening cracking sounds later, Tom could see that the witch had fractured the little finger and ring finger of her left hand. He hummed in satisfaction. If you feel like it, let's play a new game. Has the boy made any notable progress overnight, Severus? His voice was low, calm, but it was underlined with rigidity. The tone implied there would be a hell to pay if the results were not up to expectations. He has recovered remarkably, my lord, given the grave condition we discovered him in. I have managed to stitch up his back, but scarring most likely will be unavoidable. Tom overdid it. He has always been an extremist, the Dark Lord murmured. It is advisable to consistently apply the herbal cream to the ridges on his skin, Snape continued. Or they can become inflamed and irritating. Is he still in pain? I have made use of the strongest potions that reduce pain available in our stores, and they seem to be rather effective so far, but Potter may develop immunity against the drugs over time, and they will cease to relieve pain for him. Voldemort clucked softly in approval. Severus, you have done your part excellently, he appraised. I have not overestimated you. You will be rewarded as I see fit. I thank you for your kind compliments, my lord. Snape moved across the room to fetch a thermometer. If the timing is correct, Potter should wake any minute. However, it is best not to aggravate the invalid unnecessarily. It is vital he regains his strength. I barely stopped a fever from working its way into his system last night. Thank you, Severus. A dismissive kind of silence lingered in the atmosphere, and without Voldemort uttering a single letter, Snape appeared to realize his presence was not welcome any longer. A word of warning before I leave, if I may be so bold, my lord. The Dark Lord made an impatient noise of consent, and only then did Snape dare to resume. My lord, he said warily, Potter could well be traumatized by what had occurred. He possibly will be in shock. And your point is, he will be left unhinged, unbalanced and feeling resentful, Snape explained. Potter was forced to appear weak not only in front of one person but four, including you, my lord. And he detests being viewed as vulnerable. I know all of this. Get to the point, Severus, you were never one to beat around the bush and I admired your trait. Snape swallowed tensely. Extend your leniency towards him, my lord. If he happens to be insolent, blame it on his experiences. I appreciate your advice, the Dark Lord said shortly. Now, if you are finished, I'd like to request some privacy. Of course, my lord. Forgive me. The Dark Lord barely batted an eyelid as the door closed behind Snape with a click, his attention never once leaving the reclined figure under the white covers. The ghost of a smile graced his lips as said figure stirred, roused from the land of dreams. Harry heard muffled noises, gentle and muted. The sounds were incoherent at first, but they soon took the form of voices exchanged in a discussion. At times they seemed close, but the next second, they would drift away. Shrouded in darkness, he had not the faintest idea where he was. He wished he could open his eyes, but it seemed like an impossible feat when his eyelids weighed down so heavily. He could sense covers pressing down on him, and warmth vibrated through his body. Perhaps not the torture chamber, then. Abruptly, the conversation ended and Harry caught the click of a door, signaling either an entering or exiting person. Harry shifted marginally. Immediately, footsteps began advancing in his direction, the floorboards creaking under each movement. A hand pressed against his forehead and stroked the loose strands aside, taking his temperature and checking for the presence of a fever. The hand was soothingly cold. Open your eyes, Harry, a soft voice commanded insistently. I know you are awake. He obeyed. With all the energy he could summon, he cracked open one hefty eyelid at a time. The form looming before him was blurred, but he could make out the pale skin, the twisted lips, ebony hair, and, clearest of all, the hard blue eyes. Reacting with a speed he did not realize he still possessed, he shoved himself upright on his elbows and tossed his body aside, away from the figure. Wincing as the pain jolted vehemently through his legs, Harry rolled from the bed. He landed on the floor with a sickening crunch, and lay helplessly on his side. "Riddle," he snarled. "Where are you hiding, Greengrass?" To his surprise, the hazy figure let out a series of dry chuckles, reached down, scooped him up as though he weighed less than a feather, and deposited him back on the bed. Careful with the knee, the man tutted in disapproval. "You will send Severus into a hissy fit for destroying his hard work in merely a few minutes. He spent hours stitching your back, you know." Harry blinked. "Voldemort. The one and only," came the sarcastic reply. "It's a pleasant surprise to see you for a change." "You mean because Tom tortured you for the sake of my disgraced apprentice?" Voldemort stared intently at him. Harry winced at the blunt words. "Never been one for the sensitive use of language, have you, my lord?" "I really see no need for it," Voldemort responded airily. After all, referring to Tom's actions as torture is not blowing things out of proportion. He arched an eyebrow as if to emphasize his sentence. "I ought to have brought along a mirror for you. You were wrapped in bandages, Harry, from head to toe, and where there are no bandages, there are bruises and welts. You look like a beaten mummy from ancient Egypt." "Again, thanks for the sensitivity," Harry said wryly. "I appreciate it. I am sure you do. But I would appreciate it more if you can do me a favor and get me a glass of water," Harry interrupted. "I am feeling rather thirsty at the moment." Voldemort smirked in good humor. "This is a task unbefitting for a Dark Lord to carry through. I do not go around catering to the whims of naughty little boys who continuously get themselves into sticky places." "Ha ha, really funny." Harry crossed his arms and glared at the man. "You catch more flies with honey than vinegar," Voldemort tutted, but he was already summoning a cup from halfway across the room. Aguamenti. Water immediately filled it, sloshing in a delightful way against the sides, and Harry took it gratefully, downing it in a few gulps. "I find it strange Snape would devote hours to mending my injuries but not be bothered to wake me and give me water," he commented. "The human mind often works in peculiar ways. Like yours, for example," Harry said. "Somehow, come hell or high waters, you are always gone when you are needed most." "That sounds immensely like an accusation against me for not looking after you properly," Voldemort remarked casually. "Are you in a mood to pin the blame on others for your misfortune, perhaps?" Harry furrowed his eyebrows. "Although I personally understand your disposition perfectly and I empathize with your resentment, I happen to believe you should hold the one who caused you such agony responsible rather than thinking badly of us all." "Are you suggesting I point the finger at Tom?" Harry sighed. He cannot be held accountable for his actions, he was not in the right frame of mind. "Ah, but is it fair for you to suffer at his hands?" Harry found his mouth dry, and himself unable to think up anything responses. "It is a high price to pay for the sake of friendship," the Dark Lord continued, appearing like he was either oblivious to or ignoring Harry's discomfort. "Certainly you regard him as a friend, but are the feelings returned?" Ringing silence. "You should consider that, Harry, for your own good." Voldemort placed a hand on his shoulder, in a soothing gesture. "Are you willing to subject yourself to being thrashed by Tom like yesterday, purely on the name of friendship?" "Friendship is important." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Harry grimaced. It sounded downright pathetic. The Dark Lord would sneer at the ridiculousness of it. "Indeed it is," Voldemort, much to Harry's shock, agreed. "Except you should take every detail into account. If Tom was in your position, do you truly suppose he would forget and forgive? Shake your hand and spare you? Simply because you were not in your right mind." The expression of doubt must have shown on his face, because Voldemort cursorily bestowed him a knowing smile. "He would return each and every shred of pain you gave him if not 3 times more." Harry was cut off in mid-sentence by an abrupt change of topic that sent his head spinning. "I must apologize for my incapability to stop them on time," the Dark Lord said, "but at least I have tidied up the situation. Daphne, for one, had been left alone with Tom for an hour and is now awaiting further punishment. And Tom, after his negligence with you, has also been chastened." "Chastened?" Harry was all too conscious of the implications behind Voldemort's concept of punishment. It translated directly to torture. No matter the conditions, it usually was him who ended up getting hurt because Tom Bloody Riddle was invincible. At times he could not help but dislike that fact. But, of course, he never wanted to see the Slytherin heir wounded, and Voldemort's sinister words set his heart racing. Nothing severe. A small cut on his pretty face. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Does your back hurt? The herbal cream Severus left you is on the table. There are bound to be some areas you cannot reach, and I can assist you with that, the Dark Lord said delicately. Any time you wish, I can help you apply it. Harry shuddered at the mere idea of Voldemort touching him, let alone having the Dark Lord intimately tending to his wounds. He cleared his throat in embarrassment, and from the amused look sent in his direction, he could guess that Voldemort was enjoying their little exchange very much. Thank you, but no thank you, he muttered, finding the swirly patterns on the ceiling exceedingly interesting all of a sudden, definitely more interesting than the Dark Lord. Very well, Voldemort settled. But the offer is on whenever the effects of the pain-reducing potions wear off. Harry's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Why are you being so nice? The color doesn't suit you, at all. I have some business to manage, and you need all the rest you can get. I will make reappearance when I have free time on my hands. Voldemort pushed him down gently under he was resting fully on the pillows again. Great, my lord. I appreciate this kindly visit. He felt almost inwardly thankful that the Dark Lord was making for the doors. Just before he left, however, Lord Voldemort turned, and a hard sparkle of malice had set in the orbs, Harry could see. I promise you, Daphne will not be easily let off the hook. Harry hazily wrenched his arm from under the covers, not fully conscious and yet aware of the aggravating sensation of fire rolling across his back. It was chafed, and stung like hell. He tried to ignore it, but found that despite his efforts, it seemed impossible to overlook the throbbing. Wearily, he opened his eyes in irritation and immediately started at the sight that greeted him. He moved quickly to sit up, only for a hand to press against his shoulder and slow his movements. His insides twisted uneasily as he gazed into the blue orbs of the future Dark Lord. Tom Riddle. Suddenly, he felt lightheaded. He really did not want to deal with the Slytherin right now, but Riddle was sitting next to him, so close that he was almost on top of Harry. The discarded tome that lay lifelessly on the bedside with a dog-eared page suggested that Riddle had waited rather a long while for him to wake up. Hi, he said softly. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Somehow, the jolt of pain that ran through his leg contradicted his own reassurance. Honest liar, Tom breathed, propping up a pillow for Harry to lean on. As much as Snape is an admirable brewer, it is undeniable that his healing skills need polishing. The Dark Lord tells me that the welts are going to scar. The word, scar, reminded Harry, weirdly, of the cut that Voldemort had talked about. His eyes jerked to Tom's cheek. It was true. There was a small slash extending across his cheekbone, a flaw on the handsome picture. Tom followed his gaze, and smirked in an offhanded manner. A souvenir from the Dark Lord. I never thought he would lay a finger on his younger self, Harry said. According to him, desperate times call for desperate measures, Tom responded. I assume the idea of one Horcrux mutilating another is desperate in his opinion. I guess so. Tom hummed, contented. I am glad you are recuperating. It is remarkably boring, to read for hours and hours on end, without your insufferable wit. Of course, I had the honor of torturing Daphne for a while, but all good things must end. Wow, Harry said sarcastically. For a sec, I thought you were actually concerned with my welfare. Turns out it's just your poor bored mind needing stimulation. Oh, I've been worried all right, as much as sadistic psychopaths can be, that is. Tom gave him a sharp smile. I wanted to visit you earlier but the Dark Lord kept me away. Is it too much to hope for an apology? Harry inquired sweetly, batting his eyelids in a canny imitation of Daphne Greengrass. You owe me at least that. Oh, but Harry, you know I cannot do that, Tom said smoothly, still with that infuriating smile dangling on his lips. An apology would suggest I have something to be feeling sorry for. I am not associated, ever, with the emotion of guilt. Abruptly, Harry sensed his throat becoming clogged. His heart took a plunge into the depths of his stomach, and he felt nauseous. Right, he said quietly. His good mood had been wiped away instantly, by the one comment. Yeah, he glanced at Tom. You do not have anything to be remorseful about, I suppose, even though you practically. Are you quite sure you are all right? Riddle appeared like he had not fathomed the swift change in atmosphere. You look a little under the weather. Harry felt burning anger sweeping through him, his attempts at reining it were in vain. Riddle, the perfect Riddle, could be so oblivious at times, for all his genius. He certainly had a knack for brandishing hurtful words about and then continuing as though nothing had happened. Yep, I'm sure, he snapped, quite cuttingly. No thanks to you, though. He could feel the intensity of Riddle's scrutiny boring into the side of his face, with a nearly curious air. Have I said something of an offensive nature to you? What do you think? He muttered bitterly. Cursing me with the cruciatus, which is only supposed to work if you really mean it, and following up your masterpiece with a rejection to grace me with something as simple as an apology. Yeah, you've said nothing offensive. Tom's features darkened. So that's what this is all about. A tantrum because you have not received the recognition of an admission of guilt. Very mature, Potter. What difference does it make anyway? Harry glared ferociously at the Slytherin heir. It makes all the difference in the world. Casting a glance at Harry's bandaged body, Tom had the courtesy to soften his tone. What done has been done, Harry, you know. A request for forgiveness from me will not change anything, it will not reduce your suffering. Get out, he said coldly. You should go, Tom, I'm sure you have better things with your time than listening to me rant. Stop, you know I don't. Did you hear what I said? Harry, be reasonable, please. Curse you, Tom. Damn you to hell, Harry shouted, unable to restrain his explosion. Even the shocked expression surfacing on Riddle's face could not calm him. Only you are right, you can never be wrong, not ever. Making something as human as a mistake is just never going to happen to you, to the mighty Tom Riddle. If you are finished with your fit, I can tell the rest of the story, Tom said. Harry opened his mouth to say something but Tom resumed before he managed to get a single word in. Me, falling victim to a love potion, was not a mistake. I planned everything, almost every detail, impeccably. You weren't tortured for nothing, Harry, I would not let you agonize meaninglessly. If everything works, you will soon be one enemy down because Daphne Greengrass will be dead. The words had not hit home, and Harry maintained his glare unrelentingly, the confession striking upon deaf ears. Surely you did not think I would be as stupid as to fall for something as low a trick as a Mortentia. I smelt it in my tea, Harry. I never drank it. This time, Harry's mouth dropped open in an O, and his eyes widened almost comically, staring at Tom as if he had seen a ghost. What? He rasped out. It was rather obvious that Daphne planted it, Tom continued. I was curious to hear what she had intended, and fooling you along the way was half the fun. When she wanted me to torture you with the most gruesome methods, I knew she was too big a threat to your safety to let live. Harry made a choking sound at the back of his throat, and he fell silent. If I helped her to a certain extent, not enough to permanently injure you but enough to invite the Dark Lord's wrath, she may become history. The silence, the utter silence, the type when even the walls were drawing back a breath in unison, was startling. I know for a fact that the Dark Lord would not risk his Horcrux being killed by a ruthless apprentice. Daphne will die, and it will benefit you in the long run. I had the entire situation under control. Under control. Tom stared encouragingly at Harry. It is a shame I had to wound you, but in order for this to work, Voldemort had to fear for your life. Therefore, you had to be in considerable pain. Harry could not believe the truth. Behind the events he simply could not. Tom had always been in his right mind. How many times had he begged the Slytherin heir to stop only for the man to cruelly order him to scream louder? All of it had been what? An act to get Daphne executed. Daphne and Voldemort could not be allowed to know. You know the Dark Lord does not appreciate pretense. Otherwise it can severely damage the chances of Daphne's may spare her, if only to spite me. What is your point? Since the effects of a Mortentia were unbeatable without an antidote, I could not restrain Daphne without blowing my cover. Oh, Harry did not know what to think. Basically you consciously flung several cruciatus curses at me. Without asking my permission. Do you know how much it hurt? Rage was boiling over once again. Tom looked incredulous. Small sacrifices had to be made. As for asking your permission, I think that after years of protecting you from harm, I dare say I am the best judge of what is good for you. By cutting down Daphne, I am preventing any future problems. Harry glowered furiously at him and cussed under his breath. You are the best judge of what is good for me. He laughed humorlessly, acidly. I am fully capable of taking care of myself. I'll thank you to look after your own business. This is ridiculous. What? Harry growled. You don't think I have any right to criticize you when you tough as Ed me? I trusted you, for God's sake. I'm starting to think Voldemort is right. Tell me, how on earth have I betrayed your trust? Tom whirled from the bed, launching himself upwards in a flurry of mad robes. Do you think I liked hearing you scream? Because, Harry, I assure you, it was not music to my ears. However, I focused solely on the task at hand, getting Daphne killed. You expect me to forgive you for this? No, there is nothing to forgive, Tom said dangerously. If it was not for my interception, Daphne would have broken your arms. Besides, the physical pain is over, you no longer suffer. It is all over. What about lasting emotional damage? Emotional damage? That's pathetic. Oh, so now I'm weak. Harry snarled. Just because you are some stupid psychopath who severely lacks empathy does not mean everybody is. His blood was pounding through his veins and he averted his gaze for a second, afraid he would do something he'd regret. Look, Harry, Tom Riddle raised both hands in emphasis. I have your best interests at heart. Very believable. Indeed it is. Do you have any idea how bloody humiliating that was? Daphne practically saw me writhing like a newborn kitten on the ground. The Cruciatus curse has brought better men than you down on their knees. There is no shame in reacting to a well-placed spell. Tom paced the room. Humiliating. You are the one to talk about humiliating. The Dark Lord feels humiliated for me when he sees us together. Harry seized a pillow from behind him, all pain forgotten, and hurled it at Tom. So you find our friendship humiliating. You find me humiliating. I see. Will you calm yourself? Get out. Much to his surprise, Tom gave him one last hard stare, spun on his heels, and stormed angrily from the room faster than he could blink. Harry leaned back, and closed his eyes tiredly. God, someone wake him from this nightmare now. Inside the great meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. The suffocating aura, tinted with darkness and seductiveness, swarmed the hall, hovering above the one powerful wizard it could call master. Said master, with narrowed blue eyes and a deceptively tranquil posture as he leaned back on his throne-like chair, was irritated. A wand was twirled gracefully between his slender fingers as he icily observed the woman kneeling before him. Fine, silk robes draped across her body as a sign of her high station in life and her limitlessly flooding riches. She was the type of woman the Dark Lord would expect to be haughty and reluctant to bend her pride. However, the woman looked as if she was at the edge of sanity. Her haunted face, sunken from sleeplessness, was thrown into relief by the sunlight streaming through the windows. Rise, Evelyn, Voldemort murmured coldly. My lord, she uttered, please. Instead of obeying, the woman remained in her position, too entrapped in her own pleas to heed the command. I said, the Dark Lord repeated impatiently, punctuating each word, rise. This time, she heard. Dazedly, she stood, hands wrung together in a tight clasp. My lord, she rasped, please, my lord, please have mercy. I beg you, my lord. My family has served you for years, and it has always been the greatest of honor. We have sworn to bring reputation to your name and… Silence. The Dark Lord leant forward, lips forming a twisted version of the gentlemanly smile he often adapted. Hold your tongue, my lady, he whispered, mockingly. Lest Nagini chooses it for her afternoon tea. After all, we must learn to listen as well as speak. The enormous viper, coiled around his robed legs, flashed her fangs, treating the female Death Eater to a good view of the venom that dripped from the incisors. There is a reason you own one mouth and two ears, Evelyn. Forgive me, my lord. The woman struggled to regain her composure, her hands shaking at her sides from suppressed fear. I forget myself. On another note, Lord Voldemort continued silkily, I completely understand your worries. It is a mother's first instinct to protect her children, and I cannot blame you for it. Otherwise, it would be hypocritical of me. In spite of everything, I felt the same way when I saw my apprentice lying at the feet of your daughter. Evelyn blanched at the implications. Please, my lord, you have been repeating that particular phrase ever since you entered this hall. Voldemort rose from his seat and stood with his back to the female. I grow tired of your pleas. His robe swished against the floor. She has done nothing but worked for you wholeheartedly, defending your name where necessary, Evelyn insisted, highly. Especially when the Potter boy is concerned, he besmirches your great title with insolence. Mrs. Greengrass, I have to ask you to refrain from insulting the Potter boy in my presence. My lord. Voldemort felt the gentle tendrils of irritation graze his skin. He was not yet angry, but he was steadily losing hold of his temper inch by inch. The daring of the Greengrass family never failed to astound him. Perhaps it was a result of the inbreeding. Nothing you say will make a difference, Mrs. Greengrass, he said smoothly. Not only are your protests worthless when my mind is already made up, but let us put it this way, your daughter will not like you to join her in her suffering. She is only a child. A legitimate adult, the Dark Lord corrected, who is responsible for her own actions and must be held accountable for foolishness. She may be my apprentice, but she has overestimated my leniency. It is not within her rights to touch even a single hair on Potter's head. I promise it will not occur again, my lord, Evelyn Greengrass swore. Give her a second chance. She deserves it. It is I who decides what Daphne deserves, not you, Voldemort hissed, whirling upon the oldest Greengrass in a flurry of black robes. Remember your place, woman. She has abused her privileges, flouted my orders. Evelyn stilled with an expression of shock frozen on her face. But despite everything, she tried. Potter is alive and well, my lord. The worst is over and his health is restoring quickly. He will be on his feet soon. Daphne never intended to injure him as much as she did. And that, Lord Voldemort said frostily, is the only reason I have not slaughtered you along with your youngest daughter. If Potter had died, your whole family would have been wiped out, exterminated. Realization appeared to have dawned upon Evelyn Greengrass. She looked as though someone had taken the liberty of tipping a bucket of ice cubes down her robes. Wide-eyed, she was the picture of distress. How? She trailed off, voice breaking. She has done so much for you. He towered above her, lip curling with disdain. She was wasting her breath. And he had no time for her oversentimentality. Lucius, Voldemort commanded aloofly to the Death Eater who skulked amongst the shadows, breaking Evelyn off, bring Daphne Greengrass for her last farewells with the mother who brought her up. Malfoy gave him a bow and hastily left. Behind him, the Dark Lord could hear the pathetic, stifled sobs as the regal woman shattered. He sighed inwardly. Each day he was rendered speechless by the sheer number of followers who believed they were special amidst his ranks and would receive special treatment only to react similarly to Evelyn when he persuaded them otherwise. Merlin, he was surrounded by fools. He only hoped stupidity was not contagious. Are you going to kill her? Kill her? He questioned curtly. He laughed shortly, savoring the cringe from the woman as the walls echoed his sadism. No. You will have her back in one piece. Really? Evelyn had subconsciously raised her voice in hope. Really, my lord. Oh, dear Merlin, thank you. She looked elated. Thank you. Our family is forever in your debt. We owe our lives to you. The upward, triumphant smile that danced across her features reminded Voldemort strangely of Daphne. Like mother, like daughter. The Dark Lord gritted his teeth. The entire Greengrass line had served its uses and was nothing but a nuisance. He would look forward to crushing that encouraged expression. It was true that Daphne would be returned in one piece. But did Evelyn Greengrass really think there would be no consequences, no reparations? He had always been a revengeful man, even as a child. Those who crossed him had one thing in common: they all suffered a sticky end. Daphne Greengrass would be no different. She had harmed his Horcrux, unwittingly, and she would pay the price for such a sin. He was not a forgiving wizard, and he doubted she would ever be good for anything else after he was through with her. He had no place for a disgraced apprentice who lusted after his younger self. And so he would get rid of her. It was no great loss. He absently glanced down at his wand. He could hardly wait. Daphne collapsed at his feet like a broken puppet, face contorted into an expression of hurt, tattered robes collecting around her knees so that it was impossible to tell where the dirt on her flesh ended and where the dirt on the fabric began. The Dark Lord bestowed her with his most charismatic smile. The brims of his lips tugged upwards, in a compassionate manner, but the gesture of sympathy stopped right there. Posture, kind, eyes, hard as diamonds. Those pitiless eyes gave Daphne an once-over, casually taking note of the blossoming bruises, likely a token from Tom, and the crooked fingers on her left hand that looked like the bones had been broken underneath. Knowing Tom, the bones probably were broken. The lustrous owned hair that once glistened under the sun was dull, lifeless, and sticky from the sweat that had amassed around Daphne's forehead. The Dark Lord inhaled sharply. The stench clinging to Daphne Greengrass was a combination of filth and fear. The disgusting odor rose in waves. Voldemort could smell the anxiety, the same terror he sensed in wounded prey. The girl reeked of fear. Daphne's mouth hung agape like those of a fish, opening and closing slowly, forming silent words that never made it past her lips. "Daphne," he murmured tenderly, "your mother is here to witness your punishment for herself. Do give her a proper greeting. Stop sprawling on the floor and sit up, you look like a gormless imbecile." She made a choking sound before she managed to get her voice under control. "Mother," she began, voice cracking around the edges. "I'm really, really sorry." "Touching," Voldemort drawled. "Your mother wishes for me to bequeath my lenience, but you know better, Daphne, don't you? You know you deserve to be disciplined for your crimes." "Yes, my lord." "Excellent." Daphne tensed visibly. "No complaints, no protests, then." The Dark Lord glanced at her. She shook her head. "Good, good. This means we can get started immediately." Even if she had sniveled, whinged and pleaded with him, it would have made no difference. "I hope you will harbor me no ill feelings," Voldemort continued, lightly. "After all, you did bring this upon. On one condition, my lord." The girl had dared to cut him off. In any other circumstances, he would have brought up his wand and toughly slashed it through the air with the incantation of the Cruciatus curse on his lips. Now, however, he felt mildly entertained. There was no reason he should not humor her when she could not meet any fate worse than the one he already intended for her. He arched an eyebrow. "Please, after I get what I deserve, please forgive me, my lord. Honor me with a second chance. I promise I will obey you devotedly. Allow me to serve you again." He was amused. Oh yes. She was delusional, very much so. Tom had done an admirable job of twisting up her mind and priorities. He was a master of manipulation, especially while he donned his deadly charm and pretty face. The pretty face sat on the neck of a viper. Riddle could never be played, he played others. Flaunting his beauty, showering Daphne with his full attention, tearing ferociously at her heartstrings, Tom had a certain routine he followed when he frolicked with females. First their attentions, then their hearts, and then their devotions, perfectly captured. But, of course, this time Tom did not stop there. He gave her the cold shoulder. Daphne pined for him, and then, he tortured her and crushed her bones. It would have completely broken the foolish girl. The Dark Lord was impressed. Tom was a clever in his own right. He had to be, seeing he was the younger version of Voldemort himself. And for such a competent wizard, he had behaved in an exceedingly stupid manner when he drank the potion. The Dark Lord mused, I wonder. A piece was missing on the jigsaw puzzle. Something was odd. It did not quite fit together. Tom riddled Daphne Greengrass and Harry. He tapped his fingers against his wand in a neat rhythm. Oh well, he should deal with the disobedient apprentice first and brood on secondary matters later in his pastime. His plans regarding Harry were better off with Daphne Greengrass out of the way. The female was too headstrong, too vicious and too distracted by her own desires that she lost sight of the greater picture. Besides, sacrificing a mediocre apprentice would draw Harry closer to him. It was perfect. No matter how righteous the boy was, Harry was bound to be dismayed at Riddle for quite some time. Voldemort had picked up the opportunity and planted the seed of doubt in the boy's head. The timing was flawless. In Harry's state, he would, hopefully, avoid contact with Riddle. With no shoulder to lean on, the boy would be at his weakest, emotionally. And that was when he would swoop in with the news that he had accordingly given Daphne her punishment. Harry would be marginally grateful, at the very least, and it would provide Voldemort with the chance to destroy the growing friendship between his two Horcruxes. He needed the stubborn boy to rely on him more as time passed. And the bond between the two boys was just improper. When the Dark Lord was young, he had no friends. Only followers. And that suited him just fine. Tom was becoming feebler and feebler as he developed attachments. Harry was proving to be the chink in the armor of his younger self. That could not be allowed to go on. Voldemort glanced at Daphne. It was time. My lord, Daphne managed to utter, reprimand me with the Cruciatus curse. I deserve it. I cannot live with myself knowing I have let you down. He laughed, in disdain. She asked for punishment. Perhaps it was an act of bravado, to show off her courage in front of him when punishment clearly was inevitable. Whatever ulterior motive she had, Voldemort did not care to find out. You will be punished, he said. But not with the Cruciatus curse. That would be allowing you to get away with a slap on the wrist. I think what you require is an admonishment much more severe. Daphne stiffened. The Dark Lord waved his wand nonchalantly, but not in the direction of the girl. He targeted it at the darkest corner of the room. Slowly but surely, a creature materialized. It had been there before Evelyn Greengrass had even arrived, looming in the shadows with a charm to disguise it. It had been summoned by the Dark Lord hours before. And it had been tempted to the manor by the sweet promises of souls. It stood there, for a moment, illuminated by the flickering lights, face hidden under the hood of the ragged, moldy black cloak. It took a long, cold, rattling breath, as though it was attempting to case something more than air from its surroundings. The Dark Lord nodded in satisfaction, and he watched Daphne's eyes dart urgently in their sockets. She quivered, cool mask abandoned and features drawn into an expression of immense terror. An intense cold swept into the room. Even Voldemort could feel it seeping into skin, blood, bones and heart. He sneered. The creature certainly lived up to its reputation. It glided towards him, sluggishly, like the Grim Reaper claiming its souls. A hand protruded from the folds of the black material and it was glistening, grayish, slimy and scabbed, like some dead meat clinging to skeleton that had decayed in water. Your prize is the girl, he said coldly, with a gesture. The Dementor needed no further encouragement. It sped towards the younger female, much faster than anything he had seen. My lord, Daphne shrieked. Please, my lord. No, no, I beg you, my lord, have mercy. I'll never do it again, never. You are more alike to Harry than you think, Daphne, Voldemort said. Both betrayed me in some fashion, both disobeyed my orders, both are headstrong, both are foolish. The only true difference is, I think, that he is more likable than you. My lord, have mercy. Evelyn Greengrass echoed her daughter. Whoever told you I was merciful? The Dark Lord murmured. You know me better than that. I do not forgive or forget. The Dementor towered above Daphne, reaching nearly the height of the ceiling. It was rather intimidating. Greengrass thrashed beneath it, suffering her worst memories a second time, face warped into something alien. It lowered its hood. Voldemort surveyed the entire thing very observantly. He saw how it leant forward, closing the distance between itself and its prey, its two slimy hands gripping Daphne's chin. He saw the frozen look of dread on her face. It was twisted even for him, he supposed, to marvel at the similarity between the scene unfolding before him and the mental image of a wedding with the groom puckering his lips and tilting towards his bride. Where there should have been a white wedding gown was black rags, where there should have been a beautiful lady in her prime was a dirty female at her weakest, where the happy groom ought to have stood was one of the ugliest, blackest being Voldemort had seen. The whimpers abruptly ended when the Dementor lowered its mouth onto Daphne, repulsive lips moving in pleasure as it sensed the quaking soul within its reach. Daphne's body convulsed horribly for a second before slumping. Voldemort knew that it was over. The soul was gone, and what was left behind was merely an empty, soulless shell of the girl who had begged him just seconds ago. However, Daphne had not perished. Her soul had moved on but her body would function normally. At last, the Dementor moved away. It raised its slimy hand in something akin to a salute in Voldemort's direction and disappeared. Lucius, he said softly, give the body to Mrs. Greengrass. I promised her I would give her daughter back to her alive and in one piece. The devastated look on the woman's face told him he could no longer rely on the Greengrass family. If the woman was revengeful enough, she would become a supporter of Albus Dumbledore. Ah, well, it would not matter. After that, please escort Mrs. Greengrass and her daughter out the back door. She must explain the situation to her younger daughter before he had not finished issuing his command when his head split in two. If he had been a lesser man, he might have screamed and collapsed against the marble floor. As it was, he merely pursed his lips, gritted his teeth and bore the pain that tore through his mind. Voldemort could hardly believe it. At first he had thought Mrs. Greengrass decided to take revenge a little sooner than expected, but his mind shields were immovable. The force had not penetrated his brain from the outside but from the inside. The Dark Lord shut his eyes for a second of respite, but he could get none. Fiery agony. Merlin, the pain was refreshing. He had never felt such intense, excruciating pain since forever. He had never been under his own cruciatus curse. It was refreshing, chilling, but irritating. He opened his eyes again. Thoughts that were not his own rudely jammed them into his brain system. He gasped at the weight of them. They were heavy, so heavy that his mind could barely support them. And they were, most definitely, not his own. He felt the backlash of emotions that he did not recognize. Hurt, betrayal, humiliation. The emotions weren't his. Tom Riddle's smirking face barged into his brain, and he could see a distinct view of white sheets and bandaged hands. Suddenly, he realized it was Harry who invaded his mind. It had never happened before and it caught him off guard, but to his relief, the pain subsided as quickly as it came, bringing with it a storage of new knowledge. Harry had to be feeling particularly emotional for him to feel the backlash of it. And if he guessed correctly, it had something to do with Tom Riddle. Well, this was surprising. He supposed it was due to the connection between him and Harry as Master and Horcrux that allowed them the fleeting moment of mind link. He glanced at Malfoy briefly. "More important matters call for me," he said. "Escort Mrs. Greengrass out." Harry collapsed tiredly on top of his pillow, his head spinning with anger, disbelief, hurt and a nauseating sensation of betrayal. Emotions crashed like torrents one upon the other without any sign of end. His knee was still giving small jolts of pain, but he steadfastly ignored it. Tom Marvolo Riddle was a cold git, he knew that now better than anybody. It was plainly obvious he needed some new friends. Sighing inwardly, he flipped over onto his side and buried his head beneath the covers. Dancing with Dark Lords was not the safest pastime. Especially Riddle, who was twisted in the head. Merlin, it was his own fault for being overtly trusting. Harry mentally slapped himself. He was not a naive 5-year-old, and yet he had behaved similarly to one. Placing his loyalty on Riddle was just about the worst thing he could have done, and yet he had gone ahead and done exactly that. Harry swore colorfully under his breath. He could not condone what Tom had done. It was utterly unforgivable, unpardonable. No sane person would consciously torture a friend and then refuse to apologize, and claim that he was the best judge of what was good for Harry. It was simply, quite simply, outrageous. But then again, Tom was a psychopath, wasn't he? His fingers curled around the sheets forcefully. To his mortification, his hand trembled uncontrollably. Harry hissed in disgust. He was a bloody pansy. His life was a nightmare. Which god had he offended so badly for his life to be such a hellish habitation? Luckily, he was by no means suicidal, or else he would have been dead years ago by his own hand, if only to escape the horrors of Voldemort, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Tom and who knows who else. God, he hated his life. If he was cold or selfish enough, he would pack his trunks and storm out of the manor without a backward glance, without regard to whether Tom lived or died after the unbreakable vow took effect. For a moment, he was seriously tempted to do so, leave all his worries behind, seek out a life in France or some other foreign country and remain there forever. Hopefully neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore would find him. Deep down, though, Harry knew it was not fair to condemn Tom to death when the Slytherin heir had never meant to murder him, not that the young Dark Lord had any understanding when it came to emotional damage. Tom Riddle was a cold, hard pebble with an emotional level the depth of a teaspoon. Before Harry had any more time to brood on the awfulness and annoyance that Tom proved himself to be, his bedroom door flew open without any prior warning, no courteous knocks. Harry stiffened. He seized his wand from his bedside and tightened his grip around it. If it was Tom Bloody Riddle, he would not hesitate in cursing the wits out of the thrice-damned Slytherin. It was the least he could do after all Riddle had done to him. The man had no right to skulk around him. And after he cursed Riddle, he would throw in a bitter grin and say something along the lines of, "I had your best interests at heart all along." It was poetic payback. Harry straightened up, a curse immediately on his lips. A curse that died when he saw it was, in fact, Lord Voldemort, who had arrived to pay him a visit. "Harry. Voldemort," he acknowledged with a graceful dip of the head. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your delightful visit?" If he had been standing up, he would have honored the dark wizard with a feminine curtsy. The mockery was not lost on the Dark Lord, who glared at him with thorough irritation, through eyes narrowed into slits. You owe this pleasure to the headache you kindly passed to me merely minutes ago. I know I can be annoying, Harry began. But I had no idea I could be so single-handedly annoying as to divert your attention when you were 20 rooms away, let alone give you a light headache. Actually, the Dark Lord corrected Riley, it was a killer headache. Harry smiled, despite himself. I mean this literally, Potter. You gave me a headache. Voldemort folded his arms, staring at him pointedly. Care to explain yourself? Gaping, Harry stared right back. I thought it was a joke, he said. You're actually serious. Deadly. He absently rubbed the back of his head, in consideration. Somehow, the unsmiling expression of Voldemort persuaded him that the headache he spoke of had truly happened. It was astonishing, though, to think he had caused it. Abruptly, he stopped. Liar, he sneered. How can you know I gave it to you when I do not even know? This is ridiculous. Now, please, if you'll do me a favor, tell me why you're really here. Is it because you miss me? Voldemort arched an eyebrow. I saw things through your perspective. What? I saw what you were thinking, in that split second, he said coolly. Somebody was feeling rather emotionally unstable. You must have been imagining it, Harry said firmly. They were your emotions. My emotions never include humiliation, helplessness, hurt, or anything connected to weakness, the Dark Lord hissed. And Harry, the interesting thing is that you were thinking about Tom. Now, is that not surprising? He paid you a visit, did he? Harry felt immediately defensive. I did not realize it was against the law for him to visit me, and nor did I realize it was against the law for me to think with my own free will. Ah, so you admit it. Your emotions were sent spiraling into overdrive because of Tom, Voldemort remarked. A feeling of immense unease crept up on him. He was nearing dangerous waters. And so was Tom. He'd bet the bloody git never imagined Voldemort would come poking for information. Viciously, a small part of himself was satisfied at the justice. Tom may yet be taught a precious lesson. Still, he could only imagine how Voldemort would react after he discovered one Horcrux had intentionally harmed the other. Of course, Tom was a younger version of himself and the Dark Lord was, by no means, masochistic. But somehow, Harry doubted it would stop him from punishing Tom in the exact manner he deemed appropriate. Merlin, this was a mess. And he had to be the one to clean it up. He groaned inwardly. This headache I believe has everything to do with our connection as Master and Horcrux, Voldemort said softly. If my suspicions are correct, our link is only just beginning to open up, and your emotional outbreak acted as the trigger. Incredible, is it not? Incredible, Harry echoed, numbly. Riddle had grown too egotistical over the years. He overlooked the intelligence of his older self in favor of focusing on his own power. While Tom was a genius, he lacked the experience and knowledge and years that gave Voldemort his ultimate advantage. If canniness ran deep within Tom's blood, it had to run twice as deep in the Dark Lord's. If Tom had planned so many moves in advance, then the Dark Lord had to be an expert at uncovering them. Voldemort would have Tom properly penalized for his deliberate recklessness and flouting of orders, Harry was sure of it, if he was to find out what had happened. The Dark Lord would punish Tom, if only to reinforce his authority of the Slytherin heir and to further emphasize the fact he would not be thwarted by his younger self. This is rather unexpected, Voldemort admitted. It had never occurred before, and I never expected it to ever occur nonetheless. A mind connection can be a rare and useful thing, and we must learn to embrace it. In the meantime, I would appreciate it if you can keep your mood swings to a minimum, seeing as I will be on the receiving end. Tom did not expect it either. Otherwise, he would have taken more care in telling Harry the truth. He would not risk Voldemort finding out. It was supposed to be the Slytherin's full-time job to expect the unexpected, but he had faltered this time. A failure could cost everything. Even if Harry wanted to, he could not protect Tom. He was helpless against the sharp turn of events. How ironic. Tom had always gone on and on about circumspection and attention to detail when it came to important things. He had always been proud of how he could destroy all evidence and escape from discovery where countless others would have been caught. He had managed to get away with opening the Chamber of Secrets and releasing the monster of Slytherin right beneath Dumbledore's very nose, after all. To think that Tom had trapped himself in a tight corner with his own cutthroat ruthlessness. However, for now, I think we shall deal with the most pressing matter at hand, Voldemort said. I am curious as to what Tom told you to send you over the edge. Harry's mind kicked into high gears and he snapped out the first sentence that came to his mind. Curiosity killed the cat, my lord. Later, he would wince at the insolence of the remark, but for now it was the only retort he could come up with. Ah, Voldemort murmured agreeably, but I am not a cat. The saying refers not only to cats, Harry plowed on steely. I see, the Dark Lord said, knowingly. You are not keen to share information with me. I understand your suspicions, but I think you'll agree when I say I have a right to know what Tom Riddle is up to. What if he is conspiring behind my back, what then? Harry tensed. He came to look at how I was healing. Did he? Voldemort raised an eyebrow. Or is there something you are not telling me, Harry? You are becoming talented at giving away only a half of the truth. He said some tactless things. Like, how weak I was. Oh, come on, Harry, Voldemort smiled thinly. A half-truth is no better than a full lie. And I cannot tolerate you lying to me, but it makes little difference. Since you insist on being obstinate, I hope you will excuse me for being rude as well. Why did Harry get a horrible feeling that he knew what the Dark Lord was going to do? Great, he thought, here we go. Legilimens. Harry struggled not to look at Tom, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not resist in taking a few brief, passing glances at the Slytherin heir. What he saw was not encouraging, to say the least. Riddle was staring coldly ahead, jaws set firmly and face schooled carefully in an emotionless mask. Hands were folded neatly on his lap, and he remained immobile even as the Dark Lord prowled behind him. The glint in his eyes was practically lethal as Tom turned them towards Voldemort. The atmosphere was suffocating. Harry wished he could bolt out of there. It appeared like the two Dark Lords would face off and start trading spells in the middle of the room without hesitation, and Harry would be caught in the crossfire. What exactly, Tom began menacingly, do you want from me? The truth. You knows has no place in my business, Tom retorted bluntly. I find your rudeness taxing, the Dark Lord said. Do not forget your place, Tom, when you are around your superiors. A small part of Harry found humor in the fact that an older version of the Dark Wizard was lecturing a younger version on who were whose superiors. There was a certain irony in the situation. I guess that means I need never worry about forgetting my place, Tom bit out. Seeing as I have no superiors, you included, my lord. Do not flatter yourself with the idea you are my equal, Tom, Voldemort warned forebodingly. There is not one person who can be considered my equal in this universe. If I have no superiors and you have no equals, my lord, then it leaves only one possibility, Tom smiled humorlessly, curling an upper lip. You are my inferior. Dark magic sizzled in the air. Watch your tongue. Riddle gazed levelly at the Dark Lord with something akin to boldness. Give me one reason I should. Harry was viewing the unfolding drama with bated breath. I will not curse you. You are not the only wizard armed with a wand, my lord, Tom replied mockingly, despite what you seem to think. Tell me, is it your deteriorating memory that renders you incapable of remembering how I always keep my wand hidden up my sleeve? Judging by the way you are speaking to me, one would assume you enjoy courting pain, the Dark Lord remarked. You cannot do anything to me. Harry drew in a sharp lungful of air. It was the worst thing to say. Voldemort would never allow himself to be belittled without consequences. He'd treat Tom's words as a challenge, and by the end of the day, he would have done something to the Slytherin heir simply to prove he could. Can't I? Voldemort laughed curtly. You are forcing my hand, Tom. That is preposterous. I am not a violent man, Tom, but I will not hesitate to put you under duress to force a confession from you. Why do I have a feeling you already know what you claim you want to know? Tom demanded. This is a pointless waste of time. I want to hear it from your own mouth. Fine, I was never under a Mortentia and I hurt Harry consciously, but I hope you do not expect me to explain myself, Riddle said slowly. There is no need, Voldemort responded. I have seen every piece of information you wish to hide from me. Harry helped me there. Harry felt the full intensity of Tom's glare digging into his back, and he averted his gaze for lack of a better action. He told you. A pause. How could I not have known? Tom sounded sarcastic. Oh, you mustn't blame him, Tom, the Dark Lord murmured smoothly. He is far from talented at occlumency, and you know the mind arts is my area of expertise. He did, at least, try to defend you, and after what you have done to him, it is more than you deserve. I dare say it is. It seems all rather elaborate, your playful defiance and then the sudden dramatic show of remorse after pretending to drink the antidote, but then again, you have always had the good potential as a showman. I hope you understand that at this stage, I obliged to lend a hand to Harry, since he is the eventual victim of your deeds. I cannot help but feel sympathetic, and angered on his behalf, Voldemort said. Do not play the saint, my lord, the color of white does not suit you, Tom drawled. We are all aware you were worried not for Harry himself but the Horcrux within him, and it is rather obvious you are using the excuse of sympathy for Harry to punish me. You leap too quickly to conclusions even though you are correct on your latter supposition, Voldemort said cruelly. It is true I intend to teach you humility, but I do not need any excuses. I have allowed you to become unnaturally arrogant, and now is the time to rein you in. The young Dark Lord stood, his black robes billowing around him. His eyes were wild with checked rage. It matched Voldemort's beautifully. With his right hand, he whipped out his wand and set it at the approximate level of his chest. I do not have any time for this nonsense, Tom said. Please move aside and let me through the door. Imperio. Blue eyes widened and muscles tensed, but the reaction was not fast enough compared to the speed of the unforgivable. Riddle had not expected his older self to be so quick in following through with his promises and executing the task. To top it all off, the Dark Lord had not even moved to remove his wand from the holster attached to his belt. All of this was done nonverbally. Except things weren't so easy. And Tom was not one to be subdued without a suitable struggle and an impressive resistance. Even under the influence of the Imperious Curse, Riddle had the willpower to glare viciously at the Dark Lord, eyes speaking of threats where his lips could not. Each movement done by Tom's arms resulted in a quake in the body. Harry could not tell whether the shudders were caused by the efforts to resist Voldemort's commands or whether they were Voldemort's efforts to control Tom. Either way, Tom was bound to be murderous. I want you to get on your knees. There was not the tiniest trace of amusement in his voice anymore, only coldness. The man was finally displaying the furiousness he had suppressed earlier without any misgivings. The battle of wills seemed to continue forever. But, at last, Tom went down to his knees, eyes shrieking with fiery rage. The minute his knees hit the floor, Harry felt a painful stab to his stomach at the unfamiliar sight that the future Dark Lord made. He had never seen the Slytherin in such a position. On the other hand, Harry noticed the straight back and stiff shoulders. A small act of defiance, but one that Voldemort had noted as well. Bend that back for me, Tom. This time, it took longer still for Riddle to obey. But the Dark Lord won yet again, and Harry saw that Tom had leant down so that his forehead was lightly touching the marble tiles. He could just imagine how much it would have dented his pride. This is meant to serve as a reminder you are an underling to me. Voldemort had stepped forward so that the tips of Tom's fingers were brushing against his polished boots, and the back of Tom's head was in contact with his robes. Sometimes, I can't help but to think that you believe you have footing over me. While Harry knew the experience of the Imperious Curse was heavenly from the number of times he had been under it, he strongly suspected that Tom was painfully knowledgeable of everything and that he was not exactly having the best time of his life. Look at me, Tom. Harry saw Voldemort grip Tom's chin so harshly that he was sure bruises were blossoming the Dark Lord's fingers. Striking blue met a sea of striking blue. You may not be my follower, but you have boundaries you cannot overstep. Voldemort glanced at Harry before continuing to address Tom. You have overstepped yours when you defied me and my orders. Voldemort pointed his wand first at Harry, and then at Tom. Legilimens transligo. Harry felt nothing, but under his eyes, Tom had caved inwards, as though buckling beneath some invisible force. Voldemort did nothing, but something in his expression told Harry that this was the chosen punishment. The Slytherin air thrashed, limbs clashing heavily against the floor, but eerily, there was no telltale signs to what he was undergoing on his face. Harry looked searchingly at Voldemort, for an answer. Do not fret, he is not suffering any physical harm, the Dark Lord said. I performed a forced legilimency through the Horcruxes in you and Tom. Long story short, I have passed over your feelings of betrayal onto him for him to savor. It is only temporary, but it ought to be an interesting experience for him. Tom Riddle's paw. Tom snapped his fingers, irascibly, and almost snarled at the elf that appeared in his room moments later, sending the unfortunate creature stumbling backwards into a cabinet with an expression of alarm. "Master," it stuttered. The high squeak made Tom dig his nails into his temple at the oncoming headache, barely restraining himself from reacting in the ways he wished he could. One idea involved wrapping his hands around the scrawny neck of the elf and choking the ability to speak out of it, and another comprised of him banging his own head against the wall. Instead, he said in as calm a tone as he could muster, "Lemo.aid. Freshly squeezed. With ice. Hurry up." His order arrived minutes after, filling a glass that was cold to the touch. It was perfect in every way, every angle. Tom dismissed the elf and took a long sip. The soothing coolness trickled down his throat, banishing the dryness. And yet he felt far from composed. Heat rushed through him, pulsating like an alive being. His grip on the glass tightened. Tom seethed. Why he ever bothered to care for a weakling, he could not guess. After all, it brought him far more trouble than entertainment. Either he was out of his mind or he was a masochist for associating with people like Harry Potter. He was used to wizards and witches like Daphne Greengrass, who he could effortlessly command with one charismatic smile or compliment, people who would dance to the jerks on their strings while Tom played as the puppet master. Those, he was familiar with, ungrateful brats like Harry were completely outside his realm of understanding. Harry was one of those exotic types of human beings who seemed to suffer from split personality. One moment, the boy was amiable and eager to please with the notorious streak for heroics, and the next moment, he was cold, angry and utterly unreasonable. Those who knew Tom Marvolo Riddle well, although no one truly did, would realize that Tom craved control. For him, control was power, and control was necessity. Not only did he desire full control of himself but also full control of others. For nearly his whole life, he had always been in control. Until Harry tore it away. Merlin, sometimes he really hated that boy. By all accounts, Tom had been the one to turn on his heels and storm out of the room, but try as he might, he could not quell the little voice at the back of his head that said it was Harry who had forced him out. It seemed like there was a first time for everything. He had never been kicked out of a room like a disgraced animal before. It was the first time. Tom forcefully chugged down another mouthful of Lemo.aid, wincing as the taste of sour, bitter fruit lingered in his mouth. How unpleasant. He had been ordered out by Harry. Harry, whose mind was unimaginably narrow. Harry, who, for all his wits, could not view things from Tom's perspective no matter how long he explained, no matter how many logical justifications he raised, who could not comprehend that Tom had done all in his capacity to kill Daphne purely because she was a threat to Harry. While Harry was usually tolerable, there were times when the boy was unbearably irritating with the sentiments he attempted to load on Tom, as if he believed Riddle could acquiesce to such utterly blinding weaknesses. Potter could be so inconsiderate, and yet so bloody sensitive, dwelling in his morals and emotions, letting his heart rule his head. What had Harry said again, just before Tom had stormed out? It was not that Tom cared to remember, but the sentence simply stubbornly refused to leave his mind. He thought it was something along the lines of, "Get out. You should go, Tom, I'm sure you have better things to do with your time than listening to me rant." Tom smiled humorlessly to himself and took another sip of Lemo.aid. If it was even possible, the refreshment tasted even worse than last time. He could not help but wonder whether someone had put something in it to make it turn from sweet to bitter. If it was the elf, he decided he would kill it. Death by strangulation, would that not be agreeable? Definitely worth thinking about, or maybe a few well-placed curses would do the trick. There was an especially good one that broke all of the 206 bones in the body. Tom concluded that he could, unquestionably, do with a living being, elf or human, to take his temper out on. Perhaps the fury whipping inside his chest would get the message and subside afterwards. The very thought of Harry Bloody Potter was enough to set his teeth on edge. It was not that Tom expected him to be grateful for the plan to destroy Daphne, not when it involved Harry getting tortured. Beneath all Harry's warmth and kindliness, Tom knew, there was a layer of self-preservation that did not take maltreatment well. He had even braced himself for a few insults and rich names, but he had not imagined Harry would launch a raging fit on him because, in spite of everything else, he had schemed all the events with Harry and his safety in mind. It was for Harry's own good. He had protected Harry all these years and prevented any harm that Harry had brought onto himself. That made him the best judge of what was good for Harry in the long run. Maddeningly, the boy did not seem to agree. The words Harry had used to describe everything made Tom grimace in frustration. Tough as Ed, tortured, humiliated. The truth was that Tom had not wanted to do any of those things, and he did think Harry blew things out of proportion. It was a pity Harry suffered, but small sacrifices had to be made. Besides, it was not as if he had not paid a price as well. The Dark Lord had plunged his damned ring in his cheek and dragged it across the flesh. It did more than just sting, but Tom was apathetic towards pain. It could effortlessly have been healed with magic rather than time, but Tom had let it remain, even as it tainted his features, as an act of compensation to Harry. And the stupid boy did not even comprehend the gesture, let alone appreciate it. How infuriating. Tom was left to gather his thoughts and sort them into a slightly coherent order when his privacy was invaded by an unwelcome presence. The moron did not bother to knock before slamming his door open. Lord Voldemort poked his head through, eyes glittering dangerously. Riddle. It will be delightful if you knock next time, my lord. The Dark Lord seemed to freeze for a fraction of a second before resuming in a softer voice as though he had never been interrupted. From his own speech habits, Tom knew that a softer tone did not necessarily mean a better mood. On the contrary, when Tom lowered his voice, it was almost always because the person in front of him was a hair's breadth away from being on the receiving end of his curses. He hoped it wasn't the case this time. Come, Voldemort ordered. The one syllable rang with authority, leaving no room for protests. But whoever said Tom was cooperative was a fool. I am busy. Forgive me, my lord. He glanced up lazily. Maybe another time. Blue eyes narrowed, and in the next instant, the glass of lemonade shattered in his hand. He barely withheld a flinch as the glass shards dug into his palm. Damn the Dark Lord to the nearest hell. The lemonade spilled everywhere, over his robes. That was not a suggestion, Voldemort replied. I did not think it was, Tom said slowly, sighing inwardly. He was too tired to deal with this right now. The next thing he knew, he was trapped snugly in a room with the Dark Lord and Potter for company. The Dark Lord was bluntly glaring at him, mouth twisted into a merciless sneer that Tom had felt on his own face. At least Harry was more subtle with his sneaking peeks. So much for hopes of pleasant company. He thought he already had an idea of what this meeting was about, and he was sure that by the end of it, no matter what he did, the Dark Lord would punish him in the worst manner possible. It was common knowledge that Voldemort did not take well to being deceived or kept in the dark. Knowing Voldemort, which Tom felt confident he did, the man would probably have decided on his punishment by this time. Technically, his behavior would make no difference, so he might as well unleash his insolence. He took care to wipe all expressions away from his face. Jaws set firmly, eyes staring coldly ahead, hands folded neatly in his lap. He'd be damned if he let Voldemort read him like an open book. The man was enough of an expert at legilimency without Tom making it easier for him by wearing his emotions on his sleeve. His eyes, though, were a different story. They flashed starkly, as ominously as Voldemort's did. There was no point attempting to conceal his loathing for the Dark Lord when the feelings appeared to be mutual. He could sense the Dark Lord prowling behind him, trying to unsettle him. He nearly snorted derisively. It was typical power play. His posture remained perfectly unperturbed. Silence dawned upon them. Tom was fine with that. He'd always approved of the saying, speech is silver but silence is golden. Harry, on the other hand, seemed unusually fidgety. The fingers constantly reached up to tug on the strands of raven hair, and when they were not doing that, they were tapping on the armrest of his chair. Truth be told, Potter looked like he wished he was anywhere but there. The ghost of a smile graced Tom's lips. He might as well put Harry out of his misery. What exactly, he said, breaking the quiet, do you want from me? Tom directed the question at the Dark Lord, who gave a vague hand gesture. The truth, you knows, has no place in my business. It was rude, but he was certain Voldemort would want to look reasonable in front of Harry. If he lost his temper, his I care for you Harry and I am generous cover was over. I find your rudeness taxing, the Dark Lord said. Do not forget your place, Tom, when you are around your superiors. Seeing as they were two versions of debatably the same person, Tom found that comment extremely ironic. However, it was undeniably annoying to hear anyone hinting that he was inferior to anyone. I guess that means I need never worry about forgetting my place, he bit out. Seeing as I have no superiors, you included, my lord. Do not flatter yourself with the idea you are my equal, Tom, Voldemort warned. There is not one person who can be considered my equal in this universe. Though there are a few fools who dare to think they are. Tom tilted his lips upwards without a trace of good-natured humor. If I have no superiors and you have no equals, my lord, then it leaves only one possibility. He paused for effect, reveling in the murderous expression on his older self's face. You are my inferior. The awaited explosion never came, and he was impressed with the self-restraint of the Dark Lord. The frizzling dark magic that surrounded Voldemort, on the other hand, was building up with a shocking speed. Watch your tongue. He gazed at the Dark Lord in defiance. Give me one reason I should. From the corner of his eye, he saw Harry shifting uncomfortably in his seat, unsure of whether to intervene or to stay quiet. I will not curse you, Voldemort snarled. In any other situation, Tom could have burst out laughing. The claim was too good to be true. Voldemort did not even attempt to disguise his lies. You are not the only wizard armed with a wand, my lord, Tom replied mockingly, despite what you seem to think. Tell me, is it your deteriorating memory that renders you incapable of remembering how I always keep my wand hidden up my sleeve? Judging by the way you are speaking to me, one would assume you enjoy courting pain, the Dark Lord remarked. For the first time since he entered the room, Tom felt the touch of something cold and slimy creeping down his collar. He tossed a bluff, you cannot do anything to me. Tom thought he heard a sharp inhalation of air, more of a stunned gasp, but he could not bring himself to care. Consequences be damned. The Dark Lord would come down like a ton of bricks on him anyway. What was a little more? Can't I? Voldemort laughed curtly. You are forcing my hand, Tom. How predictable of Voldemort to say such a thing. I am not a violent man, Tom, but I will not hesitate to put you under duress to force a confession from you. The games were becoming tedious. Tom heaved a sigh. Why do I have a feeling you already know what you claim you want to know? He asked delicately. This is a pointless waste of time. Voldemort arched his eyebrows, and Tom was struck by the temptation to burn them off. I want to hear it from your own mouth. Fine, he snapped. I was never under a Mortentia, and I hurt Harry consciously, but I hope you do not expect me to explain myself. He had done more explaining in one day than he should have needed to in a lifetime. There is no need, Voldemort responded, smugness lacing his tone. I have seen every piece of information you wish to hide from me. Harry helped me there. The stupid boy. He felt his chest tighten. He had not assumed Harry would go as far as to tattle to the one wizard he knew could hurt Tom. Seemed like he had assumed wrongly. A bitter taste spread over his tongue, much like the Lemo.8 had done earlier. Tom jerked his head in Harry's direction and looked daggers at the boy. Potter averted his gaze, appearing to find his own lap immensely fascinating. Merlin, he was infuriating. He told you. Tom asked stiffly. The Dark Lord merely smirked at him. How could I not have known? He said sarcastically, more to himself than anyone else. Oh, you mustn't blame him, Tom, the Dark Lord murmured smoothly. He is far from talented at occlumency, and you know the mind arts is my area of expertise. He did, at least, try to defend you, and after what you have done to him, it is more than you deserve. I dare say it is. Ah, so the Dark Lord had managed to rip through Potter's mind. A traitorous sense of relief overwhelmed him. Potter had not informed Voldemort voluntarily. Except that left yet another mystery to be solved. Why did Voldemort read his mind in the first place? He would find out later. It seems all rather elaborate, your playful defiance and then the sudden dramatic show of remorse after pretending to drink the antidote, but then again, you have always had the good potential as a showman. I hope you understand that at this stage, I oblige to lend a hand to Harry, since he is the eventual victim of your deeds. I cannot help but feel sympathetic, and angered on his behalf, Voldemort said. Lies. Hilariously blatant lies. Do not play the saint, my lord, the color of white does not suit you, Tom said. We are all aware you were worried not for Harry himself but the Horcrux within him, and it is rather obvious you are using the excuse of sympathy for Harry to punish me. You leap too quickly to conclusions even though you are correct on your latter supposition, Voldemort said cruelly. It is true I intend to teach you humility, but I do not need any excuses. I have allowed you to become unnaturally arrogant, and now is the time to rein you in. Enough. He stood up, brushing his seat aside gracefully, and stepped in front of the Dark Lord. If the man thought he would lie down like an obedient dog and quietly take the punishment he dished out, he could not be more wrong. Tom Riddle submitted to no one. He whipped out his wand and trained it on the figure of Lord Voldemort. I do not have time for this nonsense, he warned. Please move aside and let me. Through the door, Voldemort looked furious, face darkening with each word that left Tom's mouth. Imperio. His eyes widened and his leg muscles clenched, ready for a spring, but the speed of the curse was off. It came too fast compared to what Tom had anticipated. Voldemort was fueling it, manipulating the spell. God, this was going to be embarrassing. To top it all off, the Dark Lord had not even moved to remove his wand from the holster attached to his belt. Tom braced himself for the impact. When the spell connected, his mind slipped into a drowsy state and he felt as if he was drifting in and out amongst the clouds. It was heavenly, peaceful, his headache was gone, and everything in front of him was blurring. Submit, a voice instructed in his head. With that word came some of the coherence, and Tom gained his rationality. His sight cleared and he glared at the Dark Lord wrathfully. He would never submit like one of those lesser men. Voldemort could not control him. Submit, the voice only grew more insistent, commanding. Tom battled it, his strength of mind against Voldemort's willpower. It was not going to be an easy battle. His body quaked from the force of the Dark Lord's order. He resisted. Two brilliant minds pitched against one another. He needed to win. And then, Voldemort spoke cruelly, I want you to get on your knees. His mind shrieked in desperation, begging to be allowed rest. Tom struggled on, launching his will at Voldemort. It eventually had to stop. He was tired. Not yet, though the Dark Lord had no right controlling him. And he could not kneel like a common Death Eater. But, at last, Tom went down to his knees, hitting the floor with a dull thud. The pressure on his mind lifted slightly and he was given a chance to catch his breath. His head spun. He could hardly believe it, the docile position his body had been forced in. His mind, it was weak. Pathetic. The Dark Lord looked satisfied, with a superior smile dancing on his face, but what was worse was the pitying look Harry threw at him. Tom snarled inwardly. He needed no pity. He straightened his back marginally. Bend that back for me, Tom. Merlin, he loathed Voldemort. His mind began yet another round of struggling. In the end, it was in vain. He leant down into a meek bow with his forehead pressing lightly on the marble tiles. Tom could only imagine the dirt and germs. Disgusting. Humiliating. He gritted his teeth in anger. He had been reduced to such a wretched thing. Tom simply dared not believe it. He would arm himself with a butcher's knife and kill the Dark Lord if he asked him to key the hem of his robes. This is meant to serve as a reminder you are an underling to me. Voldemort stepped forward so that the tips of his fingers were brushing against his polished boots, and the back of Tom's head was touching his robes. Sometimes, I can't help but to think that you believe you have footing over me. What he had been asked to do was absolutely repulsive. Tom felt nauseous. If he was in control, he would get up and curse the Dark Lord into next week. Look at me, Tom. Voldemort had the nerve to try and grip his chin. Tom swerved his head other way. At least he was rewarded with a hiss of annoyance from his older self. His satisfaction lasted until the Dark Lord seized his chin so quickly that he heard a snap from his neck. The pale fingers pinned him harshly, the nails digging in. Bruises would come, that was for sure. Harry sent him another pitying look. You may not be my follower, but you have boundaries you cannot overstep. Voldemort glanced at Harry before continuing to address Tom. You have overstepped yours when you defied me and my orders. And perhaps, Tom decided, he would continue defying him if only. To spite the Dark Lord. He would simply take more care to ensure he would not be caught. Voldemort pointed his wand first at Harry, and then at Tom. Legilimens transligo. It was agony. His mind felt as if it had exploded into flaming pieces and someone had attempted to beat the pieces together with a hammer. His mind shield shattered, and a foreign, uninvited force swept in. Without warning, his head became a whirlwind of hundreds of different emotions. It alarmed him, dazed him. He might have fallen, he could not be sure, he was too focused on his mind to be fully aware of his physical senses. Pictures danced in front of him, realistic pictures accompanied with voices. They were more like memories than anything else. Without wanting to, Tom found himself drifting towards one, closer and closer. When he touched it, it felt as though he had been cast into an abyss. And then, he was lying on a table, in a pool of what seemed like his own blood. Tom almost choked. A spell was holding him in place, in a vulnerable prostrate position. He had barely taken a breath before a cane landed on his backside with a swish, cutting into flesh. Pain. He gave a sharp intake of breath, drew blood by biting into his lips, and glanced up to be face to face with himself in flesh and blood. The other Tom offered him a predatory smirk before raising the cane again. A stab of betrayal hit him, so that Tom was left spluttering at the strange intensity of the emotion. His vision blurred and some wet liquid was running down the side of his face. What? He was crying. And then Tom realized he was in Harry's body, living through Harry's memories and Harry's emotions. The Dark Lord was a bloody sadist, perhaps an even more dangerous one than him, when provoked. It was undeniable the man was powerful, and that his experience outmatched Tom by far. For one, Riddle had never heard of the spell he uttered earlier. He would just have to wait for the Dark Lord to release him. Finally, fortunately, Tom drifted out from the scene and another picture flew at him. He was now in a clean room, covered by white blankets, with the other Tom hovering closely. It is a shame I had to wound you, but in order for this to work, Voldemort had to fear for your life. Therefore, you had to be in considerable pain, the other Tom said smoothly. Anger, hurt, helplessness, humiliation, betrayal all rolled into one. Many emotions he had never experienced before. It weighed down like a bag of bricks on him, and Tom felt fatigued, worn out. The emotions were too complex, too heavy for him to bear. Never had he been required to deal with such things. Words came naturally to his lips. The words Harry had once said to him were now being played on his own lips. Basically, you consciously flung several cruciatous curses at me. Without asking my permission. Do you know how much it hurt? Another flood of emotions rushed towards Tom in torrents and he was nearly wiped off his feet. Small sacrifices had to be made. As for asking your permission, I think that after years of protecting you from harm, I dare say I am the best judge of what is good for you. By cutting down Daphne, I am preventing any future problems. The emotions were coming on too fast, they swallowed him. Tom could not support them. Dear Merlin, his mind would erupt. He never thought that this could ever happen to him. Voldemort was such a sadist. From far away, he heard someone screaming. It seemed to be echoing from another world. Was he the one doing the screaming? Surely not. The images just went on and on, one after another, on and on and on. The Dark Lord would never release Tom from the spell. The horrid emotions kept coming until he was suffocating under them. A year seemed to have passed, and then a decade, followed by a century, and then Tom resurfaced. When his eyelashes fluttered open, he saw the cool smile on the face of the Dark Lord. The bastard was smiling. Tom snarled and reached out a hand to bat it away. His hand was caught and pressed back onto the floor. All his muscles groaned in protest, in pain, and he felt as if he had survived a battle in which thousands died. His limbs hurt. You are going to have bruises, Voldemort remarked. You were thrashing under the spell. Your own handiwork. I did nothing. Tom sneered and stood shakily. The world spun around him. Harry was nowhere in sight. His chest hurt, and so did breathing. I trust you had a wonderfully new experience. The Dark Lord asked, mockingly. You must tell me about it sometime. Perhaps if you hadn't pushed me so hard, I would not have needed to put you in your place. Tom gave another sneer, turned on his heels and stumbled out of the room without a backward glance. Voldemort did not try to stop him. The emotions still rolled around within him, refusing to leave completely. Tom heaved himself up the stairway, one step at a time. He would be counting his lucky stars if he could make it to his room in time without collapsing in a heap on the floor. Professor Minerva McGonagall stalked along the corridors, scrolls tucked firmly in her arms, muttering to herself about the stupidity of teenagers. She had not had a good day, and she shuddered to imagine the picture she must make. Spectacles perched askew on her nose, hair falling at liberty from her loose bun, long robes dangling from her build in the horrendous pink colors she had seen only on the ministry worker Dolores Umbridge before. Compared to her usual self, she was in disarray. One of the older Gryffindor students from her last class had thought it clever to pull a prank and amuse his housemates by targeting the blackboard and transfiguring the color to a bright magenta. His aim was poor, and needless to say, McGonagall now bore the consequences of the spell on her own robes. She had assigned the child a detention with Filch. Her lips thinned. She was not in the best mood. She was thankful she had a free period without classes and that the corridors were currently deserted because the students were at their lessons. Thinking was much easier when there were no loud laughs, shrieks and clatters. Dumbledore had sent her an invitation to drink tea in his office after dinner. And McGonagall was going to decline, having armed herself with a suitable excuse. She would tell the headmaster that she was too busy marking the homework essays to take time off. It was not a lie at all, she did have numerous essays to mark. Although the full truth was that she could easily spare an hour or two before settling to work and still finish the marking before her usual bedtime. She simply needed an excuse. McGonagall assured herself that she was not attempting to avoid the old man, but that she felt too tired to deal with anything difficult this evening. She remembered with a pang of regret how in the past she used to gladly sit and talk with the ancient headmaster over a cup of her favorite steaming jasmine tea. Except that was before Dumbledore became like this. For a long time, McGonagall had thought that her old companion was merely blind to the flaws of Grindelwald, but now she was convinced that Dumbledore had changed, truly changed, from his past benevolent self to, she hardly dared to believe it, a rather ruthless man who prioritized defeating you-know-who above protecting the students who resided in Hogwarts. The sheer idea shook her to her very core. Dumbledore used to be as much of a mentor as he was a friend and colleague to her. He had taken it upon himself to show her the ropes when she was a young professor in need of a job. Minerva still owed him. He used to be so good, so kind, and nothing mattered to him more than ending the reign of darkness and preserving as much human lives as he could. Albus was, quite literally, a glowing beacon of hope. He had possessed a large amount of humor, even in the most troublesome times. He was so brilliant in mind, so human despite his great talents, with a deep capacity for love, who believed the good in everyone and insisted on second chances. McGonagall had always admired that about him. Yet, somewhere along the way, perhaps after he had been subjected to Ermengarde, it all changed. That wise, wrinkled face had given way to something darker. The features were the same, but something buried deep within was not. It chilled her heart. A sigh slipped past her pursed lips and she continued on her way. As she passed the great hall, McGonagall paused on instinct at the sight of the headmaster deep in conversation with. Minerva blinked. It was difficult to determine whether the figure was male or female when it had its back to her, was fully cloaked in black from head to toe, and had a hood draped over its face. Somehow, she was struck by the impression that the figure did not want to be identified by anyone other than Dumbledore. McGonagall had to admit she was curious about the situation. The figure, surely, was not a professor, and McGonagall was only too aware of the wards that surrounded Hogwarts. They repelled all enemies. They would never allow just any stranger inside the castle. I can provide you with a sanctuary and education for your daughters. I can guarantee your safety within the impenetrable walls of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was saying gently to the figure in front of him. That would be much appreciated, the figure responded stiffly. McGonagall was taken aback by the feminine voice. It was a woman, she was sure now. And a desperate one at that, if the overwrought tone was anything to be judged. Suddenly, McGonagall felt like an insensitive fool intruding upon the privacy of a frantic mother who was seeking shelter for her children. She had always reprimanded and disapproved of those students who poked their noses in other people's private matters for the sake of their own inquisitiveness. She was hit by a bout of guilt and sympathy for the mother. Minerva was about to turn away when what Dumbledore said next snagged her attention once again. However, Dumbledore raised a hand. I have one question. His chest rumbled peacefully, and though McGonagall could not see, she could imagine the infuriating twinkle of the blue eyes that accompanied his comment. In return for my protection, what will you do for me? McGonagall stifled an enraged gasp. The old Dumbledore would never have set a price for his protection. The figure raised her head, and after a moment's contemplation, she said softly, whatever you want, old man. She pitied the woman, and her nostrils flared furiously. Even to oppose the Dark Lord in every respect and face his wrath by taking away his prize. Dumbledore lowered his voice, and McGonagall found that she could not catch the next words no matter how hard she strained to hear. Their muffled discussion lasted until Dumbledore had finished speaking and the hooded female made a choked noise, a mixture between shock and fear. "You must be mad, Dumbledore, to ask such a favor from me. You expect too much. Actions have consequences, and the Dark Lord will hold me to them." "Not at all, Evelyn, I am quite sane even in my old age," Dumbledore said not unpleasantly. "Though, I must admit, my expectations are rather high." The woman gave an angry hiss. "You take me for a fool. Dumbledore, do you think I have no preservation instinct?" Said man chuckled lightly. "On the contrary, I think you are extraordinarily intelligent, which is why I will entrust the job to you. I do believe you will display yourself rather convincingly, at least convincingly enough to deceive him. He is just a child, after all." "I have not yet agreed to the job, old man. As you stated before, all actions have consequences," the headmaster murmured. "I wonder what would happen if Lord Voldemort is to receive an anonymous tip-off that you have committed treason and has met in secret with his most hated enemy." Tensed silence rang like a bell through the air. "Then you will have to face the consequences anyway, I believe," Dumbledore remarked thoughtfully. "And, correct me if I am wrong, your master is not known for being merciful to his servants." McGonagall almost forgot to breathe in her concentration and careful observance of the strange events transpiring before her very eyes. Dumbledore was blatantly blackmailing a mother, who, if the conversation was anything to go by, was also a Death Eater. McGonagall did not fully understand what was going on, but she knew it would be for the best if Albus was not aware she had overheard them for the time being. "What then, Evelyn, what of your two daughters? How will they fend for themselves? One is not even capable of functioning independently and the other is underage. How will your family survive this war without you?" Dumbledore let out a seemingly compassionate sigh and leaned back, waiting for time to do its work and for the message to hit home. Finally the woman regained her composure. When she next spoke again, her voice was cold. "I should never have underestimated you, Dumbledore. It is a small wonder why the Dark Lord has tried but failed so many, many times to kill you. You are too good." The wizened man let out a small, amused chortle. "Far too good at what you do." "I cannot help but agree," Dumbledore smiled, voice amiable and open once more. "So what do you say, Evelyn? Are you up for this task? I believe I have a few things in my office which may aid you and help you overcome the difficult parts." The woman, Evelyn, must have given some indication of her agreement, because Dumbledore suddenly announced brightly, "Good, good, excellent, I knew we could eventually come to an understanding. Care for a lemo? Drop while we take this conversation to my office." Footsteps grew louder, and McGonagall wisely chose that precise second to dart into an empty classroom. She had no idea why she was hiding from the man she worked for, but a small part of her, an intuition, told her to keep the information she'd learnt secret. Only after the footfalls of Dumbledore and Evelyn faded into nothingness did McGonagall finally emerge, scrolls still firmly tucked in her arms. Forks of lightning flashed outside the glass windows, fleetingly throwing the silhouette of the dark figure in the darker room into sharp relief. It was raining outside, raining hard. The sheeting water pelted against the window panes. As Harry sat behind his drawing table, brooding silently. He was troubled, to say the least. A full day had passed since the Dark Lord had thought fit to teach Tom humility and subject him to the emotions, the memories. And Harry had seen neither hair nor hide of the maddening Slytherin heir at breakfast, lunch or dinner. Worry was beginning to gnaw at him. Harry suspected that Tom had shut himself within his bedroom, but it was out of the question for Harry to just burst in and invade his privacy. Knowing Riddle, the Git would probably fling curses at him until he disappeared. Perhaps the man simply needed time alone. Harry sighed. Voldemort was making the most of the spare time that Harry had on his hands, and had invited Harry to keep him company for the better of the day. Dining with the devil for all of the 3 meals was not only awkward but excessively exhausting. For one, the Dark Lord seemed to be hell-bent on watching Harry eat, and making him feel self-conscious to the extent that he actually dropped his fork out of sheer mortification. Through the whole process of lunch, Voldemort's knife and spoons and forks had remained firmly on the table, and he had observed Harry like one might have observed a film. Not only that, but the man fired completely random questions at Harry that left him not knowing what to expect next. One of the conversations, from Harry's memory, went something like this. Tell me, Harry, what do you think of our mind link? Totally inconvenient. I must strongly disagree. Do you not see the advantages of the entire matter? If you, somehow, managed to control the connection, we would be able to converse with each other without physically speaking. You seem to have given this a lot of thought, my lord. Of course. Then why are you asking me for my opinion? How are you enjoying the soup? It has been made especially for you. Thank you, my lord. Potter, do not talk with your mouth full. It had certainly caught Harry off guard, and for some odd reason, it gave him an uncomfortable feeling that the Dark Lord was attempting to achieve something through the weird behavior. He just could not put his finger on it. Or, it might only be him growing overtly paranoid. Speaking of paranoia, Harry stiffened and leapt from his seat with a wand clenched in his hand when the telltale sound of his bedroom door creaking open reached his ears. A trespasser. He spun around. Who on earth would be entering his bedroom in the dead of the night, without knocking, when every other occupant of the manor was asleep? It could only be someone with a severe lack of manners and an unhealthy dose of self-importance. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry stared, but shoved his wand back up his sleeve without hesitation when the Slytherin heir stepped from the corridor and inside the room with an expression of, well, normally it would be annoyance or amusement or something similar, but this time, the look was strange, and it was an emotion that Harry could not pinpoint easily. Ignoring the daylight hours and choosing an untimely hour when Harry might have been snoring in his bed to visit seemed too much like the annoying Tom Harry was used to. To what do I owe the pleasure of your mighty presence? Harry inquired, teasing mockery evident in his voice. And why have you chosen this minute to come and keep me company? Surely you know I am not scared of thunder. When Riddle did not reply, Harry continued lightly, or is it because you are scared of thunder? I assure you, you pathetic fool, that I am not scared of thunder, Riddle hissed. Keep your mouth shut if you do not have anything of an intelligent nature to share. Harry was mildly taken aback by the venom in his tone and also slightly hurt. He had believed Tom might have had reconciliation on his mind, but perhaps he was wrong. Then why are you here? He snapped, more rigidly. Tom paused for a fraction of a second, his tranquility seeming to fall, and his expression had the betraying signs of someone who was unsure of themselves. That, however, only lasted for a brief amount of time. Riddle glanced around the room, and his eyes came to a stop on the bed neatly made without any indication that it had been recently disturbed. Can't sleep, Potter, he said. None of your damn business. Rude. Whoever stated I was not rude is an idiot, Harry retorted. Besides, you do not need a license to be rude. He trailed off when he saw Tom Riddle staring at him, eyes narrowed and calculating in a typical Slytherin fashion, and decided he did not like the look. It set off alarm bells inside his head, but this was no stranger, it was Riddle, and Harry thought that no matter how unbalanced the emotions might have made Tom was still Tom. Not even Voldemort could change that. Why are you gaping at me, Tom? Harry teased. Have you seen something that you like on my face? A breadcrumb, perhaps. I've just finished dinner. You can eat it if you want, but that's only if you can get it off my face. Tom pulled a disgusted face, but otherwise made no sound. Tonight, the man appeared determined not to join Harry in their usual bantering and verbal sparring and battle of wits. Tonight, he looked dull and distracted. The emotions Voldemort put him through probably had a larger impact than Harry first assumed. I'm about to go to bed, so if you don't get on with what you want to say, I'll have to hope that you'll excuse yourself while I wash up in the bathroom and prepare for bed, Harry said. He hoped it was enough to get the young Dark Lord talking. And it was. Would you like to join me for a walk? Up and down the stairs in the manor? Harry asked. Outside. In the garden. Unbelievable. Tom had gone mad. Harry was struck by an urge to feel Tom's forehead to find out if he was suffering from a fever or whether he was delirious. It is raining outside, Harry said slowly. And not just a little. We are both going to get soaked. Besides, I personally do not see the fun in walking alongside all the lightning and thunder and the wet flowers. You are a wizard, aren't you, Potter? Never heard of a warming charm or a spell that repels rain before. We will never get wet. Harry folded his arms across his chest. This is madness. Why would you want to walk in the rain? Because I just do. He scoffed. It was just the type of answer he would have expected from Tom when the man was in a sullen mood. Look, Tom, you are not a poet and nor are you one of those strange musicians who find inspiration amongst the greenery and compose songs in the bad weather to romantic lovers. Come to think of it, you don't even like water. Riddle sighed and slid a finger through his hair. I'm starting to think that what Voldemort did to you is meddling with the way your brain functions. As soon as Harry said those words, he wished he could take them back. There was no point reminding Tom of his own humiliation. Being a proud creature, there was a lot of room for Tom to take offense from the remark. To his surprise, Tom did not even blink. If you're not going, then I'll just have to go by myself. For the first time that evening, Tom tossed him a mocking smile. Though, admittedly, I'd prefer company over loneliness. Perhaps it was an irresistible impulse to redeem himself for the comment that slipped past without his permission, or maybe he was pleased that Tom had finally confessed he appreciated Harry's presence. Either way, Harry grudgingly agreed despite his own reluctance to venture out into the storm in the middle of the night. Later, he would curse himself for it, but for the time being, he gave in to Tom's will. The look of utter triumph and relief that crossed Tom's face made it impossible for Harry himself not to smirk. It already appeared to be worth it. Harry liked making people around him happier as opposed to being stuck in depression. You are behaving abnormally peculiar tonight, you know that, Tom. You are being really uncharacteristic. Harry grinned at the stiffening shoulders in front of him. Still, I think uncharacteristic is good. We all need a change of personality sometimes. For me, I wish I can develop a Daphne-ish attitude temporarily, just to annoy you. Tom's shoulders stiffened even more. Whatever. Let's go, shall we? Tom seemed to forget entirely about the warming charm and the water-repelling charm that he had promised Harry once they were outside. As they both headed towards the gardens, Tom gained an unnatural speed and began to stride in the direction of the trees while Harry hurried his pace to catch up. Slow down, Tom, Harry panted. We are taking a midnight stroll, not a midnight run. It was freezing, and the cold was seeping beneath his skin. His robes were soaked and saturated with water. Harry glanced up miserably at the wet strands dripping water into his eyes. He hoped Tom would decide to turn back soon, and he could return to his room for a hot shower. Thunder rumbled menacingly in the distance, but Riddle was oblivious to it. In fact, Riddle seemed oblivious to everything, including Harry's request for them to slow down because he only intensified his speed. In Tom's haste, they had already crossed more than half of the garden, and Harry could feel the mud on his toes in his waterlogged shoes. He felt irritated at the fact Tom was determinedly ignoring him. Finally, he stopped entirely, and called out, "If you do not slow down, I will be heading back to the manor. The Dark Lord wishes to dine with me early in the morning, and I do not want to catch a cold." To his relief, Tom twisted around and started walking towards him. Harry's relief was short-lived. Once Tom reached him, he pulled Harry unceremoniously by the collar towards the edge of the garden. Harry almost choked. The strength of the Slytherin air was admirable and he practically heaved Harry on. "Stop it," Harry gasped. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Tom only dragged him on, uncaring when Harry lost his footing. He merely tossed another scornful look and continued on his way. Harry yelled in pain and disbelief when he was hauled through the mud, leaving a track of brown liquid swirling after him. "Are you mad?" he cried. "Unhand me." Surprise, Tom disregarded him. As they neared the very boundaries of the garden, neared the iron gates, Harry blinked away the mud and leaves which coated his eyes and squinted into the darkness. He saw the silhouettes of two different figures behind the gates. He glanced up again at Tom, and then back at the figures. His heart sank. The real Tom Riddle had to be quietly asleep in his room, unaware of what was taking place and unaware of his double whom was currently flinging a writhing Harry onto his shoulders and trudging towards the figures. A hand was placed roughly over Harry's mouth and he felt his wand slip past his outstretched fingers. The last thing he saw was the face of one of the figures behind the iron gates. It was an old face, a face which was brightened by a wrinkly smile. He saw Dumbledore's face, and he wanted to cry out at his own stupidity. And then he was hit over the head by something hard. Darkness wafted towards him. When Harry finally came to consciousness, he was fully coherent and memories of his abduction effortlessly came to him. His eyelashes had an urge to flutter but Harry did not dare to open his eyes in fear of what he would find. Instead his senses reached out and embraced his surroundings. The room was surprisingly but welcomingly warm, and he was sprawled on what seemed to be a soft, furry armchair. The smell of freshly baked cookie batches was in the air and Harry could hear the faint crackle of fire licking wood. All seemed to be safe, eerily safe. Harry opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was the old man dressed in vibrant robes with half-moon spectacles dangling on his crooked nose, scribbling away with a quill on a rather thick book in the corner of the room. Albus Dumbledore immediately set down his own book to offer Harry a gentle smile. It differed from the ones Voldemort granted Harry. The smile had nothing of a predatory nature. It was calm and held a trace of sadness. "My boy, Harry," Dumbledore greeted, "I hope you were not too uncomfortable. You do not seem to have caught a cold, even after dear Evelyn Greengrass dragged you through all that mud. Incredible, really. I dare say you are immune. For if it was me, in my old age, I would have been most sick." Harry was not quite sure what to make of the light conversation. But once again, he was reminded of his own stupidity. The real Tom Riddle was not a romantic, and never would have strolled in a storm, no matter how unhinged he was. Harry wished he could hit himself. Of all the daft, thick, dense, naive, foolish things to do, Harry had followed the fake riddle mindlessly and played right into Dumbledore's hands. It had something to do with Polyjuice Potion, he was sure of it. He tried to stand up but found that he could not. Ropes were restraining his arms and ankles, and he was tied to the red armchair. His wand laid a few meters to his left, on a small wooden table. How cruel of the man to put it somewhere Harry could see but never grasp. "You have lowered yourself beneath even your own morals, Dumbledore," Harry snarled lowly. "Kidnapping a child in the dead of the night and holding him here against his will. Your followers will never approve." Dumbledore gazed at him unflinchingly, and for a splitting second, blue eyes devoid of a twinkle met hard green. Harry looked away first. "You refer to yourself as a child, Harry, but I ask you now, are you really a child?" Dumbledore inquired quietly. "You may be underage, but you have done so many deeds adults would be afraid of. You have tortured and maimed, and I do not know whether you have made your first kill yet. You subjected Moody to the Cruciatus curse voluntarily out of your own will, haven't you?" Harry stiffened, bristling at the way Dumbledore described murder as though it was inevitable for him to commit sooner or later. He would not allow himself to be guilt-tripped, and by Dumbledore of all people. The old man was a hypocrite. "I have done what must be done," Harry said frankly, "for survival. Headmaster, we are all aware you have done the same. I cannot make allowances for what the Dark Lord has done, but unlike you, he does not try to disguise his hunger for power." "In a way, Harry, you are quite correct," Dumbledore said. "My greatest weakness, indeed, is my hunger for power, but unlike your lord, I attempt to control myself." "It's just that immense desires refuse to be controlled," Harry interrupted sarcastically. "Everything can be controlled, Harry," Dumbledore murmured. "I have done things for the greater good, for my students and my staff and all those innocents who do not deserve to suffer and die. Maybe your intentions started out as pure, maybe your methods were once clean, but now you can hardly claim yourself to be a prime example of a saint, Dumbledore, when you are sacrificing innocence." Dumbledore spread his hands out and opened his lips to speak, but Harry beat him to it. "If I remember accurately, you were what drove me to seek protection with Voldemort, whom I betrayed for your escape." The old headmaster winced. "You cannot look me in the eye and tell me your followers will be pleased with your intentions for me," Harry said. "If they know half the things you have done." "My followers, as you eloquently put it, are my friends," Dumbledore said sharply. "And they have no need to know of your fate." "What will be my fate?" Dumbledore wrung his knobbly hands together and let out a sigh. "I am sorry, dear boy, I know you do not deserve it. You have merely been manipulated by Lord Voldemort and, though it may not be noticeable, you still have a great amount of goodness within you." The time-worn wizard sounded so morose that Harry spared him a second glance. "Death," Harry said bluntly. "Yes, my child," Dumbledore said, staring at him out of sorrowful eyes, not seeming to notice the irony of him calling Harry, child. "But you need not fear, for death is but the next great adventure to the well-organized mind. It will be a better place than the life you are living right now." "I have not had enough of my adventure on Earth," Harry snapped. "Only you can call death the next great adventure, and that is only on the condition that your life is not on the line." "You get the wrong impression of me, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, voice so soft that it was barely audible. I will take my own life instantly if I can be promised the safety of others. For once, Dumbledore did not sound dishonest. Suddenly, even Harry was confused as to whether Dumbledore was being manipulative or if he was simply speaking true words to a boy who he knew he could be honest to, because Harry would never leave the room alive. There were no reasons for the former since it was unnecessary. If the latter was true, then the man had to be horribly insane. Harry was seeing flashes of two extraordinarily different men in front of him, and yet both were sinisterly similar, as if they were two faces on the same coin. There was no time to contemplate on Dumbledore's personality, however, as time was running out for him. The clogs in Harry's mind were spinning desperately for a plan to get the hell out of there, but he would think of nothing except to keep Dumbledore talking in a stall for time. Why would my death benefit your cause more than keeping me alive and using me as bait, Professor? Harry asked. Perhaps I can gain more that way, Dumbledore said, but it will be a slow stalemate, since Lord Voldemort will not willingly sacrifice anything of importance. It will be easier to just get it over and done with the Horcrux if you are my age, Harry, you will know how tiring it is to play God. Harry stayed silent, knowing Dumbledore would clarify. It is difficult to decide who lives and who dies when everyone is close to you to send them to their deaths knowing you could have prevented it but to be helpless in the fact that many more will die if you do not give them up. For a moment, there was nothing but a weary old man, fatigued at life and the things it threw at him. You may think me very selfish, Harry, and I will not say I am selfless, but if I am really selfish I would leave with all my students, Minerva and Gellert, and turn my back on this war. Why don't you do that? Harry pointed out. You are the only one opposing Voldemort. If you leave, there will be no war. And leave the Dark Lord to bring about another dark era, leave him to rule with the lives of innocents at his mercy. Dumbledore placed a hand over his eyes. I am the only person opposing Voldemort, and that is precisely why I cannot desert my post. The headmaster took a candy from his desk and showed it to Harry. Care for a lemo, drop? He asked, solemnly and with none of the previous cheer. Harry cracked a dry grin. I think you'll find, Professor, that those who head off to the gallows lack the ability to savor sweets. I'm sorry, Harry. Dumbledore popped a lemo, drop in his mouth. But, sorry, doesn't cut it, does it? My liking for sweet things came solely from a life that is too bitter for me. And sacrificing children is the bitterest thing of all. Without waiting for a response, Dumbledore stood up shakily, and made to exit the room. Where are you going? To get Gellert, Dumbledore said, without looking back. I cannot bring myself to do the deed. So much for being a Gryffindor, brave enough only to issue orders but not to do the dirty work. Only a few minutes after Dumbledore left, the door opened again, and Harry fully expected the past dark wizard to walk through with his wand at the ready. It came both as a relief and a shock when McGonagall entered the office looking paler than Harry had ever seen her. Her lips were pressed together nervously and her nostrils were flaring, as Harry had often seen it before. Potter, she whispered. Only you can attract trouble like a magnet. Her wand slipped out from under her robes, and she targeted it at Harry. I should have known and acted earlier. He flinched. He'd never thought he'd die at the hands of Professor McGonagall. But with a single incantation, the robes binding him fell at his feet, harmless. Dumbledore is not careless with security, despite what it may seem. He used a spell you would never have heard of, and he changed the password to his office. I was fortunate to have overheard when you were captured, McGonagall explained. Harry gaped at her, unable to summon up any words. Well, don't just lie there like a fool, Potter. Grindelwald will be here in minutes, McGonagall said furiously. Are you going to wait here like a sitting duck? What are you doing? Harry said incredulously. McGonagall pierced him with a withering glare. Releasing and rescuing you, Potter, she hissed. What else does it look like? She seized his wand from the table, slammed it into Harry's hand, and pulled him to his feet. But you're with Dumbledore. Your statement requires amendment, McGonagall said. I was with Dumbledore until I discovered what he planned to do to you. People change, Harry. He is not the same man I respected. He played his card and now we get ready to play ours. Realization dawned upon Harry. Professor, he didn't know what to say. He didn't know what he should say. Dumbledore, I thank you, Professor. Thank you for this. McGonagall smiled tightly. You are very welcome, Potter. No one will question me walking through Hogwarts, though you are a different case. You must disguise yourself. We need to get past the wards and apparate before they reach us. Despite the circumstances, Harry allowed himself a smile. McGonagall was like a flashing whirlwind, fierce and protective, like the lioness her house always indicated. You will not help the headmaster any more than you can help, McGonagall ordered. Harry blinked in confusion when he realized she was addressing the headmaster portraits. It is time he gets replaced, and you know it. Phineas Nigellus Black abandoned his pretense of sleeping. We are honor-bound to serve the current headmaster. Then forsake your bloody honor. She insisted. Harry was surprised to hear noises of agreement, and to see even Phineas grudgingly nod his head. McGonagall turned with a hymn of satisfaction. Then, with a sprightly leap, Harry was at the door, massaging his sore arms as he ran, with McGonagall close on his heels. With his wand in his hand, Harry felt whole again. He was no longer defenseless. They sprinted down the hallways, down the staircases, past the classrooms, with Harry quickly flicking a concealing spell over himself. The other students sneaked glances at McGonagall as she pushed past them, having never seen their transfiguration professor ever make that much use of her physical assets. None of them noticed the invisible body running in front of her. They reached the door without much problem. It was almost too easy. Panting, Harry pushed against it. The moment his fingers came into contact with the wood, a shrill noise erupted in his head. It wasn't just in his head. It blared into the silence, savagely ripping it apart. McGonagall half collapsed against the door, using it to support her weight. With a gasp, Harry pushed it hard. It remained resolutely shut, like stone. Enchanted against you, McGonagall managed, through clenched teeth. There was confusion all around them, students shouting out and people tripping over one another. There was so much noise caused by the students that it almost drowned out the alarm. Somehow, he didn't know how, Harry heard Dumbledore finally call out, faintly, "Gellert, the Horcrux." In a less chaotic situation, he would have been annoyed that he got addressed not by name but as Voldemort's damn Horcrux. His eyes scanned desperately in the crowd for Dumbledore. He couldn't see him, but the old headmaster had to nearly be upon them. Harry swore under his breath, if they didn't move fast, they wouldn't ever get a chance to move again. Grasping his wand tightly, he aimed it at the surrounding windows. And muttered one of the strongest blasting curses he had been taught through the years by Tom. He half expected the glass to shatter and explode. Instead, he got flung back by a reacting force. Ignoring the particularly hard landing, he jumped back onto his feet. Now, he could actually see Dumbledore's slightly worried expression in the creases in his forehead. And Grindelwald. Arg, this was so not good. McGonagall had picked herself up and gone into battle stance, wand at the ready and hair flying out from her bun. Harry knew they stood absolutely no chance against them. He would avoid a duel if he had anything to say about it. The room couldn't possibly be fully warded. There had to be something Dumbledore had forgotten, genius as he was. There was always something. Accio brooms. Harry yelled. He had no idea if this was going to work, but it was the only plan that stood half a chance of succeeding. About 40 brooms zipped towards them, whacking students on the head when they got in the way. One landed in Harry's outstretched hand and the other was instantly acquired by McGonagall. She winked at him. I feel like I am in my prime again. You are in your prime, Professor. Harry shouted back. He tugged the broom up. He brought his legs forward to gain speed, heading in a beeline for the enchanted ceiling. It was bright and sunny, exactly like the sky outside. As much as it looked like the sky, though, a ceiling was much more fragile and could be brought down. Harry pointed his wand once again at the obstacle blocking his freedom, and muttered the curse under his breath. It worked like a miracle. It was frightening, almost, seeing Hogwarts herself fissure. It looked like Hogwarts was meant to act as a stronghold against outside forces and never meant to be attacked from the inside. The ceiling cracked and splintered like a breaking eggshell. Harry murmured a soft apology in his head. Below him, he heard Dumbledore cry out in distress. Without wasting any more time, Harry launched himself forward, using his body to smack against the ceiling. It hurt, but he succeeded in making a Harry-shaped hole. And then he was flying in the real sky. McGonagall was right behind him. It was exhilarating. He rocketed up, doing a corkscrew, and headed straight for the gates. Once he got past them, his freedom was secured. They were so close. The gates were within hand's reach. Harry could almost taste freedom on his tongue. And then he was going down. hurtling down. "Potter!" she exclaimed. There was no time to wave his wand. He fell like a shot falcon. No time to spare before he hit the ground. At 40 meters off the ground, Harry estimated that the fall would kill him. He squeezed his eyes shut and forced his mind to calm down. Calm down, and he stood a fair chance of surviving. He had never performed wandless magic under high pressure, in every sense of the word, and when his brain wasn't receiving enough oxygen. Nonetheless, it worked. It was a gamble, but it worked. He continued his descent like a feather. "Told you, Albus," he heard Grindelwald say lightly. "I am an excellent shot. Look at that, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Harry looked up. McGonagall was landing too, albeit voluntarily. Obviously Dumbledore would never shoot her down himself. Harry knew how much she meant to him, almost as much as Grindelwald. He didn't know how he felt. A welling sensation of disappointment and sadness, he supposed. Freedom was so close. But Professor McGonagall stalked up to Dumbledore, only stopping several meters from him, and snatched her wand from her sleeve. In the nicest way possible, she stated clearly, a steely glow in her eye, "I'm going to ask you to kindly let the boy go, Albus. If you still value our friendship, you'll let him go." Dumbledore looked at her sadly. "I'm sorry, Minerva, but I can't sacrifice the greater good for the sake of our friendship." McGonagall smiled grimly. "I thought you'd say something like that." She drew her wand. "I need you to know something. When I think you're morally in the wrong, I do not ask. I expect. So, I'm going to repeat myself, I expect you will let Potter go." Grindelwald sneered, putting himself in front of Dumbledore. "Or what, old tabby? You'll blast him to pieces." "I'm afraid that won't happen." The Transfigurations professor snorted shortly. "Of course not. How daft are you?" She pointed the end of her wand at her own throat. "I can't kill him, but I dare say that I am in charge of my life." "No," Dumbledore choked out. He stumbled forward, arms outstretched to stop her. "Don't be silly, Minerva." She pressed her wand closer to her throat. "Stay where you are, Albus," McGonagall said coolly. "I've never been accused of silly in my life, not even when I was a student at Hogwarts. I simply do what needs to be done." "Professor," Harry called out. "Please don't. Not on my account." McGonagall ignored him. Instead, she focused on Dumbledore. "I'm not just doing this for my student," she said, calm as ever in the face of death. "I am doing this for the greater good. I believe your definition of the greater good is a little outdated. This is ridiculous. He is a Horcrux, the Dark Lord's own apprentice. Surely you won't sacrifice your life for him, Minerva." "Of course not. I don't want to be remembered as a martyr, but I am serious." "Please, Minerva. It's too late. If you want Harry, you'll have to cross my dead body." "I can subdue you before you do any damage to yourself," Dumbledore said. "You can't keep watch on me forever. I'll do it. As you've always said yourself, death is but the next great adventure." "But not you." Harry had never seen the headmaster look so tortured. "Don't you see? You're helping the Dark Lord. You're giving him exactly what he wants. Try to be reasonable, Minerva." Beside him, Grindelwald signed exasperatedly. "Albus, you agreed yourself that she was getting out of hand. Perhaps it is time to you said she would have to be dealt with eventually." McGonagall might have flinched inwardly at the revelation, but she remained stony on the exterior. "I never meant it in this way," Dumbledore argued. "If she would just change her mind." "Let Harry go," McGonagall interrupted. "I am saying this for the last time." There was a moment of sharp silence. And then Dumbledore slumped. Grindelwald scowled. "We have to let him go," Dumbledore said softly. "I can't let her do this, Gellert." "This is a bad decision," Grindelwald said flatly. "I know." Unable to believe the sudden turn of events, Harry peered anxiously at his professor and got a wide smile in response. He had no idea how relieved he was. He walked the rest of the way to the gate and let himself out. On the other side, without saying a word, McGonagall grabbed her broom and ascended. Neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald tried to stop her. She landed on the other side, took Harry by the hand, and disapparated. Harry was curled up on the sofa, hands cupping a mug of hot chocolate. He glanced outside. The sun was beginning to go down and the sky was darkening. Professor McGonagall had picked a good hideaway, a modest hut on the edge of Scotland in the middle of nowhere. He had never even realized that McGonagall had anywhere to go that Dumbledore didn't know. At least he guessed he would not have to worry about Dumbledore or Grindelwald for a while if he was lucky. McGonagall poured herself a cup of tea, and she came to join him. She sat down next to him and took his hands. Harry felt mildly uncomfortable at the touch. Tom almost never initiated contact, and whenever Voldemort did, it was designed to intimidate. Harry, she began slowly, you have a choice. You understand that, don't you? This is your life, and you don't have to be in the middle of this war. God knows the battlefield is the worst place for a child to grow up. Harry tilted his head at her. Did she really think he had not thought about throwing his hands up and ditching everything? I can't. She shook her head. You can. You always have a choice. Professor, I really don't, Harry said. I'm a Horcrux, Voldemort's Horcrux. I'm carrying a piece of his soul. You know him, Professor. He would never let a piece of his soul run around free. Take Voldemort out of the equation, McGonagall said insistently, faltering slightly at his name. If he didn't exist, what would you do, Harry? What would you do with your life? Imagine that you are a Muggle, away from all this. How would you spend your life? Harry smiled a little. Travel, I suppose, he said. Visit Egypt and the pyramids. I've always wanted to see the pyramids. Maybe visit China and France too. Maybe Germany and Japan and Uganda. McGonagall's hand was on his shoulder now. And for some reason, it didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. Then do all of that, Potter, she breathed. Her eyes warmed. Ignore Voldemort. Treat him like he doesn't exist. I would love to tour the world again. The last time I did that, I was a young witch. We'll do all of that again. Harry's breath hitched, and he glanced away. Brighten up, Potter, McGonagall reprimanded. Traveling with your teacher doesn't have to be that tortuous, you know. She winked at him. I know all the best restaurants and tourist spots. Dumbledore is going to come after me. He won't stop until the Horcrux in me is dead, and there really is no way to get rid of the Horcrux unless I die too, Harry said. I suppose he's going to disrupt our travel plans. McGonagall sighed. What I am saying is, Potter, you are your own person. I know you're overwhelmed, but you've forgotten your greatest gift. You've been living with Voldemort for too long, been treated as a weapon for too long. She looked up at him, and Harry suddenly found himself marveling at how spirited she was, despite her age, despite her strict demeanor. No wonder Draco had come to appreciate her. She was a brilliant person. The irony of it, he was so cynical compared to her. It really should have been the other way round. But Voldemort had got rid of all his childishness. You are a survivor, Potter, McGonagall continued softly. You are. So good at surviving and adapting. Your greatest gift, something we've all been blessed with, is life. You've become so good at defending it that you've forgotten what it's meant for. When you're my age, you'll realize that you don't want to survive. You want to live. Harry stared at her, rapt. Live life to its fullest, as they say, McGonagall said, with a tight smile. Voldemort will never again enjoy the pleasure of life as you and I can. That is his greatest weakness. And how do I live? Carve your own path, do the things you want and forget all the consequences. Forget Dumbledore and Grindelwald and Voldemort. They're insignificant. It's your life, and only you have the right to make the decisions. Alone. I don't know. McGonagall smiled at him. My purpose tonight is not to influence you, Potter, but to show you that there can be another way. She stood up and gave him one last pat on the shoulder. It's bedtime for me now, Potter. I'll let you sleep on it. And close the lights when you're ready. Before she could step away, Harry's hand closed on her wrist. She looked at him questioningly. Professor, never mind thank you. 3 days passed, and Harry had a plan. McGonagall was right, he realized. He could not go on like this, being protected and treated like a property by the Dark Lord. For one reason or another, everyone seemed to only see the Horcrux within him. Dumbledore would love to get his hands on him again and actually wipe the Horcrux out this time. Harry had no intention of letting him do it. As much he wanted to be rid of the Horcrux also, he was not willing to go along with it if it meant his life would be taken in the process. If he had his way, he would already be halfway around the globe by now with McGonagall. She was an excellent tutor, and she had been teaching him how to occlude the past few days, ever since Voldemort had started banging on his head. That was another issue. Voldemort was taking advantage of his mental connection with Harry. At first, when he realized Harry had no intention of going back to him, he had tried reasoning. Imagine that. The Dark Lord trying to reason with someone. It hadn't lasted long. Next came the threats. Threats of punishment once Voldemort took him back, which, according to Voldemort, was inevitable. And then there were threats of what he would do to Tom, seeing as the unbreakable vow had failed to work, perhaps due to the peculiar circumstances. Harry fretted a bit over that, but Tom was fully capable of defending himself, and he doubted that Voldemort was going to do much. Besides, whatever Tom got, he deserved. Harry thanked the long distance between them and Voldemort. Since his occlumency wasn't up to scratch, the distance seemed to be the only thing that stopped Voldemort from discovering their hideaway. As much as he would love traveling with McGonagall, there was something he had to do first. He really had to. He had to face Dumbledore, even if it ended in his death. Better now than when Harry had just started learning what truly living felt like. He had already sent Dumbledore a message via owl. It was easy enough to catch a wild one and cast the Imperious Curse. Dumbledore would be waiting for him. He could manage this without Tom. Without Voldemort. Without McGonagall. It wasn't safe for her. He had a feeling that if she showed her face again, Dumbledore wouldn't be able to stop Grindelwald from tearing her up into pieces. If he came back, he promised himself that he was going to see the pyramids with McGonagall. It was going to be fantastic. If he came back, that was. First, though, he had something he had to learn. Professor, he said tentatively. McGonagall turned around to look at him. There's this spell that Voldemort used on Tom. I was wondering if you'd heard of it. I think it makes the person experience things from the viewpoint of something else. Like a transfer of memories, except more powerful. McGonagall frowned at him. I do know the spell, Potter. May I ask what you intend to do with it? Just curious. I doubt it, she said. Still I fail to see what harm will come of it. It's not a dark spell. It's actually closely linked to legilimency. In fact, some will say it's a part of it. I'm sure you'll muster it soon enough. It's not particularly difficult. The incantation is Legilimens Transligo. She proceeded to demonstrate the wand movement. In 2 hours, Harry had managed to successfully pull it off. He had been a bit slow, and the spell didn't work perfectly, but he was sure it would do the job. Thanks, Professor, he said. Welcome. She stepped back and observed him proudly. You are a natural, Mr. Potter. I don't remember you learning this quickly when you were at Hogwarts. Harry grinned. People adapt, Professor. You're a living example. He laughed again. It felt so domestic. He wondered if this was what it would have been like if his parents were alive. McGonagall was a teacher, of course, but he couldn't help but feel as if she was trying to show him what a true family should feel like. Inwardly, he also felt like crying. You've done so much for me, Professor. I'm indebted to you. Potter, you owe me nothing. She looked like she was going to draw him into a hug. Harry backed away. Potter, I'm terribly, terribly sorry. The expression of confusion on her face was almost too much. For what? For this, he replied, turning his wand on her. Stupefy. He caught her as she fell and moved her onto the sofa. He couldn't believe he was doing this to the one professor on the light side who had shown him any kindness, but he didn't want to be responsible for her death. He didn't want to have her blood on his hands as well. Incarcerus. As he made to leave, his head exploded with pain. With a grunt, he landed on his knees. Harry, this is your last warning. Return to me and I will not do anything I regret. Go away, he snarled back. One last chance, Harry. Don't make me come and get you. And then Voldemort tore at the information on the front of his mind. The pain was almost unbearable. He had no idea how the Dark Lord was doing it, and, oh God, his brain felt like it was on fire. And then nothing. It felt like Voldemort suddenly stopped everything he was doing. As if he was stunned. Harry dismissed it. At least the invasion on his mind had stopped for now, and he could get to Dumbledore. Voldemort could not believe what he had seen. It was sheer foolishness. His Horcrux was in danger again. It seemed like the Potter boy was suicidal. Returning to Dumbledore and facing him. He was going to die. And so would a part of his soul. This was not going to happen. My lord. Tom had glided in through the doors, mocking as ever. Voldemort felt his patience running out. He had no idea how long Potter would last in a battle with Dumbledore. Hopefully long enough. He is going to Dumbledore. Tom might have paled a shade whiter, but he couldn't quite tell. He didn't have time to carefully observe Tom. He rose from his seat and summoned his Death Eaters. It seemed like there wasn't enough time to make an adequate plan. If there was going to be a face-off with the old man, it had to be now. If Potter survived this, he was going to pay for forcing his hand. Voldemort despised rushing into things without any warning. He wasn't a Gryffindor after all. To his death, Tom remarked impassively. How predictable. Are you coming? Tom was still a little unhinged from experiencing Harry's emotions, Voldemort could tell. It was not really surprising when Tom arched an eyebrow and replied, I'm not sure I want to rescue the brat. I'm sure you'll do a good job by yourself. Harry twisted around when he sensed Dumbledore's presence behind him. There he was, hair and beard billowing like a flag in the wind. He had such a regretful look on his face that Harry might have felt sorry for him if it was not for the fact that he was going to be killed. Dumbledore approached him. Leaves rustled under his shoes, and Harry almost took an involuntary step back, but he stood his ground. He wanted this. He needed this confrontation before he could get on with his life again. This had to happen. Harry, I've come alone, he said. This is what you wanted, isn't it? Good to see you honoring your promise. It would be immoral not to listen to you when you're willingly sacrificing your life. Gellert tried to persuade me to let him come, but Harry was doing all he could not to gape. Dumbledore thought this meeting was him finally seeing the light, and deciding to commit suicide for the greater good. How wrong he was. This was twisted. The sun was shining so brightly overhead that it hurt to look straight at Dumbledore and into the sun. Harry personally thought that it should be pelting with rain, to symbolize the God. He was becoming nearly as dramatic as Tom. You know, my boy, I truly did not want this to end this way, Dumbledore said morosely. Unfortunately, this is how it has to end. I'm so sorry. I don't expect you to accept my apology, but I didn't actually come here to die, Harry said. Dumbledore arched an eyebrow. My boy. Harry noted that he didn't even take out his wand. I wanted to show you something, he continued, something illuminating. I thought you might find it fascinating. You know how you said people change, sometimes for the better and sometimes for the worse. You said I learned to torture people, to join Voldemort. I thought I should show you how you changed. The expression on Dumbledore's face changed, and now the wand was finally coming out from under Dumbledore's sleeve. Harry had already pointed his wand at Dumbledore. Legilimens Trancel. Before he had time to finish the incantation, he was lifted off his feet by a great force. And suddenly he was dangling in midair, staring down at Dumbledore, who looked at him sadly. I'm really sorry. And then Harry was being thrown into the tree behind him. He landed with a sickening snap, and he wasn't sure if he broke something. Adrenaline was pounding through him. He sat up, and grabbed his wand. And promptly got picked up by the force and hurled in front of Dumbledore. Harry coughed into the ground. A painless death, Dumbledore was murmuring. It's the least that I can do for you, isn't it? Avada Kedavra. Harry barely intercepted it with a summoned rock. Said rock exploded into smithereens right in front of Dumbledore's face. Seizing his wand and his opportunity simultaneously, Harry leapt up and pointed the wand first at himself and then at Dumbledore. Legilimens Transligo. Dumbledore stumbled, and glanced at Harry, his eyes wide in what looked like horror. It was not the typical horror Harry had seen when people were kneeled in front of Voldemort. This was pure, unrivaled, undiluted horror. Horror at himself. Harry wondered which of his memories Dumbledore was experiencing right now. He could see Dumbledore shaking. His shoulders were shaking as though he was suffering a seizure. And then Dumbledore dropped his wand. The thud it made when it landed on the ground drew Harry's attention. Disarmed and caught up in memories, Dumbledore was well and truly vulnerable. Harry grimaced. He had never seen the headmaster vulnerable. Frankly, it unnerved him. He reached across and picked up Dumbledore's wand. It felt so small in his hand. Dumbledore had fallen now, figuratively and literally. On his knees, Dumbledore was mumbling something over and over again. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Harry felt a sudden rush of pity. He had planned to take the chance and end it all, and he had clearly not thought it through. He looked numbly at the two wands he now held. He could end this now. His hands clenched. Could he really kill someone as carelessly as Voldemort? Was there even a point? What if Dumbledore realized where he had gone wrong and changed? Harry couldn't believe he was having doubts now. If he killed Dumbledore, didn't that make him just as bad as Dumbledore? He'd be playing God, wouldn't he? It wasn't his right to take life, just as it wasn't his right to decide who lived and who died. Even Dumbledore had hesitated about killing him personally. If Harry killed him now, didn't it make him as bad as Voldemort, technically? Dumbledore was crying out now, in what seemed like pain. Apologies came out in a continuous stream from his lips. Harry felt sick. When cracks signifying apparition rung around him, he barely had the sense to stand up and brace himself for Grindelwald. It turned out it wasn't Grindelwald. It was Voldemort. Harry felt like a shadow, unnoticed, as Voldemort caught sight of the incapacitated Dumbledore who was still whispering out apologies at the air. He would never forget the sheer dark hunger that came across Voldemort's face. Like a shark that had smelled blood. As he watched, Voldemort walked towards Dumbledore and placed a foot on his back to keep him low. He felt like vomiting. Of course the Dark Lord wouldn't waver like he did. Like Dumbledore did. With a chilling smile, Voldemort casually lifted Harry's curse. Dumbledore fell quiet. In the silence, it was easy to hear what he told Voldemort. "Tell Harry I'm sorry." Later when Harry thought back to it, he would comprehend that Dumbledore must have known he was going to die by Voldemort's hand. Easy prey. And that he had hoped his last words would be passed on to Harry. Crucio. Dumbledore screamed. Voldemort was worse than Dumbledore. At least the headmaster had shown mercy, had wanted to grant him a painless death. Voldemort was. Harry felt so confused, so bewildered. He felt his stomach turn. Laceribus. Dumbledore's skin was splitting like a dried fruit. Blood was pouring out of his eyes, his ears, his mouth. Harry had never seen anything like it. He had never wanted to see anything like it. The skin was folding. It was disgusting. From Dumbledore's hands up to his elbows, there was no skin. The curse spread, and spread, and spread. When it had done its work, there was nothing left to distinguish Dumbledore as human, let alone his identity. The smell of rotting corpse filled Harry's nostrils. He could only assume it was something to do with the curse. One moment, Dumbledore had been there, apologizing. And the next, Voldemort had ripped into him. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort set the body on fire. Oh God! Harry turned around and apparated before Voldemort could pay any attention to him. The last thing he saw was Tom's face and his hands stretching out for Harry. Harry attended the funeral. He showed up in a black suit and wearing a different face, with McGonagall by his side also in a disguise. It was a somber event, and he was startled by the number of people who had come to say goodbye. He knew Dumbledore had been popular, that he had been nothing but kind to those students under his care, but he hadn't expected this. It seemed like the whole of Hogwarts was here, mourning the death of their headmaster. The students stood together, talking, swapping stories, crying. He spotted Hermione, who looked ashen gray and downtrodden. Her eyes were bloodshot. The sense of discomfort itched at him, and turned into downright horror. He felt like the murderer. He was the murderer. Dear Merlin. There were a few families gathered together. After wandering over to them, Harry found out that they had been the families who had been saved by Dumbledore's efforts of hiding them from the Dark Lord. If the word of the pair of nice couple was to be trusted, Dumbledore had demanded nothing in return. Harry noticed that McGonagall had tentatively positioned herself next to the other professors, despite none of them having any idea who she was, and was talking quietly with a dark-haired man he did not recognize. Later, he realized the man was Snape, also under a glamour. He had come to pay his respects despite his known association with the Dark Lord, and everything else. Harry had no idea how he felt about Dumbledore's death. It wasn't delight, certainly, except it wasn't quite remorse either. He had been in shock when Dumbledore died violently, and he doubted that the images would ever stop haunting him, but he was not feeling true regret. Harry still didn't know what he would do if he was given another chance. Let Dumbledore go. Kill him mercifully. He didn't know, but he knew that he would never let Voldemort get to him again. Dumbledore was so hard to define. Harry had tried to, deep into the night when he would lie in his bed while McGonagall slept in the next room, but every effort had been futile. He had tried to convince himself that Dumbledore was a bad person, to relieve himself of some of the guilt that had been slowly eating away at him, but even he had never heard a shoddier lie. He eventually learned to stop lying to himself. Good and bad None of the two words would ever define Dumbledore. He wasn't good, he wasn't bad. He just was. Harry had come to acknowledge that. Dumbledore would be missed. Greatly. He had been kind to many people, far more people than he had offended. He had saved even more. At the expense of the unfortunate few like Harry. Now, seeing all these innocent people gather in one place to mourn the death of one old, benevolent but ruthless man, with twinkly eyes, Harry finally understood what he meant by the greater good. It brought him even more moral dilemma. There was nothing as simple as right and wrong anymore. All the same, he couldn't bring himself to look anyone in the eye. He had, after all, been a reason for their loss. McGonagall had a disoriented, lost look on her face. The last thing she said to Dumbledore had been far from friendly. And they had been friends for years, regardless of how Dumbledore had changed. Harry could only imagine how she had to feel. He scanned the group of people for another familiar face and saw Grindelwald. He looked, and Harry thought he could never say this, fragile. His face was blank, emotionless. But he looked fragile and stricken. More than anyone else. Grindelwald stood separated from the crowd, alone and lonely. It was as if there was a circle, and then there was him, closed off from the circle. Harry realized that people had only tolerated him, at best, for Dumbledore's sake. He found himself at a loss as to how Grindelwald can still make a stand against Voldemort. People were not keen to follow him, and he looked wan. Easy prey to finish off. Like an old, tired one-legged cheetah that didn't want to run anymore. Too easy. He hated this. He hated how it had become impossible to think of even the worst people he knew as anything but humans. It made it so much more difficult to cope. All of a sudden, out of the blue, a phoenix was singing in a way Harry had never heard before. A stricken lament of terrible beauty. The music was inside him, echoing across the fields, amongst the trees. And then it came. It flew, from the clear blue sky, towards them, still singing. As Harry watched, the phoenix glided in a downwards arc, towards Grindelwald. A look of absolute grief crossed Grindelwald's face as he stretched out an arm for the phoenix to perch on. It cooed something in his ear and flew off, diving for McGonagall. Every eye turned to her. Again, it warbled in her ear, and her breath seemed to hitch for a moment. Harry had never seen anything like it. And then the phoenix spread its wings and shot up, circling them a few times. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he thought it looked straight at him for a second or two, and inclined its head. On second thoughts, it probably was just his imagination. When they left the funeral, McGonagall turned to him and smiled, looking brighter than she had looked in days. Harry didn't ask what the phoenix had sung to her. Glass crunched beneath his shoe. Harry lifted his foot gingerly. He recognized it. It was one of the set of wine glasses that he and Tom only used on special occasions. Well, special occasions for Tom and untouchable for him until he was 15, the year that Tom finally gave in to Harry drinking alcohol. Just a little, he remembered Tom had said. That night, Harry had stuck his head into the toilet bowl and vomited until his stomach was empty, all the while Tom stood beside him, exasperated at how much Harry had drunk when he wasn't looking. Harry glanced around. Dust was coating everything, from the kitchen stool to the stove. This had never happened when they had been living here. Tom was the biggest clean freak he had ever seen and, as much as Harry still found it hard to believe, did most of their housework. Their cottage, aside from falling into disarray, was exactly how Harry had remembered. It was almost painful. Harry inhaled sharply. There were too many memories, far too many good memories. It hurt to think about it. There were far too many good memories ruined by bad ones. He made his way into the corridor. The wallpapers were cracking, but a portrait of him and Tom, both smiling, was still hanging. The frame had been broken, but Harry could see the happiness in his own eyes. God. Something rose in his throat. He liked Tom, he really did. Tom was more than a friend. He was a companion, a cross between a brother and a teacher and a best friend, and someone who practically knew all his secrets. They had been close. Harry hated having to throw all of that away, out of the window. He cleared his throat, awkwardly, despite knowing he was the only one there. So sentimental Tom would mock him if he were here. Harry approached one of the bedrooms, the one that Tom had used in the years they had lived here. The bed was carefully made, now layered with dust and spider webs. Harry looked over to the desk in the corner of the room. Tom had always tried to prevent him from looking, but it wasn't like he was here right now. In the first drawer, he found documents. Piles and piles of paperwork, from the ministry that Tom worked with. In the second drawer were books. There were magical and muggle books alike. Novels, non-fictions, all obviously read for Tom's own entertainment. At the very top of the pile was the James Bond book Harry had got Tom for his birthday in an attempt to introduce him to modern Muggle literature, Casino Royale, by Ian Fleming. It was stained, yellow and had been dog-eared so many times that it became impossible to count. Harry had never known Tom even read it, let alone multiple times. There were also others, like the picture of Dorian Gray. Harry wasn't surprised Tom would find that an interesting read. In the third drawer, he hit gold. There were so many pictures, photos. Harry in the garden. Harry when he was 13. Tom and Harry together at the park. At the beach. Photos from Harry's birthdays. Tom's birthdays. He felt lightheaded. He hadn't even known Tom had been taken photos, let alone keeping them. How is it that Tom could make him feel nauseous even without being here? How is it that he came looking for closure but became even more confused? Suddenly, his head lit up in pain. Harry jammed a fist in his mouth and lurched for the bathroom. There, he sat himself down on the cold floor, hands clenching the bathtub next to him. His eyes burned. His head burned. There were little specks of light flashing everywhere. This wasn't even surprising anymore. He just learned to deal with the pain. Whenever Voldemort felt like attempting to get to him, he would invade his mind. Frequently. At least a few times every week. If it wasn't for the long distance between them, McGonagall's wards and Harry's own steely stubbornness, Voldemort would have discovered where they were weeks ago. He would leave for Egypt soon with McGonagall. Perhaps putting more distance between him and Voldemort would help. He couldn't wait to see the pyramids, to see the statues of the pharaohs. Another burst of pain. Harry felt like slamming his head into the bathtub and knocking himself unconscious. But then he would end up with concussion. It would be over soon, it always was. There was a sudden, loud crack from behind him. Harry didn't stir. He wasn't even convinced it wasn't in his own head. It was only when hands gripped him firmly by the arm and helped him off the floor that Harry realized there was another person in the room with him. At first he thought it was McGonagall, but she hadn't known where he was going. He had just announced that he was going to do some shopping before grabbing a coat and heading out. He blinked. It was blurry at first, but the face in front of him soon cleared. The dark curls, blue eyes, and sharp nose that Harry would have recognized anywhere in a crowd. Tom. Tom smirked widely. Who else? Harry couldn't believe his eyes. Tom looked a million times better than he had been when Harry last saw him. The Slytherin no longer appeared haunted. On the contrary, he looked as calm and in control as ever. And he was in a good mood. Harry let himself be guided from the bathroom to the living room and dumped on a dusty couch. He slumped. You are here. What are you going here? Harry said, before adding, you stalker. You knew I was here, didn't you? Tom laughed. What? I can't come here simply because I was lonely and wanted to visit the past memories. Why can't it be a coincidence? Harry narrowed his eyes. Nothing is a coincidence when it comes to you. Abruptly, he hurled himself up. You didn't lead Voldemort here, did you? He isn't coming for me. Because if you did, I'm going to. The Slytherin heir folded his arms, features soft and relaxed. Completely at ease. Sit down. What kind of a friend do you think I am? He didn't budge. Not the good kind. Sit down before you make yourself sick. The Dark Lord is not coming. I promise. Happy now. As if I would bring you to him like a dog depositing a rabbit at his master's doorstep. You would if you thought it'd benefit you in some way. I haven't. How did you know to come here? Tom scoffed. You have no idea how predictable you are, do you? It was obvious that you would be at Dumbledore's funeral, considering the soft-hearted fool that you are and that McKitty is with you. The Dark Lord doesn't know you the way I do. I attended it under a glamour and tracked you from there. You put a tracking spell on me. Harry was furious. I didn't have to, Tom said. I knew you weren't happy with the way things ended between the two of us. The next logical place you would go would be the place we lived. I just wasn't sure when. All I had to do was set up a few charms around the house. Harry was silent. So predictable, Tom said again. Ah, so you came here to mock me. No, Tom said. I came here to join you. Join me, Harry spluttered. Excuse me. What? This is what I always wanted. You think I enjoy being hunted as a pastime. And just between you and me, Voldemort isn't much of a companion. Old and serious. No fun. Tom winked. This is my offer. Come with me. Think about it. Harry blinked. What have you always wanted? He still wasn't sure what Tom meant. To separate from Voldemort. Live the high life with a selected friend. I thought you wanted world domination. Tom tilted his head. Well, that too, but this is getting boring, don't you think? All this politics with the Dark Lord. I think we should try something new. He felt torn. Did he want this? Tom was a psychopath who failed at emotions. Harry had learned that lesson once and for all. I don't think so. Tom looked startled. And then there was a flash of something else. For a fraction of a second before it disappeared. Confusion, outrage, hurt. Oh, Tom smiled. Well, then, if you feel that way, you know what they say, once bitten, twice shy. If you live like that, Harry, you're going to miss out. I know you're suspicious, but I want to help you occlude. I'm guessing your shields are still rubbish. Occlumency. You gave up years ago. Tom tutted. Don't say, gave up. That phrase doesn't apply to me. I never, give up. Besides, I seem to be the only person who can help. I want to help as an apology. I never did say it, did I? I'm sorry. So what do you say? Come with me. A year ago, Harry would not have thought twice before saying yes. But he wanted out. He wanted freedom from all of this independence. Going with Tom would strip him of that again. Because Tom, as long as he went with Tom, would always want to be in control. Harry exhaled. I'm sorry, but I can't. This time, Tom did look hurt. You don't know what you're refusing. I do know. I won't be going with you. I'm sorry. But you can come with us. Professor McGonagall and I, that is. We're going to go traveling. Egypt, France, all the rest. You can teach me occlumency during the trip. Tom seemed to muse over it. Slowly, his lips curled into an appreciative smile. There's an idea. Harry wasn't sure what the future would bring, and what would come of his renewed friendship with Tom, or if he should trust him. But one fact is certain, the future would be made by his choice. And he was going to live. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.